Here is a special dedication to everyone who has a vision and is going through things that make you think you won't get there. This song is for you. When I look into the world, I see my dreamland, but it's far from me now, and it's getting farther. Many have gone through this lane. They have stories to tell. Some are good and some are bad, but I've made up my mind that my story will be pleasant and pleasing to hear. Though it's wrong, I am tough, and I know I will make it. I will get there some way, someday, somehow. I will get there. Oh, I've made up my mind. Sitting there in the morning, right in front of the mirror, wondering if I'll ever make it. Okay, who is excited? Day 3. Woo! Who is excited to be here on day 3? My goodness, has this been one of your best summit ever or what? Please type in the comment section. Let me see you. Hello. I'm so sorry. I'm just so super excited. I forgot to say hi. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're connecting to the summit from. It is a pleasure to have you here today on day 3 of the Boundaries Summit. Live fully. Yes. Live fully, live freely. Gosh, my God, please. If you were here on day 1 and day 2, can you please drop in the comment section some of the things that I've dropped for you, number 1. Number 2, what have you decided that you are going to change about you? I'll kick off for you. Me, all right? Like, all the speakers came for me. Like, I was like, please, why? What's going on? Did they send you guys to me? What's this? It was a goosebumps on every level. It was just like, what? So, yes, for me, I have decided, especially because it starts with me. If I don't understand my own boundaries, how am I going to, have other people respect my boundaries? So I have decided I have to start, I have to do an auditing. I can't even hear you. So why am I putting on this? I was in the studio before I came here. Sorry. I'm going for a personal audit to audit my boundaries, like to clarify the lines again. Yesterday, all the speakers made mention of it, that it's not a one size fits all, and it's not a one answer for the rest of your life. As you grow, as you evolve, your boundaries will keep changing, and you need to be able to communicate it. My goodness, it's been amazing. So please, if you're here, I see that we're already coming in. Please Go and call your family and friends. I know today is Sunday. I hope you had a very fantastic time at church today. But you are here now, right? To come chew on the remaining light that our speakers today have for us. Well, please, we want to hear your feedback. We want to read your feedback. What is one thing that you're going to do differently henceforth based on everything that you've learned from the Boundaries Summit? Please, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I'm going to start scrolling on the screen now. Okay. God's will, Peter, I see you. Sorry. God's will, Peter, I see you. Good evening. Welcome. Diabetes causes say, excited about the grand finale. Absolutely. Like, I'm so excited that I'm stuttering, forgetting my headphones. I'm just like everywhere. All right. Jenny's corner says good morning or all evening, everybody. Yes. Thank you so much. Please keep the chat coming. I want to see you. In fact, the best answer might just get a gift. So please let us see your feedback. We want to see your feedback. Glad to be here. We're glad to have you here too. Nizi Webby says, thank you, Bralade, for the past 2 amazing. In fact, please just type in the comment section, we love you, Bralade. Scream it in all caps so that she will know that you are shouting at the top of your lungs, right? So please, yes, thank you, Bralade. It's been an amazing time on the Boundaries Summit. This was awesome. It has been amazing. I agree. I concur with you. Alira says, glad to be here and looking forward to today. You're already here. Please, I hope you're sitting in front too. Don't go to the back and sit in front. Let latecomers come at the back, okay? Yes, let us sit in front. We are here. All the speakers came for me. I know, it was like, what is this conspiracy going on here? Awesome. Mama IJ, we love you, Braxy. I'm sure Braxy loves you too. All right, Alaria. The responses are coming in. Thank you so much. All speakers were great. I have learned so much over the last 2 days. Ebiere has taught me a few things on how to create healthy boundaries around my children. It was a real eye-opener. I mean, Ebiere was like, I think we're going to have to beg Bralade to please have a special session with Ebiere. Like, we need to school again. Wait, are you serious? So this is what parenting truly is. Like, that woman is something else. Thank you so much. We are taking notes of all this feedback. Thank you so much. Please keep them coming. Bralade yourself says, I've learned to better connect my children's boundaries, consequences to their vow. I know, right? Rather than doing unrelated punishments, right? Thank you so, Bralade, God bless you so much. Thank you, Bralade. Yes, we love you, Bralade. Thank you. All right, Diabetes Consult said, I will be responsible for me first by creating the right boundaries for my mental, physical, and emotional health. Fantastic. I wish you all the best in that. Please keep in touch with us. Keep the testimonials coming in even after the summit. You know, you can follow Bralade at I am Bralade on Instagram. Slide into our DMs. Tell her the things that you've encountered through this summit and how it has changed your life, changed your perspective, and the decisions you've made and how you are now enjoying and living fully and living freely. Yes. No more fear. We love you, Bralade. Thank you, Adi. Healthy Lifestyle with Naomi says, Bralade, you are the bomb. Thank you. It is a paradigm shift for the mind and all the way. We love you. Yes. Keep the love coming. Please keep it coming. Somebody says, I'm in the front row with plenty popcorn. Oh my God, in fact, you are the real MVP. Thank you so much. Yes. Awesome. I know. Chinda was just bombarding me. I was like, I was frozen. When Chinda was talking, I'm like, but before I think, he's just saying what's on my mind. I'm like, what's this now? Free me now, Mr. Chinda. But I loved how he gave it to the men. I wish more men were here. So what we'll do is that you see that particular Chinda session yesterday, I know we'll finish. So when we finish this thing today, please binge on it on Bralade's channel on YouTube. But don't binge on it alone. Ensure you share it. Like, just keep broadcasting it. Like, just say, I found this very amazing video. Send it to the men in your life. Like, man, bros, have you seen this before? Have you heard this before? Send it to them, all right? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Woo! Yes, Balade says here, people share with your friends and groups and family. Neighbor, it's about to go down. Our first speaker is like chilling and waiting, like, hey, when are you bringing me up? I'm ready. I'm ready to shatter some tables today. Okay. So yes, yes, yes. Please keep the feedback coming. We need them. We want to see them. We want to hold you accountable to what you said you've learned and how it's going to change your life. All right. And yes, welcome to day 3, the grand finale of the Boundaries Summit. I hope that from day 1 and day 2, you've already learned, right? Like, without boundaries, you cannot live fully, you cannot live freely, right? You'll be living in fear, you'll be walking on eggshells around people, or people walking on eggshells around you. But when you come out to communicate your boundaries, it's like what a sweet relief. So life can be this easy and sweet. You eradicate all the dramas, remove them. We don't need dramas in our lives, okay? All right, so thank you so much for joining. Please keep sharing this link. Click on that share button on the YouTube channel right now. Share to your stories, share to your status, share to your broadcast list, share to your groups on Facebook, on WhatsApp. Share, so that this last day, we are on fire. All our speakers are going to be bombarding us with light, wisdom, and just like opening your eyes up like this. All right. So yes, so Tomra is next. Woo! Your mic is mute. Hey, I love this, your automatic music, like always.
Yes, so the music is on it. You know, when you have put bass in your music, your car is not doing like this. That's how the music is going on in my heart. Are y'all feeling me? Are y'all feeling me? Hey, it's a Sunday kind of day, and we're beginning today, kicking off with Tomra. Yes, Ijawele says it's about to go down. Like, y'all don't even know what's about to hit you. Are y'all ready for this? Energetic EJ, y'all give that lady some love. My goodness. When somebody is a custodian of energy, they just call her Ejiro Osakede. That's what they do. All right. So I am ready for my next speaker. It is as much her conference as it is mine. And I am super honored to call her sister, friend, coach, identity coach. I'm sorry, I had to put this up there. Y'all hear, Alire? So I dressed up for you guys. It's Sunday. Now we have to do Sunday best. You should see our speaker next. I'll bring you up.
Hey! I am super excited to be here. What a dream. What a dream. I am excited. How are you, brother?
Absolutely wonderful. And you look gorgeous.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And we're matching on the lipstick level.
I know, right? As you said, Sunday best. Hey, my people. I see all of you in the comments.
Yeah.
I see all of the hailing, and I am here for you. Just
you guys go call them from
me.
Everywhere they are. We'll introduce Tomra now and get your notes, because Tomra is some people, they are teachers. It's who they are. Tomra is a teacher. Don't waste any time. Just be texting them quickly. YouTube can become a second screen so that you don't have to close it, because I know you don't want to miss a moment. But let me introduce Tomra and she'll take it away.
Tomra Nwoswagu is a transformation coach and the founder of the More Collective, a tribe of go-getters who are sold out to being more and doing more with their lives. Tomra is also a podcast expert who helps people plan and launch their podcasts. As host of the Trending Created for More podcast, she interviews guests and shares knowledge and tools for manifesting their higher selves. Tombra's life's message is to help people make better decisions about what they choose to accept about themselves. And this desire was birthed from her personal story of overcoming adversity in childhood. Tomra is also an experienced program management consultant with over 12 years of experience across a number of industry sectors, including oil and gas, investment banking, utilities, and automotive. Furthermore, Tomra has delivered enterprise-level agile leadership coaching to senior executives of top-tier organizations in the UK. Tomra holds an MSc with distinction in process engineering from the University of Surrey in the UK, as well as a BSc in petroleum engineering from the University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. Speaking on leveraging identity for authentic boundaries. Welcome, Tomra Nwoswagu.
Didn't I tell y'all? Okay, I will contain my excitement and go back to my notes. Tomra, take it away. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Oh my goodness. I am so honored to be here. First and foremost, let us give it up for, the convener of this summit. I want to see it in the chat. I want you guys to just say, what one word you would use to explain your experience so far, because mine is just completely transformational. I've been sitting in with my notepad, my books, everything is full. I am super just glad for what you've done here, Bralade, and we cannot thank you enough. So thank you, yourself and your amazing team. So I am excited to be here. This is the first time you're ever interacting with me. So my name is Tomra Nwoswagu, and you've heard my introduction today. But beyond the introduction, what I want you to remember about my time with you here is that I am here for you. Yes, you heard that. I came here today to connect with you. I came here today to help you understand who you are, to help you understand what the boundaries around your identity is. And I will do my job well today. So let's go. So starting off, I thought I would just kind of introduce myself, because beyond the script that you just had read about me, what is the backstory? The truth is that we all have backstories. It looks glowing on the outside, but on the inside, there is that thing that really defines us. So I said I want to connect with you, so I will share my own backstory with you. So when I was 5 years old, I'll start from when I was 5. It started before, but I'll start from when I was 5. When I was 5 years old, I was put in a boarding house. My mother and my father, both alive, but due to circumstances, I was put in a boarding house. When I was about 6.5 years old, my mother wrote a letter and put a letter in my hands and put a backpack on my back and said, "Look, you're going over to stay with your dad. I cannot take care of you anymore." And in the letter, she wrote, "I've traveled out of the UK." We enter a taxi and we go off, and she literally points at a house in the distance. She says, "That is your father's house." And she gives me the letter, and I can still remember it like yesterday. I can still remember the feel of the letter in my hand. And she basically said, "That is your father's house." And that was it for me. I said, "When will you come back for me?" She said, "When you're 15 or 16 years old." At that time, I was 6.5 years old. So the reason I say all of this is to explain sometimes how we have situations or circumstances in our lives that kind of mark us. You know what that did to me, yeah? It tainted my identity. It tainted my identity in the sense that I started to nurture people-pleasing addiction. I started to nurture, just wanting. I felt I was so unworthy. I felt I was inherently damaged. I felt like there was something that was wrong with me. So the reason why I feel that is important is because I know that there are some people, your story might not be like mine. Your story is your story, or perhaps you don't even have a story that is as harrowing as mine. But the truth is that you have a story. And I want you to understand that every single thing that has happened in your life is all part of the tapestry of your life. And every single thing, if you would use everything cohesively, honestly, you will manifest your highest self, and you will be all that you were created to be, right? So I thought I would start there, because now that I look back on my life, I realized that one of the reasons I had to go through that experience was because it was part of me fulfilling purpose. So what do I do now in my life? I'm able to empathize with people who are broken. I often say that I have a burden for the broken. So I'm able to empathize with people who are broken. Why? Because I myself have passed through that season where I felt really broken. And until I came into the realization of myself, I couldn't live fully. I couldn't live freely. And some of the things that I did and some of the tools that I used are what I am going to be sharing with you today. But what I was saying about purpose is like when you're advancing in your purpose, the truth is that, it will look as if you're selfish. I want somebody to say, actually, selfish, purpose will look selfish. right? I want somebody to say that purpose will look selfish. But what you must understand is that there are boundaries around you. There are boundaries around the things that you have been called to do. And to everybody else that you were not called to serve, it will look selfish. So now I understand my experiences all feed into my purpose. And now I go forth confidently, manifesting myself, doing the things I was called to do. And for me, that is how I preserve the purpose on my life. I hope that was helpful to somebody. So I want to share with you, what I call 6, self-mastery truths. And these are sort of like the fundamental principles before I even get into the tools of boundaries. 6 things that I want you to know about yourself, no matter who you are, whether you are married, not married, single, whatever, have children, don't have children, whatever your situation, whatever your circumstance, whether you are currently broken, whether you are, healed. This applies to you. These are 6 self-mastery tools, 6 self-mastery tools that you must know about yourself. The first thing I want to tell you is that you carry something. You carry something, and there should be an assignment that defines you. And all of this will come together as I continue to explain, but there should be an assignment that defines you. There is something that is central to my life. Like I've explained to you what happened to me in my childhood and how that then fed into my purpose and what I'm currently doing now as a transformation coach. There should be an assignment that defines you. For me, it is helping people birth transformation, helping people break away from that, cycle of, feeling unworthy and stepping into who they were really created to be. There should be an assignment that defines you. The second thing is that you have been sent somewhere with what you carry. It is not enough to be given a thing. It's not enough to have a purpose. You have actually been sent somewhere with what you carry. And this vision for where you have been sent, it must constrain you. And in speaking about all of this, I hope you are starting to see that I am speaking of boundaries, but I am not using the word boundaries. Your assignment should define you. Your assignment should, encapsulate the boundaries around your purpose. Your vision should constrain you. Where you're going, your eyes should be set on where you're going. The third thing is that you have been crafted optimally. And what that means in a sense is that the wiring on the inside of you should make you feel empowered. So if you're doing something and you don't feel empowered, if you don't feel like you're flourishing in that thing, then you are breaking. Essentially, there's something that is not quite right. Your wiring, the internal wirings of your system and your architecture, it must empower you. The fourth thing I want to say is that you can either leverage or you will be leveraged. You can either leverage or you will be leveraged. And what that means is that as I operate in this world, I will either be living out and doing things with the resources that are available to me, or I become a resource for somebody else. You can either leverage or be leveraged. The fifth thing is that you can go faster under the right conditions. And what this in effect means is that you have the things that are available to you that can help you, that can help propel you. That desire that is on the inside of you to fulfill the purpose and the mandate on your life should propel you. It should cause you to move forward. It should make you feel like, you should have that hunger and that drive, that thing that helps you focus and zero. It should propel you to come forward. And then the sixth and the final thing is, and I want you to imagine yourself as a container, right? And I often teach about this in my masterminds and all of that. This is how I help people understand who they are. If you imagine yourself as a container that has sort of like finiteness, there's finiteness to your container, there's a cup and then liquid in it, God has poured into you. You must make it your mission to pour out into others. If not, you will not be replenished. If not, you become stale. If not, you become stagnant. If not, you're basically your mission is not being serviced. That is where I put it. And this one is a bit different from the rest, because this one, you are the one now being intentional about how you pour into others. I hope you guys are getting this. I'm just going to stop for a second and look in the chat and see. Okay, cool. I see it. Fantastic. So I say all of this to say that these are all self-mastery tools. And if you are able to really sit in, obviously I've got really limited time today. If you're able to really sit in and, go think about everything I say, some people might need to actually watch this replay to be able to process it very well. You're able to sit in instantly, your boundaries start to become apparent. And I'm talking about your identity boundaries. The boundaries around who you are. The boundaries around what defines you. The boundaries that surround you. The boundaries that speak for you. So I'm going to be sharing, what I'm calling, these are, boundaries that you must never break against yourself. Boundaries that, and I love the fact that one of the things I love this session, this summit for, is the perspective on boundaries. It's been so huge, it's so wide ranging. Everyone has been talking, and I love it. And this is how God organizes these things. The fact that everybody just comes and talks and sheds light on different aspects. But today, my own job is to help you understand the boundaries that are internal within you, that you must never break against yourself. And perhaps you are seeing, you're not feeling in your life that you are flourishing. It is possible that these boundaries within your heart and within your mind is already being infringed and impeded upon, and this is what is stopping you from stepping into your higher self. So we're talking about you today. We're not talking about anybody else. It is all about you. So I want you guys to put in the comments, it is all about me. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for this? So the first thing I want to talk to you about, the first boundary you must never break against yourself, is your divinity. We are gods. The Bible says, know ye that we are gods. We have creative power. We are divine beings. There is a seat within us that is our God seat. And that is how we're able to speak things and things happen. And you say, you know what, Tomra, when I speak, that's for you. When I speak, I don't see those things happening. I don't see a manifestation of the things. I don't feel powerful. But my response to you is that the power that he gave you is the same power that he gave me. And I feel powerful. So what that means is that you need to sit down and process what could be the reason that my divinity, the divinity on the inside of me, I am not walking in the fullness of it. And I will tell you one of the ways that people break their divinity boundary. When you have been empowered, go and do this, go and take Canaan, your promised land. It is for you, the land flowing with milk and honey. You do go, and then you turn around and you say to yourself, but there are giants in the land. When you do that, you basically start to perpetuate self-doubt. You start to partner with negativity, and you start to see negative outcomes in your life. You are breaking boundary against the divinity that rests on the inside of you. One of the things that I say to my mastermind is it's an agreement. I call it one of our agreements. And it goes, my words and my thoughts, they hold immense power, and I never use them against myself. A lot of people use their words and their thoughts against themselves. and they break the boundary of the divinity that rests on the inside of them. So what they start to create is negativity in their life. They start to see the outcomes of the negative things that they say. And that strips them of all their power. Okay, that's number one. And I'm going to move fast. The second one is your purpose. A lot of people miss this one. Look, you cannot serve every single thing under the sun. If you're serving everyone, I can already tell you that you're not in purpose. And you are breaking that boundary of purpose in your life. Your purpose must be sacred. Like you must understand it and protect the integrity of what you were asked to do. The integrity of what was committed into your hands. That is what purpose is. It is watering. It is helping to flourish. It is making sure that you are deliberate. You're moving forward in the direction of the thing that you were called to do. And a lot of times, some people don't flourish because they're everywhere. I should be able to call you and say, look, I want you to do this. And you say, look, I've not been called to that sect. I haven't been called in that direction. It is not for me. If you can't say something is not for you, then you're not started. You're breaking boundaries against yourself. And that's the worst kind to break. Because I don't want you leaving this conference and seeing it as a call to arms. You start going, hey, my husband did this. My brother did this. My father did this. All of you, boundary, 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 boundary. And then inside you, you cannot step up to what you were called to do. You are still not flourishing. And you come and now call my dear sister Bralade and say, hey, Bralade, I did all the things that you asked me to do, but still, I just feel overwhelmed. You are overwhelmed because your purpose is compressing you on the inside. It should be outside. That is why you're overwhelmed. It has nothing to do. Sometimes it has nothing to do with other people. You need to understand it and arrest it from the inside of you and say, what is my purpose? How can I serve this purpose with diligence? Your vision should constrain you. Your vision should constrain you. You can't be everywhere. You can't be serving everything. You can't. Your vision should constrain you. Number 3 I want to talk about is your endowments. And when I speak about endowments, I talk about your gifts, your talents, the things that you have been given to fulfill your purpose. Nobody sends a farmer to the farm without giving him implements. God did not create you without giving you things. How do you steward the things that you have been given? Are you breaking boundary against the things that have been put in your hands? Are you serving? Are you enriching? Are you nurturing? Are you nurturing? Let me tell you something, and this goes back to what I said, there's this quote by Aristotle, and it says that nature abhors vacuums. If you say, you know what, it is not enough for you not to be doing. Say, I'll just sit down. After all, I'm not hurting anybody. If you are not doing, somebody else is using you to do. Just know that. And they will not ask you on the day, but God, why didn't you serve your purpose? But I was kind of doing. No. I have no issues against serving others, yes, but you must serve others with prioritization to what you were called to do. You must have that as foremost in your mind, watching it, guarding it. This is my vision, stewarding it right. These are the tools. These are the things that have been put in my hands. It's not enough for you to bury it. If you build a house now, it's not enough for you to just say, okay, you know what, I have the talent and it's just there. You build a house, you live it. Guess what happens in 15 years, 16 years? You don't do anything. Things start to fall apart. It starts to become derelict. Why? Because you're not using your endowment properly. This endowment, how can you enrich it? How can you help it? So don't break boundary against the things that have been put in your hands. Use them right. Okay? At this point, I'm going to pause and just check. Actually, I don't have the comments, so I can't really see what you guys, but I'm sure you guys are getting this. And Bralade and the organizers, if you could let me also know how much time I have left, it will be great. I will be great. It will be great. Okay? The next thing I want to talk about, and this one, this one, your influences. Your influences. When I say influences, a lot of times people instantly think I'm talking about, hey, I want to influence the world. Yes, there's nothing wrong with you influencing the world. That's what we're created for, to impact. But let's talk about the things that have influenced you. Let's just stop there for a second. Let's talk about the things that have influenced you. So if you think about what I talked about earlier, I talked about your divinity, I talked about your purpose, I talked about your endowments, the gifts that you've been given. Influence starts to happen when you come out. So if you think about the rest happening underneath, influence starts to happen when you start to surface, right? By influence, I mean your ideologies, your social, cultural beliefs and conditionings. Some of them are fallacious. They have no basis. They have no relevance. There has to come a time in your life where you examine what you believe and check if it aligns with what you were called to do. Check if it aligns with the things and the implements and the talents that you have. You have to, there has to come. Some people, you know where we are from, huh? Where we are from, we're from a really, really special place. And we've learned all of these things, and some of them there's religiosity, there's culture, there is, all of this is so, it's interwoven into this complex mess sometimes that we don't even know, we cannot even see the way from the, we're not able to differentiate what actually has scriptural basis, modern applicability, purposeful relevance. We are not able to do that. So you must decide what you are going to believe. If not, you are already breaking boundary against yourself. Tomra, I didn't know that. Yes. Your beliefs are dragging you in this way. Your purpose is on this side. You are breaking boundary against your identity. You are walking in the direction that is opposite from what you were created to do. So this is where you sit down and think about your core values, your core beliefs. And if you're able to do this very well, guess what happens? It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing that happens. Because questions start to answer themselves. There are things that become easier. There are conversations that become easier when you understand what your core values are. There are friendships that will die a natural death because you understand your core values. There are family relationships that you have to understand how you'll be eaten with a long spoon because you understand your core values. Some people have not come to that point where they say, you know what do I really believe? So your core values, let me explain this for somebody who really wants to. These are deeply held convictions that decide how, that influence upon. And all of this is in our subconscious mind, which is the automatic part of our brains. The conscious one, yes, we have influence over. The automatic part of our brain, a lot of them, we are in autopilot. There are deeply held beliefs and action that are deeply held convictions that influence our actions and the things that we do. So it is so important that you understand what your core values are. If you understand your core values, you know the jobs to take. You know the ones to say no to. If somebody is calling you that, oh, this is where we should be going, you know the associations to cut out from immediately. So I want to give you something really, really practical here. If you guys go to viacharacter.org, viacharacter.org, and if you go into their character strengths, what this is, it's like a really quick assessment. And what it does is just tells you what your, they call it virtues or strength, character strengths, but really they're really about your core values. Is kindness important to you? Is love important to you? What exactly is important to you? But not only that, I want you to do that assessment, but beyond that, I want you to also sit with it. Because me, when I did my own, they put different things, maybe the prioritization, everything that I believed was there, but the prioritization was a little bit wrong. So I said, no, this is important. And what you're doing is that you're awakening your consciousness to what the beliefs that you will have. For me, one of my core values is resilience. I move forward regardless. And I cannot even tell you how much that shapes my reality. I'm just gonna look at the time. I have 6 more minutes. Oh. I cannot even tell you how that shapes my reality. I do that, get your top 5 or top 7 core values, weave them into statements, and see against all your relationships, against all the key decisions, and see where they stand. Don't want to break boundaries against your beliefs and your identity. And the final one, I want to talk about your manifestations. Are you breaking boundaries when it comes to your manifestations? And when I talk about manifestations, it's really how you show up in the world. And this is the most transient of all that I've spoken about. It's different. You show up at different times. It's important that you know what your top manifestations are per time so that you don't break boundaries against yourself. All things are permissible, but not everything is profitable. Some things are good, but it's not everything that you need at that particular time. And I love it how, Jesus explains it so beautifully, in the Garden of he explains it without really explaining it. When he says, do you know that I can call angels, legion of angels, and they can come and just end this thing right now? But in that moment, the manifestation that he was honoring wasn't the manifestation of a powerful God. He was honoring the manifestation of a crucified king. You must understand your seasons. You must understand your cycles so that you don't work against yourself. There are times where Jesus is doing coded activity. He's in a wedding, chilling, creating, doing, turning water into wine. There's sometimes when he's on the field, he's doing 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes. There's sometimes when he's in the synagogue. Understand your manifestations. At this point of my life, I have young children. So one of the keyest manifestations for me, I'll always be a mother. But at the moment, I know that I'm honoring the season of my life. And I'm putting and I'm feeding them. I'm doing all of this so that I deposit in them gold that will never be taken. But there will come a time when they go into university. That will be another manifestation. But if you decide that this time when you're supposed to be doing this, you're going to be doing something else, you're not honoring your manifestation. And all of it can work together cohesively. No, not one should take away from the other. They can all work together. Don't be out of step. Don't be out of step. Honor your manifestations. Understand what your top manifestations are. Write down your top 5 manifestations. How am I showing up? The top 5 that are important to me right now. Write them down and attack it with brutal focus. Brutal. Anything that is not inside this is what I'm prioritizing in this season. 2 quarterly reviews. biannual reviews on yourself. Honor your manifestations. Don't break boundaries against yourself when it comes to how you show up. Okay? And I think at this point, I will get Bralade to Bralade your meat.
My people, I was just on my own this morning. I didn't know this was what was going to happen to us. I'm feeling for you as I'm feeling for myself. T girl, why is it important? Why is it that all those other boundaries with people, with my mother, my father, my child, why is it that those ones won't work except these are in place?
Because this is the center of you, right? Until you understand the identity is the basis of every single thing that you will do. It is the thing that underpins how you interact with the world. So if you don't understand it, if you're not centered, if you don't, if you don't value, if you don't hold it with sacredness that it deserves, you honestly, it won't work. Kole work.
I have a question here. How do you concretize your manifestations? Because most times these are abstract.
Oh, I like that.
Not continue though.
They are not as abstract as you think. That's the thing. And I think a lot of times, they have so many tools or things that people used to do it now. Like you have, the wheel of life and all of that. I think you start from there. Carry the wheel of life assessment. That's something that you can find on the internet and whatnot. Carry the wheel of life assessment. And for each of them, write down, these are the different areas. These are the ways I'm going to show up in these areas. And you can't do everything. You might not be able to do everything at once, but you can do it in seasons. And then just phase it. Last year, I released, was it actually this year? I think it was this year. I released a single.
2 years in one.
I released a single. I went to the studio and I released a single. That was a manifestation I was honoring in that particular season. Does that mean I'm going to drop my transformation coaching and everything now? I will just be singing no, it's seasons. And that was something that, Jesus and lots of Bible characters have been able to demonstrate to you can honor your manifestations in season. Bralade is doing this boundaries summit now. She's doing boundaries and she's working on boundaries. She's written the line in the sun. This is not all she will do. This is her manifestation right now. She's honoring it. She's putting boundaries over it. No pun intended. But she will move on to something else. Honor your manifestations.
Wow, y'all hearing? I won't even be adding to the answers so that I don't take up you people's time. If not, I have a ton to say. Continue.
Go on.
This is another question. So, how can people draw out powerful influences to focus on finding their identity?
Draw out powerful influences to focus on finding your identity. I think that it's first of all determining what these influences are. When you start by awareness is one of it's the key thing, right? So it's understanding first of all what those influences are. And sometimes it might not be something that you can do in a crowded room. And when I say crowded room, it's actually, a figure of speech of you might need to actually retreat, to sit down. And if you understand what these influences are doing to you, if you understand the opportunity cost of not actually doing what you were created to do.
Sorry,
that question actually answers itself.
It says drown out. Sorry, so that was an issue. How can people drown out? So look at me seeing A. How can people drown out? So there are many things telling you who you are, just like you said. Something was telling you you were not lovable or you were not wanted, yet you knew within your heart, you had a witness that, I'm more than this. We are gods, right? So how can you drown out these influences? Because a lot of them are powerful. They're on TV. Maybe even your family members are telling it to you. So many things. Even your spouse may be telling you. How can you drown out these powerful influences? So one of the seemingly powerful.
So one of the things that I offer as part of what I do is I do something called an identity manifesto. And I think for me, that's one of the first places that I will start from in terms of helping people find out who they are. And what is identity manifesto? It helps you really, really, using tests and whatnot, it helps you really, really find out what, I think through your endowments, through your gifts, it helps you understand the kind of person that you are. And when you're able to now kind of put everything in writing, you're able to see a clear picture of, okay, you might not know it 100% because we only know in parts, right? We don't know everything, but at least it is a starting point. And then the next thing you do after that is now you back that starting point with a decision to mine more, with a decision to go further. And how you do that is by affirming that identity statement that you have created for yourself. What you do, that identity manifesto is like an identity statement. You use that, you create affirmations through that, and you're constantly speaking to yourself. Basically, we have a war going on in our hearts, in our minds. There's a battle that is going on constantly in our minds. Joyce Meyer calls it, the battlefield of the mind. And what you must do is raise the voice of good. Raise the voice that tells you that you are awesome. Surround yourself with the people that help you believe that. And instantly,
people like us.
Yes, instantly the rest starts to drown out. It's not the how can I drown them out? No, once you are propelled up, honestly, it's like a lighthouse. You already start to shine. You start to magnetize the right things towards you. The rest are insignificant. The voices drown out themselves.
Okay, I had a question now. Look at me. Should we be putting boundaries around our seasons? So, for example, you've probably experienced changes in seasons. How did you then redefine? Because some people will say, oh, my boundaries are, I don't like people lying to me. They lie to me, I cut them off. Things that are just like generally acceptable norms. How do you elevate your boundaries so that you are on it and you are monitoring it even through seasons?
The 5 steps that I talked about, your divinity, I talked about your purpose, I talked about your endowment, I talked about your influences, and then I talked about your manifestations. I will say that is where you start. Literally sitting down, understanding your divinity, understanding what you carry, understanding your why, understanding the tools that have been given to you, understanding and re-engineering and reprogramming what your belief systems are, and then understanding how you want to show up. But I think to answer this question, when you say that should you be putting boundaries around your seasons, I think the answer is a big fat yes. Like I said to you, look, you dip in and out. Like I don't know, it's like this beautiful tapestry that you're weaving with your life. There will be opportunities in life to do different things, and you've got to welcome them and not say, and the only way that you can do it is by honoring your seasons. The only way you can do it is by defining within yourself what is in that season and what is not within that season.
Wow.
You might not get it 100% right, but as you dig deeper, as you have that intentionality around it, God will start to make it clearer to you, so that you can make positive strides forward.
People. I hope you're hearing, because you see the boundaries for if you're raising, a common citizen is different from the boundaries around if you're raising a king. If you're raising the next president, they're so different. So who are you? Who are you becoming? One of our speakers on Friday now, wow, it's been 3 days, said the company you keep is not just for the level where you are. It is for where you're going. Because if you keep that same company, if you keep those same boundaries, guess what? You're remaining stagnant instead of moving forward. So I have another question. How do you stay focused on your purpose when the world around you is trying to sink you, or the words around you are trying to sink you? We are unthinkable. We are Titanic. Please say it in your house now. Only that declaration is a boundary. I'm unsinkable. Okay, sorry, it's not my question. Carry on.
How do you focus on your purpose when the words around you are trying to sink you? must rise beyond above the words. And the way you rise above the words is by knowing what is at stake. When you know that your life, literally your life is at stake, understanding the destinies that don't get fulfilled because you don't step into the fullness of your calling, those voices will be irrelevant. Honestly, those voices will be irrelevant. You must be focused on your focus, be purposefully focused. Zoom in with brutality and say, I am doing this. I'm not even going to listen. I am not interested. All you are doing, what you're doing on earth here is performing for an audience of one. It is only one person that has the exam papers. It's only one person that has the marking scheme.
I have to massage my temple.
Yes. So who is going to mark your life? Is it the people or the words or the things that are trying to sink you? No.
So practical steps.
What?
Practical steps. You just cut them off. Okay, you can add it to this second question. So with so much to consume from the environment, particularly, and of course, when I say environment, is more like digital environment. It's no longer just your neighbor. So from social media, how can one receive clarity of identity and walk in him? Because we see people, we aspire to be them, they look good. Sometimes they're even doing a good thing in the society that we want to emulate, but it might not necessarily be our own purpose or the reason for which we were born. How do we begin to do these things?
So you must search it out, right? So when I say practical tools, I want to give you practical tools, right? One of the things that I talk about is, the starting point of this identity manifesto, right? You do tests. A lot of times people say, oh, you know what, all these tests, but all of these are just they're diagnostic tools to just kind of give wording, to give language to some of things that you wouldn't have otherwise. Sometimes you do things, but you don't know why you do them. So these are the things that help you give language to some of these things. So, and it is the starting point. I'm not saying that you will go somewhere and you do a test and you understand yourself 100%. You continue to figure yourself out. But what you must have is a baseline. What you must have is an anchor point that helps you understand that, okay, so this is why. And what do they check in all of these things? It's your outputs and the things that you do on the outside. Why do you behave this way? And that then, helps, shape or get the definition of some of the inner workings of your mind and your typology and your archetype, right? And that is where you start. That is where you start being able to, really, really delve. And it will take some time. It's not something that you just be able to click your fingers on this thing, but you must understand that it is important to do this. You must make the time out to do this. And you must understand that there are some things that you're currently doing that are out already right now, that are out of step with your identity, that you will need to stop and arrest in order to stay in your identity and not break boundary with it. So do the test. I don't want to, I have an identity mastermind and I don't want to, sound salesy, but these are the things that I do with people. I help them understand who they are.
Go ahead, definitely.
Yeah, so I've got an identity mastermind that will be coming, shortly. If someone can put my Instagram link in the bio, just follow me. I'm going to announce it on my Instagram page, or go on my website, tomra.com, and put yourself on the mailing list. But I do have identity challenges. I do have identity masterminds, and that is where you start. There's no other thing I can say.
Yeah, she has this free challenge as well. You guys, if you miss it, next time it comes around, if you miss it, I wasn't even there. I was sleeping. Okay, when you were doing that to yourself. But we will not let you. We won't let you. We are here for you. My mama Ehi is here. Ehi, please, before we leave Tomra, can you say one thing you got from Tomra? One reason why this session dovetails with your session. Okay, you're mute, so I've unmuted you. Well, I tried. Okay, carry on.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
One of the reasons I love Tomra's work so much is because she speaks a lot about identity. As you would find, when you start working on yourself, you cannot just wake up one morning and go, oh, okay, let's just go do it. You have to go back to the roots of why are certain things the way that they are. So I really love Tomra talking about the fact that everything is, nothing just happens. Nothing just showed up on the scenes. Everything is tied back to something that we have done or something that has happened to us. But you cannot sit down and say, I am, I was born this way, so I'm just gonna sit here and just as though this is my cross, right? This is my passion. So I really, really, really like that Tomra talks about identity. So whatever Tomra is offering you, take it. And do
both hands and legs.
Do the work. Do the work. And Tomra gets dirty, right? Tomra knows how to go roll up her sleeves with you and get, goes back to that identity because, yeah. Do the work.
Okay, you're about to be lit. Tomra just lit the fire under you and he's about to fry you. You are out doing it today. Tomra, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you for joining us for today's session. We have you right on board. I tell you guys, yeah, you're about to be lit. You're about to be on fire. I feel for you. All right. So let me introduce Ehi, and then we will go on from there.
For over 10 years, transformational and mindset coach Ehi Ademabo has inspired leaders to live purposefully, confidently, and with conviction to make an impact in the world by honing, mastering, and sharing their message and gifts. Ehi, also known as the Mindset Surgeon, is a highly accomplished speaker, trainer, best-selling author, and executive coach. She has successfully helped emerging businesses, fast-growing companies, as well as non-profit organizations identify and foster the right competencies to effectively get where they want to go. He has broad experience and an incredible knack for engaging people quickly around their needs and goals by changing their subconscious beliefs and narratives, and provides exceptional tools that foster growth and increased fulfillment. Ehi is a sought-after speaker and has delivered papers for the Poverty Social Conference in Bangkok, Thailand, amongst her other achievements. She has been recognized and featured as a recurring expert on the BBC, Global TV, Rogers Television, and TEDx. Speaking on the mindset to master your boundaries, welcome Ehi Ademabo.
Hello.
So shorty, it's your birthday. I feel like it's the birthday of everybody listening to you right now, because we know the fire. The mindset surgeon is here. Take it away, Ehi.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much, Brala Day, for having me. This has been such an incredibly great experience in the last 48 hours. So thank you so much. I feel so privileged and so honored to be a part of, this amazing conference that you put together, standing side by side with some of the speakers that I listened to. I was like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. So where do we get started from? The mindset to master your boundaries. The mindset to master your boundaries. So you've been listening to boundaries. By now you know the importance of boundaries. You know why it's important to set healthy boundaries. You know why it's important to create those boundaries for yourself, for your self-preservation, for your next level, for the things that God has called you to. Now, a lot of the questions that are going to come up in your mind will be, but I've tried that before, but I've already done that, but I've tried and I've failed. I liken this to when a person says, I want to lose 10 pounds. And I'd say this because a lot of women, we're always trying to lose weight. There's barely any time that we're not trying to do something with our buddies. We're trying to release 10 pounds. We're trying to gain 10 pounds. We're trying to do this and do that. And what happens? What do you find that happens? The first day you're on fire. The second day you're like, yes, let's do this. The third day you're like, yes, I'm doing this. And then something happens. Something happens that breaks your pattern. And this is to tell you that we are products of habits. Something happens. Maybe you go to a party. Maybe you wake up late that day or that week, or you have a rough week and you're like, you know what? I'm just going to treat myself to this thing. And then you introduce an external thing that throws you off your habits completely. And so what do? Because you've been thrown off that pathway, it suddenly becomes okay to just continue life as it is. And you go, you know what, it's fine. I've already messed it up. It's all good. This is the power of habits. This is the power of putting yourself on a certain path and going, this is how it gets to be. So how do you master those boundaries? You've not learned from all the speakers as to why you need to create boundaries, what kind of boundaries you need to set, But how do we go on past this conference to being, doing, having that state of self-accomplishment, that state of significance that God has called us to, maintaining this momentum? How do you do it? And those are some of the things we're going to be talking about today. But first, let's go back to the beginning. I am the mindset surgeon because I like to go beneath the surface. Everything happens underneath the surface. Everything happens. You showing up here today versus someone else showing up someplace else is the fact that you've said to yourself, I need to be here because I need XYZ information, or I need to get, garner knowledge and things like that. But also, it's also essentially a product of your narrative. So I'll explain exactly what that means. When we're growing up, we're told certain things, we're told certain things over and over and over again. And sometimes those things were very productive and encouraging and led us to a next level. And sometimes they were dangerous. And more often than not, you'd find that a lot of the things that have been repeated to us when we're growing up were not the things that we needed to grow. Were not the things that we needed for development. And it was just the way that it was. We got it from our parents. Our parents got it from their parents. Your parents got it from their parents. And so a lot of us are inside. We're in the middle of a generational spell that's been passed on from generation to generations. And not many times do we stop to say, wait, why do I think the way that I think? Why do I go to church to shout, oh, God will help you today. Your helpers will find you today. Amen. And then you go to certain parts of the world and you realize, wait, that's not the same prayer they're praying there. No one is praying for their helpers to find them, because it's just, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's just the way that we're wired differently. If you grew up in a certain part of the world, the things that we're praying for sometimes is, oh God, please make sure there's electricity today, or make sure this person pays me today. And another part of the world, it's, God, just give me a good heart, or God, just make, just help me keep it together today. So there's a reason why we do the things that we do. There's a reason why you think the way that you think. There's a reason why you are the way that you are. Your job and my job is to go back to the drawing board to say, nothing just happens. Why do I think this way? And we become scientists in our own lives. We become experts. Your job is to become an expert in your own life, to say, wait, why did I show up for this Boundaries conference today? Why wasn't I someplace else? Because when you start to question your every move, when you start to question your actions, your decisions, you start to get to the bottom of why you are the way that you are. And once you understand why you're the way that you are, then you can make different decisions and make different choices. And it won't be about, oh, I need motivation to keep going, because it's not motivation. Motivation is just like a bath. We need it every day, but it's not we need to get to the intricacies. We need to get to the bottom, the psyche behind your behaviors. Now, what determines your behaviors? Your beliefs determine your behaviors. What determines your beliefs? Your paradigms determine your beliefs. What determines your paradigms? Your narratives and your stories. And if we want to go back all the way, you'd see that it all starts from thoughts. What is thoughts? We think, scientists tell us that we think about 30 to 50,000 thoughts every single day. Your mom woke up one morning and she went, you know what? I want you to go to school and I want you to study medicine. The reason she said that was, from her experience, from her exposure, from her environment, she thought that medical doctors do really good, right? And so she started to butter thoughts and she started to put in you a belief. And then that turned into a story, a narrative. And so you could not see it at some point in your life, you could not see yourself doing anything else because it was just ingrained in you. When people say, this thing had been ingrained in me. Now let's talk about being ingrained. From the age of 0 to 7, our brains are in theta states, THETA, theta states. When your brain is in theta states, it means it's a sponge. It's a sponge. Anything you feed it is exactly how it is. What you give it is exactly what it is, right? It does not know how to reject an idea. Your subconscious mind does not know how to reject an idea. It basically accepts everything that is passed on to it from the conscious mind.
Now, if the subconscious mind does not know how to reject an idea, especially between the ages of 0 to 7, it then means that most of our ideas, most of the way that we're formed, most of the way that even our bodies, scientists have even said that mind-body connection, the way that our DNA responds, the way that we respond to criticism, the way that we respond. Some people say I'm sensitive. Some people say I'm able to take things. I'm hard. Those things, you are not just born like that. It's a lot to do with what happened to you between when you were 0 and 7. And when I say a lot to do with what happened to you, I'm talking about your exposure, your environment, your parents, your biological DNA. And this is why they say trauma can be passed on from generation. Trauma that your great-grandparents that you had nothing to do with can be passed on in your DNA. This is how powerful this stuff is. So you don't just wake up one morning and say, I want to break it. I want to do. It doesn't happen that way. So what you then need to be able to do is to reverse engineer to say, what thought led to this belief, that led to this paradigm, that led to me telling myself a story? Speaking of stories, everything is a story. Everything is a story. We tell ourselves stories. We're actors. All of us are actors. Some of us are main cast in the movies of our lives, and some of us are supporting cast. But the truth is, everything, the way that you are shaped today, the way that you are, the way that you think, the way that you dress, the way that you show up, your personality type. I heard Tomra talk about personality type. Those are stories. I'll tell you why. About maybe 15 or so years ago, I realized that I was getting passed up on opportunities. Growing up my entire life, I was told that I was shy because that was the language in the dictionary for people like myself. Well, fast forward, I don't know how many years later, I come to find out that it's not, I wasn't really shy. It was something called social anxiety disorder. But let's just continue back to our story. So I was told that I was shy. Oh, she's really shy. And my parents will always try to explain whenever your friends came over to the house, or whenever my friends came over to the house, why I always ran upstairs. They'll say, oh, Ehi's really shy. Oh, he's not Ehi, don't mind Ehi. She's really, really shy. She's shy. She's a shy one. So after hearing that I was shy over and over and over again, guess what Ehi became? Shy. Guess what Ehi became? Timid. Guess what Ehi became? Not wanting to speak up for herself. Guess what Ehi became? The person who always wanted to take the last. The person who would literally put out her foot so you can step on it. And while you're stepping on it, she's going to freeze and stay still so you don't even realize that you're stepping on it. Because if you realize that you're stepping on it, I might make you uncomfortable. I might hurt your feelings for you to realize that your foot is on my foot. So I'm going to stay still until something changes, until you move, and then I can move. Because I wanted to keep things like this. I didn't want to ruffle any feathers. I didn't want to. This is the this is the depth of the things that I'm talking about here. And so I grew up hearing you're shy, you're timid, you're shy, you're timid, whatever. So I took on that identity of a shy kid. So I did what shy people did. I behaved like a shy person. Not just shy, I behaved like a timid person. So I did this all of middle school, all of high school. And then I remember one year I was in University of Port Harcourt for about 6 months before I traveled out. And I was there, and I remember having this really good friend of mine. I don't know what happened. She asked us to come to some church thing where they were going to evangelize. And I was just like, does she even know me? I guess she doesn't know me. I've been here for just three months. I am shy. And I remember sitting down in my room one day and I went, I was in a different environment. Okay. I was plucked out from that sheltered environment, from that sheltered life where my parents were with me and whatnot. And I was in a different environment. This is the first time I'd been on my own ever. So my brain sensed that something was different, meaning this is another chance for you to rewrite things since you're not around the same people, you're not around the same sheltered, high fences, same, sheltered environment. So it was like something kicked off in my brain to say, oh, danger, danger, danger. We're in a different space. And so I decided I'm not going to be a shy person anymore. The people here don't know me. They don't know my background. They don't know my story. They don't even know who I am. They don't know where I'm coming from. I could decide to change my mind. Expo, you can change your mind. It's easier when you do it without anyone finding out, without tracks, without history. So I was in a space for the first time in my life. There was no family members around me. There was nobody who went to high school with me. There was nobody to remind me of my past. I just decided again, I'm not going to be shy. I'm going to pretend they don't know me. And so I changed my mind I remember in that hostel in Uniport, and we used to go out to go do this evangelism things, and I'll go and shout. I'll be at the front going, hey, you have to get, 5 a.m., getting people to come out to pray. And I did that over and over and over again. I didn't even know who I was. I didn't even care to know who I was. I just knew that I loved this groovy life. And for maybe 16 years, I had not given myself the opportunity to be that. And I decided again, and there was nobody to find out. There was nobody to catch me. There was nobody to know that I was not that person. So it was a great opportunity. So I changed my mind. And I loved this person better. I found that this person got more audience. This person got more opportunities. This person got to be heard. This person got to feel heard. I no longer wanted to be at the back of the room. And from that day henceforth, I changed the course of my life. Why am I telling you this story? Why does it matter to you? Number one, you can change your mind. So yes, you've grown up with this personality, this beliefs, this experience, this outcome, these things that are happening. You can literally wake up one morning and go, oh, I changed my mind. And then you inform your subconscious mind that, oh, things are different now. And you can do with basically anything. Someone is listening to me and going, I don't get. Can I just decide that I want to be a millionaire? Can I just change my mind and go, you know what? I just don't want to be that person anymore. Yes, you can. And you send that information because your subconscious mind does not know how to reject an idea. It only accepts things from the conscious mind that is given to it. The conscious mind has a reason capacity to go, no, I don't want this, or yes, I want this. But as soon as you sell the idea to your conscious mind, your subconscious mind, which is right underneath your conscious mind, does not know how to reject. It literally accepts whatever is given to it. And so that's the story about how I changed my mind. And I went on and I went from one end of the spectrum, shy, timid. I wouldn't even call it shy. I wasn't shy, just at the back of the room, not wanting to have anything good for myself, not wanting to be heard, blah, blah, blah. And I went to the other end where I was just like, you know what, here I am. I'm here to take up space. And to date, I tell this story because people who went to school with me go, that's not Ehi. And I'm like, and they go, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. I can't really sit here and give you any a formula. All I can tell you for fact is I decided and I changed my mind. I decided again, right? So when we're talking about boundaries and we're talking about mindset, I want us to understand the importance of decision making, because the whole time you've been in existence, the reason that we are the way that we are, the reason we make the amount of money that we make, the reason our businesses are the way that they are, the reason we've accomplished as much as we've accomplished is because we're tuning into a certain story about ourselves. What if you start rewriting a new narrative? Now, it's even more powerful when the narrative comes from our parents or from the people that are around you. But that's too late now. That ship has sailed. You let it sail. You're 32, you're 35, you're 39, you're 22. You can start to create a new narrative. Number one, you make up your mind, you decide, I want to be this person. And you literally start to craft it out to say, oh, who is she? What does she do? Who does she hang out with? How much money does she make? Who are her friends? What kind of places does she go? And you create a whole personality for yourself. We'll call her version 2.0. And so your habits, your boundaries, what you would do and what you would never do and what you would always do and what you will stop to do, what you would only do, has to mirror exactly that image that you've created for yourself. Napoleon Hill says something powerful. We would never grow beyond the image that we have of ourselves. I tell you exactly what that means. So you are not the boss. Your subconscious mind is the boss. You think you're the boss, but you're not the boss. Your subconscious mind is the boss. In your subconscious mind, it has an image of how you get to do life. It has an image of your life based on your history, based on your experiences, based on your past, right? And so it's created this image for you. This is, it's created a profile, an avatar. This is how much she makes. This is where she lives. These are the kind of things that she does. And so we have a money thermostat, we have a relationship thermostat, we have thermostats around every aspect of our life. And that's why you find that some people, it doesn't matter where they go, you're the ones who are always meeting the bad guys. And you wonder, why are you always attracting a certain situation to you? It's not coincidence, it's not luck, it's not chance. Is you have something about your persona, about how you want to be treated from the image of your subconscious mind that immediately goes to attract that kind of person. We all have a formula. And this is why there's certain people who make, maybe I'm just going to throw an arbitrary number out there. There's certain people who make maybe $10,000 every month. They cannot but make $10,000 a month. It doesn't matter what they do or not do, they will make $10,000 a month. There is a formula. It's like an Excel spreadsheet. You know the Excel spreadsheet where you have to impute a formula? It's behind the scenes, and that's the real boss. It doesn't matter how hard they work, they will make $10,000. It doesn't matter how little they work, they will make $10,000. So the question that I'm hoping that's on your mind now is, how do I reset that thermostat? Because a lot of us are messing with the temperature. We're like, oh, it's too hot in this place. Let me reduce the whatever. Or it's too cold. Let me do this. You're messing with the temperature. The temperature is not the boss. The thermostat is the boss. So if I set the thermostat of my home to be 20 degrees, it doesn't matter how hot or how cold, it's going to come. The home is going to get back to that temperature because the thermostat has set it that when my home gets to 20 degrees, stop heating, stop cooling, stay there. So this is why it's important for us to create that avatar. We talk about boundaries. Let's create that avatar to say, okay, what do I want? Many times we've never stopped to ask ourselves that question because our parents have dictated what we want. Society has determined what we want. People around us have determined what we want. What do I want and why am I choosing this? You ask yourself that question. Is it in alignment with my higher self? Am I choosing this because I said this is the path of, this is the path of least suffering? Or am I choosing this because, because sometimes our trauma has defined our personalities. Our trauma has defined us. We say, oh, I'm an extrovert, or I'm this kind of personality. No, you're not that person. It's circumstances that made you like that. You're not a hard guy. It's life that made you like that. You had to play defense your whole life. You had to wake up and figure out who you need to beat down to go up. That's why you were the way that you were. If you were born in a different part of the world, you may not be that way. So that's proof that we can stop the whole thing and pause and go, what am I choosing? So let's talk about breaking patterns, because like I said, we're just all in a pattern. You're in a cycle. You tell the cycle is working for you, it's not working for you. How do you break new patterns? How do you break old patterns and introduce new patterns? Number one, we talked about deciding. Number two, you increase your conscious awareness to the fact that you have the power, in fact, to break the pattern. That's why I took the time to help you understand the role of the conscious mind, the role of the subconscious mind. You have the power to stop the whole show because you're in charge of the show. You're the producer. You're the main cast and crew. You stop the whole show and you start to create new personalities, new characteristics for yourself. But all the while, you keep yourself in the driver's seat. You understand that you have the power to introduce new patterns to your life, to your space, to your work, to your career, to your business, to your relationships. And then what starts to happen? You would find that the people that you attract, the monies you attract, the business you attract, the health that you attract, everything that starts to come to you, the opportunities that start to come to you, start to mirror the image that you've created for yourself. The image you created for yourself. So how do we create this image? We do something called a subconscious programming. Because think about it. Your whole life, you've been programmed to do certain things. If we're going to break that 35-year program, 40-year program, 22-year program, however old you are, do you think that you're not going to work for it? It's going to stretch you. It's going to push you. It's going to bring out from you things that you never know where, existed on the inside of you, and they've always been there. But we've never allowed them to come to the surface. Why? Because they've always been recessive. because that's not the part of our lives that the people around us focused on. They focused on our weaknesses. They didn't know that we had this thing on the inside of us. So what we do then is we heighten our subconscious awareness, and we start to reprogram. There are two major ways to reprogram your mind. One of them is autosuggestion. Napoleon Hill talks a lot about this. If you haven't picked up the book Think and Grow Rich, please pick it up. It's not a book. It literally is a Bible on how to live. It's a life manual. It's a life manual. I'll put it that way. It's not a Bible. It's a life manual. Auto-suggestion. How do we auto-suggest to a subconscious mind that we do not see? How do we auto-suggest to some program that we don't even know is running the show? It's like when you try to install a program on your laptop, you don't necessarily see it. It just tells you Firefox has been installed. Upgrade to the next one. How do we change that part of our mind that's running the show? So Napoleon Hill talks about introducing a new belief using the power of repetition. And if that's this is the main thing that I teach, because you know what? I feel like I say to my clients all the time, if you get this one thing, you wouldn't need any more teachings again. If you get it, you can stay here for the rest of your life trying to unlearn the crap that we learned. How do we break those patterns using auto-suggestions? Think about our ears, our eyes, our mouths. These are all like passageways in which information gets into us. We heard, you're so silly, go to the back of the room. This is why you always get in this, and this is why you're always carrying less, and this is why you never do well, because you're always stammering, you're always stuttering, you never know what you want, and you come second. What about Bimba? Bimba always comes first. When you're not in the same class with Bimba, blah, blah, blah. And those things we don't realize are layers and layers of trauma. And so you're in the boardroom wanting to impress. Impress who? Impress those voices. You're wanting to undo those voices that you heard. You don't know this, by the way. You don't know any of this is going on. This is just a battle, internal battle that's going on. The battle is always in the war. The war is always in the mind. You don't know it's going on, by the way. So you're in the boardroom going, but I have this idea, but I want to talk about this. But I think this is the thing that the company needs to hear now. But I think this is the next thing that my business needs. And your subconscious mind is like, is she crazy? Is she stupid? For 32 years, you've been told that you were stupid. Or for how many years you've been told that? No, you don't want to fail. You don't want to lose your money. And so your subconscious mind is going to do everything in its power to keep you safe. How does it keep you safe? It keeps you playing small. It keeps you being at the back of the room. It keeps you doing all the things that you're not, playing safe and telling yourself all the things that you don't want to say to yourself. And you don't even realize you're saying to yourself. And then we come up with justifiable reasons why we cannot do it. Oh, I don't want to sound this. I don't want to sound that. No, it's just found a packaged reason for you as to why it needs to keep reigning in your life. So let's go back to the power of auto-suggestion. How do we introduce a new thought, a new belief, a new pattern to a subconscious mind to say, you know what? I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to stand for this anymore. You can use words. You can use music. You can use new thoughts. You can use new experiences. You can use new evidences. Let's break each of those down. Let's talk about journaling. I have a course, and anyone who knows me knows that I talk about journaling all day, every day, because it's something that I feel like we don't talk about enough. So let's talk about journaling for a second. So I have this new belief. I am 37 and I am the person who wants to go from, maybe I'm just going to throw a random number. I want to go from $10,000 a month and I want to make a huge leap to, let's just say, I don't know, $30,000 a month, something like that. And then you start to say to your subconscious mind, I make XYZ every month. This is my lifestyle. I work I work XYZ hours. I serve this kind of people. I travel to these kind of countries. And you start to say these things over and over and over. You create a movie in your mind. You create a movie in your mind. You support this movie, not just with words, with pictures, with words, with pictures, and then you start to look for evidence in the natural that this thing is happening. What do I mean by that? When you start to shake up your subconscious mind, it doesn't like it. It's like, no, we want to keep you safe. $30,000 a month, who's going to manage that for you? What if you lose money? What if clients come to you and they come back and say they were not happy with your services? What if people don't like you? That's just unnecessary exposure. $30,000, aren't you happy with $10,000? So you're negotiating with your subconscious mind. You're like, okay, wait a second. What about 20? What about 20? How about 20? Let's start with 20. And maybe that's less shock for you. Like, okay, I can handle that. And then you start to move up and move up and move up. So when you're creating this movie, you want to be very intentional. You want to, yes, justifiable reasons, yes. And you want to be very intentional. You want to see yourself like as though you're in court. So what are 10 reasons why I should be making, I'm using money because it's easier. Obviously, this is not a money conference. You can apply this to anything. You can apply this to relationship, marriage, whatever it is. But let's just use money because we have numbers. So what are some 10 reasons why I should make $20,000 every month? Well, because I did this, I did that. And you start to bring up your strong reasons in the court of your subconscious mind. And it tells you, well, that's not enough. Look at this person. They did that and they still didn't get there. Look at this thing. And this is your mind talking to you. This is you having a conversation. I don't know if you guys have ever had that conversation with your mind before where you're trying to justify something. It's like, no, don't go there. And you're like, wait, hold on. Let's negotiate. Let's meet in the middle. What about this person who did this? If they did this, maybe perhaps I'm not saying that I'm going to do the exact same thing as them, but maybe there was an opportunity or there's a possibility that I can do that. They're like, no, they're not like you, da. And so what I would do is I would look for evidence in the real world that I, the kind of person that I am, with the way that I am, with the way that I sound, with my experience, with my education, not a PhD level, because I'm not PhD. If I say, oh, what about this person who made $50,000 and your subconscious mind immediately say, oh, but they have a PhD. You want to make it easy. You're in the courts. You want to make it easy. Your subconscious mind is going to say they have a PhD and it's going to shut down the idea. So what I want to do is I want to look for someone who's closest to me to they've done this. And then your mind starts to maybe accept the idea. It starts to be open to the idea. Okay, that's a possibility. We can do that. And then your mind starts to accept the idea and you continue to repeat it over and over and over again. Remember I said this takes work? It's not something you do once and you forget about. It's something sometimes you do up to 10, 12, 15 times a day. You're constantly pivoting. And guess what? Life is so good, it's going to give you evidence. As you do that, you're going to go out that day, you're going to drive and you're going to see someone who reminds you of a movie that you created for yourself. And you're going to be like, oh my God, that's what I just talked about. Great. And these are signs being thrown at you that it's happening. And you're constantly getting closer and closer to what you want, right? So you do this and you continue to ask yourself questions and you're doing all of this in your journal, by the way, and you're repeating it. You go to bed at night. You are not wasting your dream time because your brain is not sleeping. Your spirit is not sleeping. It's very much awake. So what are you doing? You are playing these audios in your mind of the strong boundaries that you've created for yourself, meaning how much money you're deciding to make, the kind of human being that you want to get married to, the kind of cities that you want to live in, the kind of lifestyle that you want to have, the kind of children that you want to have, whatever it is that you're working on. You're playing this movie over and over and over. Well, hey, I'm sleeping though. Why does it matter? Because it's going straight into your subconscious mind. And that's the only person that needs to be impressed, not you. I once did this work with a client, and whenever she'd get to the point where she'd say, I'm important, I'm speaking to 10,000, she'll wake up from the middle of her sleep and be like shook. She'll wake up from the middle of her sleep when she hears her name and be thrown off. And for weeks and weeks, that disturbed her. She goes, hey, I don't know why I'm thrown off. I wake up like I'm in the middle of a bad dream when I hear I am this. And we got to the bottom. We had to start asking questions. Why do you wake up with shock when you hear that? Because we realize in the bottom of our hearts, when you go back to the roots of the trauma a lot of us have dealt with, that thing is so foreign. Your name being associated with good is like water and oil. It doesn't mix. You've never heard it before. This is how deep this work is. It's deep work. Oh, I've just been told I have 3 more minutes. It's deep work. It's deep work. You do this through journaling. You do this through visualizing. You do this through looking for evidence around you every day. Evidence. And sometimes the evidence could be a little cloud in the sky. Oh, someone called me today. They inquired about my 10K package. Boom, I'm getting closer. And you rejoice about that. And you know with a certainty, you start to write from the end in mind. I am so happy and grateful now that I am this person. Of course, your system is going to be shocked the first couple of weeks and months. Like, what? You're not that person. Stop lying. It's going to feel like a lie, like a freaking Nollywood script. And you're going to keep doing that over and you're massaging it until one day you are going to wake up and you're going to believe it. And all of that is going to come together. And I just want to say one last thing. Well, I didn't really get time to go into the real work. But when I talk like this, people think, oh my God, this is a lot of work. Or wow, this is going to take too long. I just want you to know that you're not on your own. You're not the one who is mechanically. I know a lot of us it's been draining to a subconscious mind that, we have to do these things by ourselves and it's so mechanical and such a lot of work. No, you're not the one who's doing it. You're given instructions to your subconscious mind is intelligent. And remember, whatever spiritual beliefs you have, the universal power, God, you have so much on your side. You have more that is for you that is against you. So when you start hearing this work, you're like, but I have 30 years of garbage. Where am I going to start from? You just start from where you are and you see that the work doesn't happen in 30 years. Actually, the work is quite geometric. The first couple of weeks might be hard, but eventually it's like a pile of cards just crumbling and everything just comes down. And you're like, wow, you mean I've been hustling for nothing? I've been suffering for nothing. I've been changing landing page after landing page after landing page, trying to impress my client. Meanwhile, all I really needed to do was to convince my subconscious mind. You mean I've been going from one dating website to the next dating website, trying to prove to the right man that I'm the one? Meanwhile, all I needed to do was just to change my self-image script about who I wanted into my life and leave the rest, the hard work for God to do. It sounds too easy. And when it's too easy, most of us were not interested, unfortunately. Brother, that's all I got, right? That's all the time I've got. Oh my God. Yeah.
Hey, people. I'm sorry, where's the fire? I'm looking for it because it's burning inside me. I need it to come outside from inside my inside. What?
Work.
What is this? You see, this was why I did this summit, because every time I would talk about boundaries, people would think I was talking about their mothers-in-law. People would think I was talking about their evil bosses, evil in quote, right? Because when you're a boss, then you know that it's not quite that straightforward. That's what people will be thinking about. They will want to know about it. What should I tell her? She said this now. What should I now respond? And I knew that this thing comes from a deeper place. It comes from a place of mindset. It comes from a place of love. It comes from a place of purpose. If you don't have all these things already seated in your spirit, leave them alone. They are Jara. You understand that it wasn't about those people stepping on your foot. You understand what I mean? It's not about you stopping, not being shy any longer. It was about something bigger, deeper within. All right, people are beginning to ask questions here. Somebody's asking you now, now you said all these things. Now, how, when, where? What is one thing they can take right now that they can just go do right now after the session?
Okay. I like practicality. I don't like conferences that you come to and you're more overwhelmed and you're confused. You're like, oh my God, all this information, what am I going to do? So let me just break it down to you. One thing that you can do tonight, Sunday, tonight, not tomorrow, tonight. I want you to write out a self-image script. If you don't know what a self-image script is, I want you to look it up. Look for self-image script templates. Make sure you're looking up, obviously, at the right things. There's so much on the internet these days. But look for a good self-image script that describes your ideal self, your version 2.0. Make sure you go into the intricacies and the details. Make sure you address every aspect of your life. And I want you to look at that and read that a couple times a day. And you will find that would start to inform the decisions that you make. So that's the one thing I want us to start with. Write a self-image script and repeat it to yourself. Repeat it like a crazy. You're gonna look crazy, but when you're driving, don't be driving and listening to FM that's not serving you. Listen to your self-image script. Don't listen to music that's not helping you. Remember, guys, we have 30 years. Like we have a lot of us. I don't know about you, but for me,
a lot of us.
I'm 37 years of garbage. I started doing the work about 7-10 years ago, but still, I'm still struggling with the work. There's nobody who's overcome the work. All of us are in the work together. So listen to the audio message that you have recorded. When you write the self-image script, record it on your phone and listen to it. Put it on loop. Auto loop. Let it loop while you were sleeping. Let it loop while you're driving. Let it be in your ears while you're at the supermarket. Because when you touch that thing that says it's $300 and your mind goes, "Drop it. Is that your mate? Is that where your mate?" You will say, no. Yes, this is where you will argue with it. You say, this is where my mates are shopping. And I'm saying that you may not have the $300 in your wallet, but you will not go under. You sit there and go, this is where my mates are shopping, and I'm coming back for this thing. That's how you change your world. It's not by, I know we talk about books, and books are great, but it's not by theorizing. This is not theory.
No.
This is what we need to roll up our sleeves to do every single day. So yes, it applies everywhere. You're in the supermarket, you're in the mall, you're in your friend's house, and people are talking about, you see your friend who has this wonderful Hermes person. Before you roll up your eyes and start to condemn her, in fact, it doesn't matter where she got the money from. That's not your business. Your own is, how do I get this kind of life that I want? It may not even be money, by the way. But how do I start to control my finances, control my opportunities, control my income, control the people around me, control my weight, control my health, control my mental state, control. How do I start to control? I don't want to be we've been in the passenger seat for so long. We don't want to react anymore. We're tired of being on the receiving end of things. We want to be in control. How do I do it?
We have 1 single minute, and HNE just asked something super important. Give an example. So just give me an example of maybe just like a 15-second or a 30-second. Someone, maybe there's a woman here. She's educated. She's working. She's earning this amount of money. You know, her marriage is not exactly happy. Her children are not exactly listening. People think she's a success, but she knows she's kind of just average. What give a flip script in just about a 30 seconds flip script example?
Hey Jenny, that's a good question. A self-made script is you writing those things that be not as though they were. That's literally what it is. That's the template of it. I am a Jenny. I make this amount of money. My children do this. They go to this kind of schools around the world. My husband and I have a freedom-based lifestyle. I'm so happy and grateful. Wow, thank you, God, because my health is top-notch. You're writing the things that are not the way
as
that they were. You're not writing it out because you want to pray to God or ask God. These are things that God has already given to us. So let's leave that matter. That's a whole nother story for another day. You're writing it in past tense. Wow, this happened. Wow, thank you, God. Thank you, God. This actually happened. I have this. I have that. And you're reading it out. And there's something has to shift on the inside of you, because if it's not shifting internally, then it's not happening. It has to make you excited now, not in the future, now.
So this literally is what happened with this conference. Everything you're seeing, we already saw it. It already was. This is how it's going to be excellent. This is how people are going to respond. I mean, literally, the prayer is not God help us, let us be. No, it is. This is what the speakers are speaking from a place of love. The speakers are speaking. They are dropping everything they came with for you. Did you know that was a prayer that I prayed for you? They won't go back with anything. Say, oh, it's because it's only 30 minutes or it's 10 minutes. No, literally. These were words that we said before now, and we saw it. So everything you guys are saying here now is just a jara. And we're having our next speaker come up now, Eden Aonwoka. You'll be seeing Eden in a minute. Eden is also a mindset coach. Oh my gosh, the people say they are still shouting. Okay, is there? Okay, you just get up and go. People are asking, how do I start? What do I? Okay, so let me merge both of you together now. Eden is a mindset coach as well. Well, Eden is many things, but I know that mindset is where she starts. It's the basis of everything. Because a lot of us like how to. You have the how to, the dummy series for everything on the external, yet there's no internal. Eden, how does your message dovetail with Ehi's? And what is one thing you would say you've gotten from her session? I've asked this of all my speakers too.
Hey, hello everyone. Good morning here from Texas. Hi,
hey, Queen.
Hi, Ehi. I think fundamentally everything rises and falls on the subconscious. So I love the emphasis on that. And we'll get to that in a bit when communicating boundaries. You can't communicate who you are not. So I think basically what Ehi is trying to, I think what Ehi has done successfully, if I want to kind of say that, is she has gone from the skyscraper and gone to the foundation. Like, guys, I don't care how beautiful, amazing this entire building looks, but let's check the foundation. If you are not it, if you cannot create it from within, if you can't see it, you can express it.
No way.
If you cannot express it, you cannot be it. So I think his contribution to this conversation is valid.
You guys, that's it. You got it right here. Thank you so much, Ehi. We are uber honored to have you here with us. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
But okay, I'll put your links in the chat. If there's anyone I missed, please help me add it in there. But follow at Ehi Ademabo on Instagram. You'll just be receiving word like this daily. Hey, what will happen to your life? I can't even tell.
I'm following. Please engage with her. If she has incredible resources, you all can kind of get. I mean,
that's true.
These conferences are good, but hey, these are powerhouses. How much time? 40 minutes. but you have access to their materials, their classes, their one-on-one. So please go. That might be your best end of year gift to yourself.
Are your Morning Miracle series still on, Ehi?
Morning Miracles on. It's free, absolutely free. Well, 6 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. So
how can they connect?
How about you send me? How about they send me a message on Instagram? I'll just give them a link to join.
Awesome. DM Ehi on Instagram. She does this Morning Miracle. It's like somebody is helping you on your personal journey. You can't pay for that thing. If she was going to charge for it, you can't pay. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we'll be having Eden here in a minute. I'll just play your video and we'll get started.
Eden A. Onwunka, fondly known as The Sage, is an international John C. Maxwell certified speaker and trainer who delivers keynote speeches and coaching to aid personal and professional growth through study and practical application of John's proven leadership methods. With extensive leadership experience and the privilege of being mentored by some of the finest leaders, she believes no task is too mundane and no goal too magnificent. She holds degrees in Bachelor of Arts and Humanities and a Master's in Business Administration, respectively. Her robust corporate experience spans 16 years in consulting and financial services with brief stints in the energy industry. She currently holds a position with a leading Fortune 500 company. Eden is passionate about helping individuals gain clarity and confidence to live life on purpose. To this end, she offers coaching in these areas: A Woman and Half, coaching on relationship and esteem for mature women, especially single women who have been through a heartbreak. Creative writing, for aspiring writers and thought leaders who desire to hone their message. Eden lives in Texas with her husband and children, whom she fondly calls as Shades of Grace. Speaking on the effective communication of boundaries, welcome Eden A. Onwunka.
Hi! This is the day that the Lord has made, that the Lord has made.
Look at me blushing.
I will rejoice. I will rejoice. That's how my heart, this is what is singing in my heart, people. What is singing in your heart? Put the chorus that is singing in your heart in the chat for me. Eden, I know that even this relationship thing you do, it is almost an excuse to work on mindset. Because one thing I love about you is your authenticity. And the authenticity part has to be that your subconscious and your conscious has to be in alignment. Right. So that when you do actually communicate, it is from depth. It's not a script. So many people ask me, what's the action plan? Can I practice my script? And we'll do all that in the Boundaries Bootcamp. But till you get all these sides, everything else is fake. You'll be saying it, even your eyes are not communicating. And we know that communication is 70%, or is it 80% now? They say body language. Eden, they say they are shaking. Please help them calm down. Take it away, man.
Come on, guys. Well, brother, there. Thank you so very much. Hello, everyone. You know I'm awesome and excited to be here. Some people are remembering things they've heard me say. You guys, let me focus. Honor to whom honor is due, brother. There, you have managed to put up what I would call a world class. Probably, I think it's not just a world class. Maybe we are now a planetary class. We have stepped out of the world, and I think even Elon Musk must be interested in what you are doing here. I'm not sure how you did it, but I've said it to you before privately. But let me say to you publicly: there's one word, brother, there to describe you. Guys, listen, please. If there is one word to describe Bralade Koroye Menanjo, that word will be honora. Can someone please put it kindly in the comment section? Put honor, then put ER after that. Bralade is an honorer, with how incredibly gifted she is, with how incredibly spiritual she is, with such a powerhouse that she is, with all she's managed to achieve and will yet achieve, with all her pedigree and the heritage she comes from, with her erudite mind, with her power of conviction, yet Bralade is an honorer. You cannot leave the presence of Bralade and not feel like you were courted with honor. So I am not surprised that you've managed to bring all kinds of powerhouses together. These are people that you don't get to see. And somehow you managed to pull all of them together in one conference. That speaks to who you are. I honor you because you always drip with honor. They say you drip with glory. Brother, you drip with honor, and I want to thank you for your growth. I want to thank you for having me at this conference. My name is Eden Eonwuka, as you know, and I will be speaking on effective tools for communicating boundaries. Anyhow you want to put it, whether boundaries, communication, effective tools for communicating boundaries. And it's going to be a little tricky to do that in 30 minutes, but I will try. So I want to crave your indulgence. At best, this will be an introduction, okay? Even if we can't finish it now, brother, I'm going to put you on the spot. Maybe sometime before the end of the year, we'll do a boundaries and communication masterclass. I normally teach an authentic masterclass. I will now intertwine the boundaries so that we can kind of have that maybe for an investment so that we can build on it. But I'm going to try to capture all that God has put in my heart. But you know how we do it. Let's take 2 affirmations quickly, because someone is about to take something today and your language will change. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let me see if you're ready in the comment section. I want you to pretend you are making a pledge. You're standing before a judge. Lift your hands up and let's take this affirmation. I honor my boundaries. Come on now, guys, lift up your right hand. You can't make a pledge without lifting up. I want you to say it so that the universe understands that you're not joking. I honor my boundaries. I am not all things to all men. I am focused on my assignment. I am conscious of covenant. Let's take it again. I honor my boundaries. I am not all things to all men. I am focused on my assignment. I am conscious of the covenant I carry. I'm going to help you. Let's take it one more time. I honor my boundaries. I honor my boundaries. My goodness, you have to say, because some of us, when we get into the teaching, you will know that it's not your fault that you don't understand boundaries. How can you understand what you've never been taught? I honor my boundaries. I am not all things to all men. You know, I don't have an identity crisis. So I know that I'm not all things to all men, and that's okay. I am focused on my assignment. And you know why that is important? Because I'm not responding to things outside my assignment. I am conscious of covenant. If you do not know who you are, the world will sell you an inferior version of yourself. Good. Keep the affirmations coming. Honor my boundaries. I'm not all things to all men. I'm conscious of covenant. I am focused on my assignment. And let's start. So before I begin on the teaching on effective boundaries, Eden Eonwuka, you've heard the other stuff, John C. Maxwell Certified Women Coach. I wanted to have a fun fact about me. I'm from the East. I was born in the West. I schooled in the North. I served in the South, and I'm now a global citizen. So fun fact to remember, I'm from the East, was born in the West, schooled in the North, served in the South. I am now a global citizen. So I bring you greetings from my home here in Texas. I am honored to be here. And before I move on, I just wanted to honor the iconic memory of my beautiful mom who passed 3 weeks ago. When Bralade said, Eden, would you still be able to speak at the Boundaries conference that we spoke from months back? I said to her, yes, I believe in what will Jesus do, WWJD. But these days I add a second layer. I say, what will mom say? WWMS. And I know that mom will be like, oh, Mary Holman, go ahead with it. So I bring greetings and honor to our priceless memory of one of the most iconic women who taught me all that I knew and who also empowered my voice by empowering her voice. She empowered my voice by empowering my voice. And this is a remembrance for her because she taught me how to not just spread my wings, but to fly. Let's get this show on the road. Tools for communicating effective boundaries. Guys, let's start. That I know that I don't need to lay so much foundation, but it's important to give a few reminders. Reminder one is that boundary is a spiritual conversation. And why I know that many times the spiritual people that kick back on boundaries. Is it in the Bible? Is it God? If you love, if you are in love, there will not be boundary. No. So I want you to just settle that. Remove your religious limitation because religion is not spirituality and relationship is not religion. Okay? Godliness is not religion. So boundary is a spiritual conversation. If you doubt it, go back to Genesis where my name is Eden. You realize that the first violation or the first loss of dominion in the Bible was because people did not adhere to boundaries. Simple rule. Eat this one, eat this one, eat this one, eat this one. You see that one, don't eat. They said, it's not good. And they went and ate that one. So the boundary conversation is a spiritual conversation. The inability for our ancestors, Adamu and Efe, to honor boundaries is the reason for a broken world. So I want to lay that foundation that the boundary conversation is a spiritual conversation. That's number one. Then maybe you're not into spiritual stuff. I wish you were, but even if you're not, maybe scientist. The pandemic is creation's way of reminding us that we need boundaries. We forgot. We started living anyhow, eating anything, going everywhere in the pandemic because every 100 years, according to data, there is a pandemic. So the pandemic is creation groaning and saying, what are these people doing here? I like that they are valuable. I love their liberty. But they gotta put some boundaries. And please, I'll be the first to offer my condolences if you lost something or someone in the pandemic. I did also have my losses. But never before have adults have to go by rule. Don't hug, and suddenly we realized that it was possible to not hug. Don't shake hands, and suddenly, against what we've known for 40, 50, 60, 70, even 80 years, we realized that we could do without shaking. Don't visit. Suddenly, people sat themselves in their houses and started talking to each other. The pandemic forced us to enforce boundaries. Wear your mask, don't hug, don't eat, don't do. And 6 feet, you know what that is? Space. Because the boundaries conversation is also a conversation of value and space. Many of us do not know space. So it's almost like for the first time in our lives as adults, what we were not taught in our houses, what culture did not teach us, what we missed out in our relationship, the whole world had to finally take a look and say, boundaries is life. So now that we have the spiritual foundation and the scientific foundation of the earth literally growing and telling us, stop traveling, sit down, don't shake, wash your hands, it forced us to finally enforce boundaries that are not natural to us. Ask me, some people you haven't seen them because you sat down for the first time in your life. So creation story teaches us about setting and adhering to boundaries. Genesis. Pandemic is nature's way of reinforcing its boundaries. 6 feet, sit down, social distancing. But I think when it comes to the effective communication around boundaries, one of the things we need to look at is why are people afraid to establish boundaries? And you realize that when you mirror boundaries and communication, the answer is simple. Because people are fundamentally afraid to speak up. Do you know that people in all the phobias, over probably 80 or 70 phobias in the world, fear of falling, fear of dying, fear of singing, fear of everything. There's a phobia for everything, all kinds of phobia. That the highest phobia is fear of public speaking. The highest phobia is the fear of public speaking. I'm going to repeat it one more time in case you missed it the first 2 times. The highest phobia is the fear of public speaking, and that is glossophobia. People are literally afraid. They said people are more afraid of public speaking than they are afraid of dying. Now, someone might ask, like Tina Turner, what's that got to do with it? I don't understand. Why public speaking? Now, I want you to sit on that for a moment. I want you to hold that thought for a moment. Even because people are mostly afraid of public speaking, when you internalize it, personalize it, individualize it in your own space, you realize that people are fundamentally afraid of speaking up. So not necessarily public on a TED talk or in a summit, in a conference. People are afraid of using their voice to express their desires, using their voice to drive direction. Glossophobia, which is the fear of public speaking, is also manifested in people's inability to speak in quote unquote their truth, or express themselves, or show up with their most authentic expression, or communicate boundaries in relationship, in career, in parenting, in everywhere. So you see that the boundaries conversation is the communications conversation. And you know why people are afraid of speaking up? Apart from the cultural limitation, I'll give you a few. I know people ahead of me have dealt, I know, so a speaker has dealt with identity, we've had psychotherapists deal with, but let me share 3. The root of glossophobia, or fear of speaking up, is in 3 things, and this is not an exhaustive list. It is from dysfunctional upbringing, where people were told to shh, sit down. If you're African, you understand. Mommy, why is the apple red and some apple green? Go and sit down, what are you talking? Go read your book. And the child feels that, it's wrong to ask a question. Mommy, why are you telling me to do that? I'm the one telling you to do, I will deal with you. And the child feels that, my opinions don't matter. So they internalize this hush culture and think that it is wrong to express themselves. So if you tell me as a child that I can't ask a question, and tell me as a child that my opinion doesn't count, and tell me as a child that I don't have a reason to have emotions. When I'm angry, it's wrong. When I'm unhappy, it's wrong. When I'm sad, it's wrong. When I don't want to hug this uncle, because when I hug this uncle, he squeezes my butt. And I'm saying, Mommy, I don't want to hug. They say, go hug your uncle. If you don't hug your uncle, you will not eat. So the child is confused. The child is confused because we are telling them that boundaries do not matter. So one of the reasons why people do not speak out is dysfunctional parenting. You cannot know what you do not know. You cannot have what you were not taught. So we grew up in homes where there was no boundary, in such a beautiful, rich community culture of the African Asian culture community. It takes a village to raise a child. Yes. But also the flip side of not having a boundary around that culture is that you have enmeshed personalities. Enmeshed. Are you coming for the wedding? I'm not sure. Why would you come for the wedding? Okay. My opinions don't matter. Are you buying that I should be? I can't afford it. After they've done for you. So we show up undermining ourselves. Dysfunctional upbringing. Number 2 reason why people don't speak up or struggle with speaking up, and we are going somewhere, is learned helplessness. Learned helplessness. They saw parents that, just accepted things. They saw examples of people rolled over their head. They saw, examples of moms that were doormats, quote unquote, emotionally for abusers. So they, monkey see do, baby see, baby do. So they learned this helplessness in a culture where a child, maybe if she's on a period or something and can't have the privacy, and people are are barging into their room. I've heard, in my line of coaching, I've heard people say how they were shamed and they were body conscious by mothers who meant well but didn't know better, because they're like, come in a crowd full of room. Do you know she started that period? Come, she's wearing bra. Come, let them see. Open now. This is not your aunties. And this child is shrinking to death. So that learned helplessness, where you can't lock your door, you can't say no, you can't express yourself, where there is a fluidity, that is toxic. So people import that into adulthood, and they can't even speak up because they think Sorosoki is wrong. And if you're not Nigerian, Sorosoki means speak up. Then the third thing, and the most underlying reason why there is no effective communication on boundaries, is fear of rejection. At the heart of every inability to say yes or no is the fear, the subtle fear of rejection. Now, some might be here and like, no, I'm not afraid of rejection. No, you are. You just don't know it. Because the desire to people please is rooted in the fear of rejection. The desire to be a yes man, the Messiah complex, you want to be all things. That's why the affirmations we took was important. Remember, I said, I honor but I'm not all things to all men. It's not a flattery. I don't want to be all things to all men. It's fine. I don't want to respond to things outside my assignment. There are conferences I said no to because they're outside my assignment. This happens to be within my assignment. So meaning that I don't want to be in your good books. I don't want to be in your good graces. That's not the goal. My goal is to be in the line of purpose, in the line of duty. What is ethical and moral. Your validation of me does not invalidate me. Your invalidation of me has nothing to do with me. I know my assignment. You see fear of rejection from a spouse, rejection from in-laws, outlaws from a job. So you see people, they're actually living, they've planned themselves. They were supposed to leave by 7 p.m. for their daughter's graduation that happened 2 hours ago. And the boss just said, can you do this? I know it's not part of it. Can you quickly type this up? And they say, yes. And their soul is saying, no, I'm dying. But their mouth are saying, yeah. Not because they are thinking of teamwork, not because they are thinking of additional value. It's because I cannot bear tomorrow morning for you to not say good morning to me. I cannot bear to pass you and you give me the I cannot bear to be talked about. Why won't you be talked about? So for a pot of porridge, for just hi from a friend, from not being talked about by co-workers, you say yes to things that are outside your assignment. So how do we communicate effectively? I'm going to give you a quick tool. Before you start communicating, the first thing you need to know is that you need to start communicate first based on your highest emotional well-being. You see, any boundaries that doesn't start from your value-based place or place of conviction is a lie, it's inauthentic. So that means you don't just start boundary. I will not do this again, I'll sleep by no. You sit down and understand how that is aligned with your core. Let me repeat it. You sit down and understand how and why that is aligned with your core. So first, you communicate with yourself based on your highest emotional well-being. Audre Lorde said, when we speak, we are afraid that our words will not be heard or even welcomed. She said, but when we are silent, we are still afraid. So your silence is not even a strength. When you are silent, you are still afraid. So it's just better to speak. So understand that your truth is energy. And like a baby in your womb, when you've been incubated with a truth that you cannot deliver, you will have a stillborn. Check any woman, unfortunately, who lost a baby or who a fetus died inside of them. They had to do an evacuation because either you release it naturally or it has to be taken out in some way. Many of us are incubated with truth about the core of our life that our soul needs. We need for us to not lose our sanity limits. But we are moving around with this dead baby because when you don't speak up, the baby in you dies. So I want you to know that boundary setting, boundary communication, it will unleash emotions. It's okay. Be ready for it. Many of us are so afraid of speaking up because we are not aligned to our core. Why is this important? Why do I want to wake up early? Why don't I want noise? Why don't I want to be disrespected? Why don't I want to be shouted on? You must go back to the very beginning. Like Sound of Music, the very good place to start. You go back to why. So it sounds something like that. You see, when you raise your voice, I feel disrespected because I want to hear what you are saying. But when you raise your voice, I'm a little anxious and I can't hear you properly. Because I don't want to feel disrespected. When I feel disrespected, I disconnect. So you need to go back to the why before you understand the how of the communication. When you raise your voice, I feel, not you, I feel disconnected. And a disconnected Eden, for instance, a disrespected Eden, rather, is a disconnected Eden. A disconnected Eden does not assimilate things well. You see what I just did? You see what I just did? It's not, I don't want you to be shouting on me. Stop shouting on me. You're a shouter, wicked man. No. That's not how to communicate boundaries. You haven't tied it to your core. That's why at the first sign of opposition, you switch off. So remember, in communicating boundaries, go back to the core. Why this matters to you? Because guess what? Boundaries is not a one-size-fits-all. Brother's boundaries is not Eden's boundaries. I've seen people pull out their wigs on things that are such a big deal to me, them, and it's me, it's not a big deal. I had a woman say, I want to be cooking. I don't like it when my husband goes to the store. It makes me feel like I'm not for me. I'm looking for people to come and cook in my house. This is no. So you see my point? So for her, she has to prove to her in-law, what will you do if your mother-in-law is always bringing food from your son-in-law? How will you feel? I said, I will thank the woman and say, please, Mama, continue bringing the food. You see, one woman's boundary is not another woman's boundary. Your boundary is not my boundary. It's not a one-size-fits-all. Even though they are common denominators on indices, the core of your essence is not my core of my essence. And guess what, sweetheart? Your sanity limit is not my sanity limit. Your threshold for drama isn't my threshold for drama. Your pet peeve even isn't my pet peeve. What will rock my world is not what will rock your world. So go back before you start even communicating boundaries. Go back to the why. Why is this even something? Not something. That's why secondary boundaries, second-hand boundaries don't work. Your friend said, my husband does not do this, so I don't do, and you quickly copy and paste. Boundary is not copy and paste. The tools can be replicated, but ultimately, it's on you. And you know why this is important? Someone is saying, but what's the big deal? It is important because of the increase in stress levels. According to the American Psychological Association, 58% of people, 58% of people are under high stress levels that are toxic to their health. That's why people are falling like pack of cards. Increase in cardiac arrest, increase in all those young people going through, terminal illnesses that, older people before used to be older people that are going through. According to the McKinsey report, over 48% of people are either anxious or depressed. So tie this together, 58% high stress, over 48. So everybody you meet is heightened stress level. You know why? Because even though there are clinical aspects to this, one of the reasons why this is actually in focus is that people are not saying enough yes or no. Yes or no. No, that could have recalibrated their lives and released them. They are not saying that. Many are living from a place of feelings, not value-based decisions that are effectively communicated with boundaries. You see the point? Many make themselves responsible for other people's, reactions. And an analogy I like to give, and it's not a cute analogy, forgive me that it offends your sensibilities, is a poop analogy. Yes, poop. So if you invite people to your house and maybe you give them food or something, and maybe something you give that others enjoyed triggered a stomach upset in one of your guests, and they had to run to your bathroom. When they come, the best you say, I'm sorry that that upset your stomach. You are not responsible for that. Their allergy or your miscommunication or you not knowing that they had an allergy is not on you. But what we try to do using the poop analogy is that many of us rush to the bathroom with them and want to start wiping them. That's what we do in boundaries. We are so afraid of people's reaction to our boundaries that we start wiping their whatever, which is not our business. So we are afraid to enforce boundaries because we are afraid of the backlash. I want to release you now to your highest self by submitting to your kind consideration that when you choose to uphold your boundaries and protect your sanity limits, they're going to poop on you, but it ain't you. That's not on you. Are you getting where I'm going? So I want you to understand that you are not a device that should be turned on 24 hours. Many of us treat ourselves like cell phone. We are always on. That's not how human beings are meant to function. It's okay to say no, and I will show you quickly. I know I'm mindful of time, how the simple tool on how to progress. But before I show you that, please write this down. Most people are in a reactive state. That is why you have to be in a proactive state. Most people are in a reactionary state. That's why you have to be in a proactive state. I'm going to repeat it one more time. Most people are in a reactive state. They are reacting. So that's why you have to be in a proactive state. That's why they will dump the emergency on you. That's why they will disrespect your time. Like DDK said, they disrespect your conviction, disrespect your value, because many people live life from reactivity. That's why you have to be proactive. You have to be proactive with your time, your calendar, your emotions, and realize that their tantrums, it's not on you. The R-A-R-E, rare, simple way. If you want to know, did I fail? Did I flunk? R-A-R-E, rare. Make sure that in communicating or expressing yourself in boundaries, that R, it's respectful. As long as it's respectful, ain't on you. And make sure that A is assertive, and we'll go into that a little bit more. As long as you're in assertive, and assertivity is like being authentic. Don't say yes when you mean no. Then R, make sure that you're making a request. Many of us just express ourselves, we don't make a request. Like in sale, if you don't ask for the sale, everything is a wash. So when you are expressing, make a request. Remember, rare, respectful, A, assertive. R, make a request. Boundary setting is not gist. Boundary communication is not pali and you go. There must be a request. And after you make a request, make sure your requests are devoid of E. No entitlement, meaning that I have done my bit. I'm not supposed to monitor the outcome. Many of us feel so responsible for the outcome after communicating boundaries. I hear questions like, so what if I tell him and it does not change? That's not you. Are you God? You're not a mini Messiah, custodian of the times. That's not who you are. As long as it's respectful, assertive, and you make a request. So how do you make a request? Please, when I said to my kids, mommy is going to our studio now. She's going to be teaching. So please, mom, don't interrupt mommy, okay? Can I ask that you please don't interrupt mommy? You see, I'm respectful, I'm assertive, but I made a request. Many of us stop at, mommy is going to our studio, she's going to teach. Then we move. But you didn't make a request. The request must come after the respectful, the assertive, the request devoid of entitlement. Many of us are boundary policemen. After we've expressed ourselves, then we are like, but he didn't change. He didn't change. This is all the ways. No way. As long as it's R-A-R, it's rare, you have done your bit. So moving on. I'm not going to take the cardinal rules of boundary setting. Maybe in the Q&A, I might just roll through it. I wanted to give you the tool. My time-tested framework created by Woman and Half and coaching that has helped in boundary setting. Please, can someone be kind enough to write C-A-L-T down? C-A-L-T. I know I have a couple of more minutes. I think, thank you for keeping me, awesome. Thank you for keeping me in check. I think I have 2 minutes. It's fine. Probably Barala, get ready, we'll do a boundaries and communication masterclass because there are several layers to this. But let me try and just at least introduce the tool to you. You know why? Because tools are important. In my introductory video that Barala posted, I said that the Bible says that the way of a fool tires everyone, he wearies everyone because he doesn't know how to take the city. So as much as all we've heard is fantastic, how is important, okay? How do I set boundaries? CALT. C stands for communicate the direction. Did you hear that? Did someone just say, ouch? I heard it. Communicate the direction, not communicate the process. Communicate how I'm feeling. Communicate the grievance. Many of us are storytellers in the wrong way. We say everything that is happening. I don't like how you're coming back late. I don't like how you're coming back late. Every time you are communicating the problem. No, you communicate the direction. I need you to show up early, because if you show up early, we can have the family devotion early, eat together as a family. That will increase our unity, and so that your children can get the value of your awesome parenting. You see what I did? Communicate the direction. Not the pain point, not the nagging, not the pettiness. Remember, boundaries are not for the petty, they are for power. If your communication is petty, you just undermine your boundary communication. It's not I will show you. No. Communicate the direction. Hey, and I'm going to come back to that. Hey, be assertive, not accusative. Be assertive, not accusative. I feel disrespected when you raise your voice. I feel that's assertive. And if I'm disrespected, I'm disconnected. And if I'm disconnected, I'm anxious and I don't hear well. And I know you have something valuable to say. Assertive. But accusative is, you are a shouter. You are a bad man. Your voice is loud. Accusative. Whenever you bring accusation, people zone off. You don't get the best of them. So be assertive. Assertive is standing in your own divine government and expressing how you feel without disrespecting. And I'll give you more tools, but I want to make sure at least you have the count, even if you don't break it down. The L, lowering your boundaries is counterproductive, meaning don't lower your boundaries. L, don't lower your boundaries. Oh, that's why they don't take us seriously, because today you say A, tomorrow you say B, tomorrow you say C. No, you can change your approach. You can compromise on approach, but don't compromise on value. Lowering your boundaries is the biggest way to be counterproductive. That's why they've heard it. They're tired. They said this, give it 2 weeks. So what does it sound well? I want us to be healthy eating. I want us to eat healthier. Okay? Then you bring quinoa, you bring cabbage, you bring broccoli. First week, by the second week, they see you open, if you're like me, you open soda with a big Mac. And you're eating it. I want us to healthy eating. The people you're talking to, they will do this like quinoa, wegeba, quinoa, or is it quinoa? Because they know that at the first sign of resistance, you lower your boundaries. That's L. Then T, take the lead. I love this one. Take the lead. You see, boundary setting is not what you put on others, is what you put on yourself. Boundary setting is not a wall to lock yourself in. It's a fence to protect access. Boundary setting is not control. It is self-control. Boundary setting is not an intimacy blocker. Oh, ye women, hear this. Because you want some so bad, you will compromise on the entire life that you have. Boundary setting, I repeat, let me talk like them. I repeat, boundary setting, I repeat, is not an intimacy blocker. It is a posterity preserver. And I need this to sink in because some women need to hear this and men too. Boundary setting is not an intimacy blocker. It's a posterity preserver. What does that even mean? If you are rough with me, if you are disrespectful to me, and you jump on me in the night and say, open sesame. And because I want some so bad that I'm not going to effectively communicate that disrespect, how it invalidates me and breaks down the core of my essence. So I take it and give it. And the cycle continues. Remember, in taking the lead, you have to show by your example that you honor your own boundaries. If you don't honor your boundaries, nobody has a right to honor those boundaries. I do not have a right to honor a boundary that you do not honor. So it is you leading. This is where not leading others are. This is where self-leadership. Oh, sorry. Let's see. This is where self-leadership is. So don't tell people to take a boundary. That's why if sometimes in communicating and taking the lead, you might even have like a temporary block of intimacy so that the future of the relationship is preserved. It's just how you can close a street, block a street for a couple of weeks so that proper renovation, so that you fix the broken pipes and the whole place don't flood. Do you get my analogies? We are adults here. So cult.
I love the analogy.
Yes. So before Brother then moves me away, let's go back to communicating the direction. In communicating the direction, the fundamental question you want to ask is, how do I know Eden if my communication is assertive? Because I'm kind of confusing. If it's assertive aggressive, it's assertive accusative. No, let me just give you 5 things that will make you at any time know if a communication is assertive. In an assertive communication, you have confidence without being defensive. Confidence, not defensive. Some of you are so defensive, you will think that there's another thing. So when you shift from confidence to defensive, you are moving from assertive to aggressive. So number 2, there's dialogue, meaning I talk, you talk, not debate. In assertive conversation, there's dialogue, not debate. There's flexibility, not rigidity. Then you are defending yourself without offending others. I think this is the key. Because most of us in setting boundaries, we are not just defending ourselves, we offend others. And you care for yourself without being obsessively pressured to care for others. And remember, if you are in doubt, use these 4 words: I feel, I need, I want, I think. I think I'm going to stop here.
Hey, people. I love that I, because nobody can argue. And if you're one of those people that argue with when somebody say, I feel, you're a gaslighter. Because you can't know.
I feel, I think, I need, I want. You know what the I statements do? It doesn't point the finger on you, but more importantly, it moves you from the zone of childish conversation to adults. Adults are not helpless people. Adults have emotional mastery. So the I conversation makes sure that in your communication, you're still the master of your fate. And because the Holy Spirit said something to me 3 weeks ago in the wake of my mom's passing, he said, Eden, your response is your responsibility. Ouch. Meaning you can't blame it on grief. You can't blame it on what they said. So if you know that your response to the situation is your responsibility, you see how powerful I statements are. I feel, that's I think, I want, and I need. Let me close with the words of Warren Buffett. He said, toxic people will make you think you are holding a grudge where you're simply holding a boundary.
Yeah, hear that? They will judge you anyways. So why not do what is truly aligned with you? I love what you said, that Audre Lorde quote you used as well. Even your silence is speaking. Why not use words? Why not use words? So yeah, they're looking at my response is my responsibility. So let me ask you the question I know it's on many people's minds. I'm even trying to have conversation. They don't even want to even sit down. Let's talk. And these are people who are important in my life. Maybe my spouse, maybe my parents, maybe my co-workers or my boss or my subordinate. What would you advise? Because communication now can't even happen till 2 people have ears attuned to each other.
I'm answering this. I'm going to read the feedback that I had from someone who struggled with boundaries. And after our effective boundaries coaching, this was their response, because that's simply answered. This person said, you know, I was afraid that if I have boundaries, then I will feel disconnected from others. And he said, but now without boundaries, I feel disconnected from myself. Let me read it for the people at the back. Let me read it from people at the back, because in answering that question, many people stop trying because nobody is listening. They are talking to themselves. They feel, they are losing the vital connection. This person said, for years I was afraid that if I had any sort of boundaries, I would feel disconnected from others and alone. He said, but now without boundaries, I actually feel disconnected from yourself. The reason why this is a response to that is that it's mostly from you, on you, before it overflows to others. So your
Hey,
connection with the other is an imbalance.
I love that.
If you don't feel disconnected with others, you will feel disconnected with yourself. Which one can you live with? Many of us cannot even live with disconnection with ourselves because everything rises and falls from you. So what if they are not ready to listen in practical? What do? I begin to communicate the direction through remember, communication is not just verbal. We are actually more focused on verbal, whereas verbal is less than 10%. Maybe they are not hearing what you are saying, but I hope they are seeing your posture. The other 80%, the dynamism of your posturing, of your confidence that shows I ain't gonna take this anymore.
No way. Nuh-uh.
That is actually non-verbal. Your eye contact, your content, your body contouring. If you are communicating that I'm moving, you better follow. But even if you don't follow, I will still.
I'm a go.
You will still move. So start moving, especially in the non-verbal. And non-verbal, especially with assertive communication, is solid. Content, what we say, is 25% in assertive communication. Did you know that? Content is actually 25%. Let me get that. Yeah. Body posture is 25%. Meaning if I'm communicating that I will be respected, I'll be like, respect me. How can I respect you? Some of us can't even look in the eye to the people.
I know.
Hearing, so don't be focused on what you are saying. What about the 25% that is body posture or the eye contact? You see, brother, when in the take the lead, that's the T. I put a joke that some of us, our communication is like, stop it, I like it. Stop it, I like it. So they're not sure you're studying, I like it. So there's a confusion of consent. So they're not ready to hear.
Yeah.
They still have 80% non-verbal.
I love it. If you're my friend here, you know already that, my family, I don't do, if you're an adult, yes, body language can support, but I've trained myself not to do body language because we all have words we can speak. What is going on? To say, didn't you notice I really wasn't smiling? I really wasn't. Why? When you can use your words, like what's going on? So in your marriage, in your workplace, anywhere, be sure to call attention. Use these strategies and be like, can I speak with you?
Yes.
First of all.
Brother, someone asked me, how do I tell my husband that he's reckless in his finance? I said, tell him. She was surprised. She thought I was going to bring one framework. I said, tell him that the sun I'm moon rising. She said, like that. I said, tell him, is it not someone you married? Is he a man?
I love that song.
Tell him that the sun I'm moon rising.
Rising his eyes.
Tell him. Talk.
Oh my gosh. We will definitely be back. So after this, I'll be talking to them about the Boundaries Bootcamp. But I am super excited because I think our masterclass is gonna be a part of it. Absolutely. Please, who's excited to hear about the Boundaries Bootcamp? Because you'll be getting an email after this. Who's ready? Who's ready to jump on it? Who has now realized that, I have to sit down and make an action plan, address my relationships. This whole, I wasn't aware, I didn't know, and stuff has been going on 5 years, 10 years. It's time. It's time for action. Real quick, Coach Eden, why would you tell someone to sit into this thing and do a Boundaries Bootcamp, a 6-week course that will help them begin to take those steps that you've mentioned, all the other great speakers have mentioned?
Okay, I'll give you an example. Even though this session has been impactful, I'm sure it has been, and transformative, this is just scratching the surface. Example. I ran through the CAT. Each of them have like jam A. If I take just the C, for instance, they communicate the direction. There are several layers. I had to skip them because I am an honorer too. Part of boundaries is making sure you don't violate what you're teaching.
Is that though? You guys don't know. Since I started talking about these boundaries, every soul holds me to task. My husband holds me to task. It does not complain. If I just one kind of thing, be like, but these are my boundaries. I'm like, okay. My friends are like my boundaries, everything. So
part of you joining the boot camp is so that you can leverage on all the resources. This is free, but this is like a tip of the iceberg. And more importantly, you can also have personalized coaching in those boot camps, meaning that we are giving you tools that can be replicated, but you have some unique situations, circumstances, and journeys and experiences and underlying trauma that we can bring to fore in a conference like this. So if you will listen to me, my recommendation is for you to maximize that access.
Do it.
And
just
then
do it.
go ahead and register. My brother, I will still take you up in my end of November masterclass.
I love it, y'all. This is one of your bonuses. I'm super excited for you. And Coach Padebi is right here as well. Please tell me. I know you heard Coach Eden. Oh, no, and as you say that also, I know that you carry on. Oh my! So, what is one thing you will say you got from this session, Padebi?
It's going to be hard. One thing. Being assertive. And I think for women, especially of us raised in Africa, we're taught that women are to be seen, not heard. So growing up, many of us are not used to expressing how we feel. And I'm very particular about that because I have 2 daughters and I'm trying to raise them very expressive. Because women over the years have suffered series of abuse from society, from their employers, from their parents, from their spouses, just because they were raised to be seen and not heard. So that hush-hush culture is very, very common with most women. They will just make her just the manager because of the children, make her the manager, and it's causing lots of chaos both in their personal life, in their mental health. They're not living optimally. They're living in the shadow of themselves. So that one really stood out for me.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Coach Eden. And we appreciate you stopping by. I know you think you took some more time, but we were the actual ones who started you off late. So let me honor that and appreciate you stopping by. Bye. All right, Miss Padebi. Look, what's up? Don't worry, you guys, as you hear her bio now, and I tell you why this lady's right in front of you, you'll be like, all these things that have been awakened in me, from the mindset talk, from identity, from the communication, it's time to put it to practice. And who's your girl? Her name is Padebi. When you hear her story and you see those things she's put in place in her own life that she's executing, this is not audio, like they would say. This is not audio. This is something that is working. Somebody is really working this life and it's working for them. So just listen and be blessed again.
Padebi is a digital marketing professional with over 20 years of experience in growing and managing small and medium-sized enterprises. She is the founder of Social Media School and the co-founder of ARV Digital, a marketing agency located in Lagos, Nigeria. Speaking on boundaries for social media and the digital space, welcome Padebi Ojomo.
All right, Padebi, welcome. Take the floor. It's yours, and super excited to have you on here.
Awesome. It's such an honor and a delight to be here. And I've listened to all the speakers, starting from DDK up onto John Obili, Edere, Tomra, and I'm like, oh my God, such an amazing event. And I've gotten lots of aha moments. And well done, Bradley, for bringing all those amazing people together. And if you are here and you are watching these and you are those kind of persons that the Bible calls hearer and not doers, then sorry for you. So now let's dig in. I'll be talking a lot about using boundaries in digital age, with social media and the whole shebang bang. So what I'll be doing is intermittently, I may use social media and digital, side by side. They both mean the same thing. And I'll love to talk a little bit about how I like to introduce myself. And I do this really intentionally. I tell people I'm a full-time mom, I'm part-time consultant, because I've built my entire business and my entire life around my family. Now, I'm one of those persons that I got into my purpose very early in life. So I kind of knew already what I wanted to be, what I wanted to do. And I knew that I didn't want the distraction of the world. And I'm very family-centered. Good. We'll talk a bit about value system, how you can build a value system in your family. Because at the end of the day, what would help your family thrive? So I'm not saying talking about you. You are awesome. You need to thrive. But if you are thriving and you leave your family behind, it's going to be a huge problem. So as I said, full-time mom, part-time consultant. So I'm one of those persons that actually work 2 days in a week. I work Tuesdays and Thursdays. And the other day, I'm very flexible doing other things, revolving around family, around work, and around self-care, because I've also realized that you can't pour out of an empty cup. So what are digital boundaries and why should you care? So let's backtrack to say 1995, and you had a traditional job like my dad had, or a store like my mom had. If you had gone to work in the morning and closed at 5 or 6 p.m. and you were home at 7, and your boss wanted to reach you, there is no way they will have been able to reach you. They can't send an email. There were no emails then. They couldn't send you a text or a ping or tweets because there were no mobile phones. They were like desktop phones, which was reserved for like really elite few. Good. And then my mom also, if you had to buy something, if you're not in her store at 7 p.m. and she locks up shop, you can't access her until the following day when you wanted to buy stuff. But fast forward to 2020, 2021, and then there are mobile phones, and there's emails, and there's Twitter, there's Instagram, there's WhatsApp. There are no lines anymore. People can reach you at 12 a.m. if you let them. People can literally get into your bedroom while you are right there on your bed, maybe having some freaky moments with your spouse, and send you an email and demand immediate attention. So what does this tell us? The onus of setting boundaries on social and digital lies on you, lies on me. It doesn't lie on a third party, because it's the line you draw for people that they will either stay out of or actually get in. And then it doesn't help this, there are huge distractions. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, Twitter, WhatsApp. We get inundated with endless barrages of pictures, comments, posts from some people that we do not like, some people that we do not even know. Now, this has over the years increased the people that have access to you, and also people that you also have access to. And it has upset work-life balance. Now, what is the results? The result is that we have degenerated quality of family life. And now this doesn't affect just us as adults. It also affects our children. So I'm talking about 3 things. 1, how to identify digital addiction. 2, how to kill that addiction, and how to bulletproof your children from this addiction. Now, you may wonder, for someone that's a digital marketer and a social media, founder of social media school, how possible it is that I'm teaching about creating digital boundaries. Guess what? Over the years, I've realized that, as Coach Eden says, you're not the light of the world, man. You are the light of the world, but you are not the jam of everybody's bread. You can't be everything to all persons. You need to find the people that matter and stay there. And for me, I keep saying this over and again, for me, one of those people that matters a lot is family. And that is why we need to set these digital boundaries. So why are digital boundaries important? For one thing, you need to be able to understand that there are times that you have freedom from access to other persons but yourself. You need freedom from people that always want your time, that always want your attention, that always want you to hang out or do stuff. And these boundaries has to be made by you and not by anyone else. So it's totally up to you how much time you spend on social media, for example. Whether I want to answer that WhatsApp message immediately or leave it till tomorrow, whether I want to ignore your boss's email or not, it is totally up to you. Now, when you have those reasonable property line sets, what happens is social media becomes your servant and not your master. I can say categorically today that many people living right now, they are slaves to their devices. They are slaves to social media. They are slaves to digital platform. Oh, one TikTok, they are there. Oh, one Instagram. Oh, your notification is turned on from all your Instagram influencers. Once they make a post, you are rushing to go and see what they've posted. Oh, WhatsApp, you're in like a gazillion and one WhatsApp groups, and beep, 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 beep. Your phone is constantly buzzing. What is happening to you? You are a servant of social media. You're a servant of digital. So what I want us to do today is I want you to take back control. Right now, sincerely, you cannot take back control in 24 hours. But at least I want to put you on a path to be sure that it is possible to take control. It is totally possible for you to move from being enslaved to digital, being enslaved to social media, to become the master over it. And it is totally possible. And I'm going to talk a bit of why. why this is important. Because some person may be here and say, what do you mean? My employer can, I mean, I've had series of conversation with people like Coach, and they tell me things around, oh no, my clients are in a different time zone, and I need to be able to make sure that when maybe they, like for example, in America, you know, they may be awake at 1 a.m. and I'm sleeping at 8 p.m. and I want to make sure, call the bull crap, because 85% of my clients are not in Nigeria and they still will wait for you. And I need you to understand that, because it is the line you set for people that they will stay out of. Good. So it's up to you to set that line. But beyond, you also have to worry about your children, worry about the generation. Family values are on a rapid decline. 85% of the time, mom is with her phone, one. Dad with his phone, two. Baby number one is with the iPad. The other one is with the Android phone. And then you see an entire family sitting on a dinner table or in a living room, and they are together, but they are not connected and they are not communicating. And before you know, yeah, oh, daddy has one side chick in one place, and mommy has one lover boy in one place. Why? Because people are reducing the amount of time they communicate with people they have around them. They're not intentionally building this relationship. They are spending more and more time with people outside, people that don't matter, people on Facebook, people on Instagram, people on Twitter, and this is affecting the family greatly. Extramarital affair quadrupled within the last decade that it was the last 100 years before. Parent-children relationships are being waned. The rise of internet fraud, child molestation, child pornography are on the rise. Why? Because most people have fallen into the trap of making digital tools and social media the master instead of it actually serving them. Now, there's this quote I heard many years ago, and it's stuck in my head. It says, I think it was talking about borrowing money. It said a loan is like a loaded gun. Good. It can either save you or it can kill you. I'd like to say the same thing. This also is like a loaded gun. Now, while I don't say, I live, it's digital. I'm doing this for a decade, right? So, I mean, my bills are being paid clearly with digital tools and platforms. I mean, I run a social media school and stuff. So I know for a certain that there are benefits of digital tools. I've never seen Brother, for example. I've never seen Tomra. I've never seen Coach Eden. But these are people that have done lots of amazing stuff with on the internet. Where did I meet them? Instagram, Facebook. Good. So don't get me wrong. Right now, we are doing this on digital platform and it's phenomenal. We're getting so much value. But to what expense? What is suffering? Do you realize that the way the digital platform, social media can be so amazing, it can help you find your dream job, maybe even your dream spouse, you know, or even help you fast track your career growth, or help you find purpose. It can also do great harm to you mentally, emotionally, and even for some unfortunate persons, physically. We've heard lots of stories of people that have lost their life because they met someone on Instagram, on Facebook, and they decided to pay the person a visit, or just because they saw a funny job and they went to the place they were going to have the interview, and at the end of it, they got killed. We've had series of this story. Why? Online platforms, social media, digital tools. So the goal is not to say, oh no, get off Instagram, get off Facebook, get off WhatsApp. No, that would be totally impossible. We can't even ask our children to get off this platform, how much less we adults. The goal is to help you understand that you need to find balance, right? Because majority of the chaos, the catastrophe, the wahala that is going on out there is due to the unbalanced use of digital tools and platforms. So now let's talk about setting digital boundaries. Why this is important? It's important because I said before, if you don't control your digital life, it's control you. Many of us are being controlled. We wake up in the morning to a beep on our phone. We are having dinner, we are on our devices. We are in the bedroom, we are doing number one and number two. We are on the buses. We are perpetually on our device. So we are being controlled by our devices. Now, but beyond that, it's important for you to know that you can actually create a fence. You can create a digital fence and decide who to allow to come into the fence and who to allow to stay out of the fence. It is up to you, right? Think about a traditional, your house where you live, or maybe your parents' house, if you maybe live in a house that doesn't have fence. I'm sure your parents' house has a fence. I'm sure it has a gate. And every night, during the day, you lock that gate because you don't want intruders to get in. Good. I want you to think of your life as that fence and that gate. You want to be able to put boundaries such that you know when you want people to come in. You know the kind of people you want to come in. You know the quality of people you want to bring in. Because if you do not decide this, then anybody can walk in and walk out at will. And how safe do you think that is? Imagine if the house where you live, you allow anybody to just walking when they want, 1 a.m., 12 noon, 6 p.m. You know, your kids are eating, they come and sit on the table. What do you have? What can I eat in this house? How would you feel? I had one friend that was very intrusive and I had to find a way of getting rid of her. So imagine if this was actually a physical occurrence in your house. Would you like it? I guess not. So that is totally up to you. Now, how can we identify digital addiction? So think about maybe addiction to drugs. And I know that many of us maybe haven't gambled with drugs, and so we may not know, but I'm sure we maybe have at least seen some persons that had symptoms of addiction. So 3 main things. 1, they are dependent on the substance. They're like, oh my God, if I don't take this, if I don't right now, or, have some shots on my vein, they start misbehaving because they are totally dependent on that substance, right? Another identifying key, destructive life consequence. You have no idea how damaging it could be to you. And then the third one is problematic behavior, from sex to gambling to overeating to overworking to depression. All of these things are symptoms of addiction. But you know the most interesting thing? A lot of people, when they hear this kind of addiction, they think, I know now, it's not just phone. However, it may interest you to know that the exact hormones that hits or kicks when you actually take cocaine or any other drugs is the exact same hormones that actually kicks in when you are with your mobile phones, when you're actually on social media. So engaging in any addictive activity or actually taking addictive drugs gives us a dopamine kick. And it is very, very difficult to break. As a matter of fact, psychologists said that it is a lot easier for him to work with people that are addicted to alcohol and drug combined than to win people that are addicted to their mobile devices. He said it is 15 times more difficult because on the surface, it doesn't look like I'm doing anything wrong. It's not just for me to just be on my phone, but it has equally damaging effects on the brain. Now, I'm sure we've all heard of dopamine before. It affects us negatively, impulse control. It sets up a pleasure reward cycle that can have a negative impact on your life. And in case you haven't heard so much about this, you could feel free to Google a bit on the effect of dopamine on the brain. I'm not going to dig so deep into that because that is not my forte. But one thing I know for sure is it has a way of helping you reduce anxiety for a moment. So you may be having a bad day with your spouse, or you may be having a bad day at work, or maybe even with your kids. Look, bad days happen to every adult. I think that is a pretty normal occurrence in everyone's life every now and then. And then you feel, look, let me just go to Facebook and or go to and tweet about this, or just go and pour out the way I feel on Facebook. Awesome. And then people start maybe making you say what things you want to hear. Oh, it's useless, man, I'll never do that, and stuff like that. And it gives you that initial, it reduces your anxiety for the moment. But guess what? That problem is still right there waiting for you. But what then happens if you keep reinforcing the use of the device because you feel the only place you can get that retribution or that solace is actually on social media? But guess what? It is actually not true. You only spend more and more time on your devices and you don't get any results. And the most annoying part is that when you decide to stop using these devices, you start expressing withdrawal symptoms. You start feeling like you get irritated, you suffer panic, you suffer loss of appetite, and a whole lot of other negative consequences. So what I want us to do is test our addiction. How can we test our addiction? If you can take a few hours off social media. So if you can push it to 24 hours, delete WhatsApp, delete Instagram, delete Facebook off your devices, and see how you actually react. Do you feel, oh my God, what can I do? What am I going to do with myself? Oh, do I read a book? Oh, do I go for a walk? Do I do this? If you can take a 24 hours break and not go crazy and not lose your cool, then you don't have an addiction. But if you feel, oh no, I can't even do this. Like, how will I reach my mom? How will I reach? Trust me, if your phone goes bad, maybe your phone was stolen for one day, for example, and you have to take some time to maybe retrieve your SIM card, will the world come to an end? No, will it? I bet it happened to at least one of us, whereby we either lose our devices or maybe something happened and we can't access our phone for like a day. The world will not come to an end. But for us to intentionally take off that break ourselves, we will have very bad withdrawal symptoms. So that's one way you can test. Another way you can test is ask people in your life, your spouse, your colleagues, your parents, your friends, people that are very close to you. Ask them if your digital addiction, if they think you're addicted, digitally, and then let them give you an unbiased response. And when they do give you this response, don't live in denial, because guess what? Every addict is susceptible. There's nobody that will tell you addicted to alcohol. They say, I'm addicted to alcohol. They will say, no, it's only 2 bottles now. They will always live in denial. So I kind of feel that most of us also will live in that denial phase. Good. But we should not take it personal. If the people around you tells you that, Kalebi, I think you need help with around this thing, just accept it and do something about it. Good. So another way you can know is if maybe you're at an event, maybe like a seminar or a workshop, and then there's like a 15-20 minutes body break. You don't go for a work, you don't talk to the person next to you, you don't stretch. What you are doing first of all is being on your phone. Then you totally have an addiction. And I want you to be judging yourself right now as I'm saying this, or asking yourself, okay, do I think I'm an addict or am I not an addict? Because as I'm saying, I'm sure you will know instantly whether you are or not. Another symptom will be that you experience anxiety when you're not able to check your phone. Maybe your battery died, or maybe you forgot your phone in a friend's house, or maybe in an Uber, and you feel, oh my God, you start getting very agitated. Then you are totally addicted. Or the one I see happen a lot in Lagos, when you are in traffic, just small traffic light like this, you see us. Traffic, I'm pressing. If you do that, then you are definitely addicted. Or you feel edge or in a meeting, that means it's taking 15 minutes, 20 minutes, it's taking too long. What happens? You start feeling uncomfortable. This meeting is taking too long. I need to check my phone. You also are very, very addicted. Now, I'm not saying this to judge you or make you feel bad. I'm just bringing it to your awareness that if you are in this place, you can get help. You can do something about it. Because at the end of the day, we don't want this to drive you, because it was not going to drive you to a good destination. We want you to be the driver. I want you to be the master over it. Good? Now, your kids, your spouse, or people around you will tell you spend too much time on your phone. You spend way too much time on your phone. And one that I see that happens for most, which I think is the biggest one for me, is at the end of every day, you cannot pinpoint what you've done today. You can't say, okay, at my productivity level, I was able to accomplish A, B, C, or I was able to round up on this particular task. Social media and mobile phones are leaving us very, very distracted. And we need to check it now. So what can we do to kill the addiction? One, identify the areas where you know you need help. Identify where you struggle. Identify the areas where you have pain, where you have misery, and make a rule around it. Identify the areas in your life that is suffering, the areas in your relationship that are suffering due to social media and digital addictions, and make a rule around it. I want to make you to understand something. The goal is to have it protect you and serve you. Good. So if, say, you are constantly checking your mobile phone while you're driving to work, you could just make a rule. Every time I'm driving to work, I'm going to listen to an audiobook or play some music, and I'm not going to check my phone. Or I'll put my phone in my bag and leave my bag at the trunk of my car. The rule is serving you. That's just a very simple example, right? But another thing you can also do is be intentional about engaging with the people around you and give them your full attention. For those of us that work a 9 to 5, you could decide, okay, whenever I come home from work, I'll just turn off my phone or put it on silent mode, put it in my wardrobe. I do wardrobe a lot because I don't want to even hear it ring or anything. And I disconnect it from everything around me. Then I can actually spend time with family, spend time with my spouse, and intentionally spend at least an hour every day with my spouse when they come back from work. So as I said, just identify that, okay, challenges here, rule. This challenge, this rule. Another thing that will help is replacing fear and anxiety in relationship and love. We've already ascertained that social media leaves us very anxious, leaves us with lots of fear. Replace this with communication, replace this with love, replace this with building actual relationship. Have no device zones at home. Have a no email policy at home. Turn off your phones during family time and dinner time. It is crucial. You don't want to be talking to your kid about what happened in school, or your spouse about had a bad, you're like, hey, so what happened? Really? Oh no. And you are half distracted. You can't even pay attention. You want to give them your full attention. So it would be wonderful if you can decide to turn off your devices during family dinner. Turn off your data. If you work from home like me, turn off your data, and sometimes on your mobile phone. If you have to work from your PC, for example, I understand that, okay, you need to work on your PC. Your data can be on with your PC or Wi-Fi. Turn it off on your devices. The world will not come to an end. If it is really important, people will call you, not send you a WhatsApp, send you a tweet, or send you a DM. Turn your phone on silent. batch out time for social media is important. Batch out maybe like 15 minutes every 2 hours, 15 minutes, set an actual alarm, and then name the, you can actually name alarms. Name the alarm, time to check Instagram, time to check Facebook, and just do 15 minutes. And after that 15 minutes, go off and move into other things. And I kid you not, this is what I do, and that's how I stay productive and sane. Because I work with social media. I have clients that need me on social media. I can't be on Instagram morning to night because it wouldn't serve me. The work that how I get things done is not on Instagram and Facebook, it's off Instagram and Facebook. So it's important that you consistently turn off your data and batch out time for social media. No tech 1 hour before bed and at least 1 hour after getting up. No kidding. If you go to bed at 10:30 p.m., then by 9 p.m., your phone should be turned off. No games, no Insta blogging, no BBN Niger checking, no anything, no Instagram, no WhatsApp. Turn it off. Have some personal ritual you do before you go to bed. Allow it to simmer. And if you want to say your prayers, you want to do like some singing and praying, some worship before you go to bed. I like burning scented candles, for example. I do it every night and do my affirmations. Do all of this before you go to bed because it actually helps you sleep better. And then after you wake up in the morning, in fact, the first thing you should wake up on should not be your mobile phone. Don't wake up and grab your phone. So here's what I do. I put my phone on airplane mode first, and then I turn it off. So it's double protection for me. I put it on airplane mode, and I turn it off. I don't just turn it off because if I turn it off and I turn it on, maybe my Bible, for example, is on my phone. I have my Bible in print, but sometimes it's on my phone. I want to read my Bible from my phone. I realize as I'm on the phone, I'm hearing ping, ping, text messages are coming in, and it was very distracting. So I decided I put on airplane mode first, and then I turn it off. Good. So when I do it, I realize that when I wake up, I'm a lot more productive. I can turn on my phone without turning on my phone. Then finally, train the people in your life to not expect an instant response. My husband knows. He calls me, I said, don't talk to the tree. My phone is off. Why are you always turning on you? I said, because I can't turn on my phone before 9. I need my personal time. I need to get ready for the world before to let them in. Everybody around me knows that you can't reach me before 9 a.m. My phone will be turned off. Train the people around you not to they will respect those boundaries. They will eventually get used to it. Do not answer every phone call immediately, every WhatsApp, every DM, every tweet. It can wait. And then turn off your phone notification. I don't have one notification on my phone. If you send me a WhatsApp message, a WhatsApp call, it's not going to ring. A phone call is not going to ring. Text message is not going to ring because I don't want to hear beeps. It is almost impossible to ignore a ringing phone. It is almost impossible to ignore your phone when you hear it beeping. So to avoid, just go to settings, turn off all notifications, boom. You do not want that distractions at all. And I haven't even gone halfway yet. I was going to talk about bulletproofing your children. Let me just wrap that up because at the end of the day, many of us have children. Just give me like 5 minutes to wrap up. Children, because our children are watching us, so we are models, right?
2 minutes.
So it's important. 2 minutes. Okay, it's important we model the right. I know Ibiari has done justice on this topic so well, but I also talk about the importance of having sex conversations with your children. We're in a world where porn has been celebrated. LGBTQ has been celebrated. You have no idea the phones. Okay, you may not give my children, they don't have phones, but their friends have phones. Their aunties, their uncles, their cousins, people have phones. So you need to have those conversations with your children on what happens when they see porn. An average 10-year-old has been exposed to at least 3 hours of porn. So if you have a 10-year-old, you may not, and you say, God forbid, it's not my portion. Good for you. I like your belief. But have those conversations with your children. What will happen when they see a porn on a screen of their friends? What will happen if maybe one of their friends start talking about the LGBT conversation? Do they have a standard based on your family value? Do you even have a family value? Have you discussed that with them? Do you have a good relationship with them? Such that when they see anything that is suspicious or something that maybe troubles them or inappropriate, they can say, Mommy, guess what happened today? I saw this and that, and it makes me feel very uncomfortable. You need to have that conversation with them in advance because guess what? Whether it will happen is not negotiable. Eventually, your children will be exposed to porn, and it's going to be on a mobile phone. They're going to be exposed to things that will be very unsettling for you as a parent. We were not exposed to this because we weren't born in digital age. So it took us maybe 2021 for us started hearing or seeing those kind of crazy things. But children now, most of them have iPads, they go to school with laptops, so they're exposed to all of these devices. So you want to protect, give them those boundaries way in advance. Build your fence before you actually allow the evil to come in, because that they will be exposed to that evil is non-negotiable. But the question is, when they are finally exposed to it, what happens? What will they do? Can they come and tell you, mommy, or can they actually walk away from any compromising situation or compromising circumstances that they actually experience? Or will they be confused or just enjoy it and then face the repercussions? So I'm just going to stop here so that I also have to respect the boundaries of time. So if you guys have questions.
Oh, my word, my word, my word. You know, if we didn't bring it to this level, I don't think you would have been able to to go and implement this thing in your life, because we talk about mindset, communication, personal leadership, boundaries, all these things. You will have the best intentions, but nothing will come to fruition. Because guess what? See, where we're talking purpose and all these things. If you truly start to walk in your calling, in your purpose, and you start getting more exposed and you don't fix these things, boom, there goes your world. Your world is gone. So put these things into advisement is what I would say. I would ask now, I don't have, so my phone, it never rings. My phone, I don't think I've heard my phone ring. Like this phone, I don't know the ringtone. So if it were ever I wouldn't even know.
On the same boat.
This, see, nobody will die. And guess I've not missed anybody. No one, like everybody, it's okay. There was a time there were no phones, everyone was okay. Since I had my children, there's no, like, if I don't go on WhatsApp, I don't see. So I've had people even quarrel with me, told me that, oh, they are not going to this thing. How do you function? Your phone is doing ping, ping, ping. What, like, do you really believe in this life you can survive like that? Please. Go and remove some things. You can't do, no.
Leave those WhatsApp groups.
No.
You know, you can actually mute a WhatsApp group, so you don't even hear anything. Mute it.
By the time you're muting, you should even go. I don't like, and then be okay. Sometimes when people are like, oh my God, you have 5,000 unread messages. I'm like, yes, I sleep so well. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. My email, maybe 10,000. It's okay. I know it gives some people high stress, right? It gives some people high stress. So I understand that. But please fix your own in a way. I think there's a way you can even automate reading. If you send Patty B a message now in her DM, you will get an automated message, because it's important for you to know that she cares. But at the same time, she can't also be there the whole time. So if you want to know how do I automate my business and all these things so that people can get a personal touch, she's your girl. How about that? Go to the social media school so that you won't be scrolling endlessly. You go there and learn about what to post every day. Yeah, somebody said they're going to turn off your phone notification. I promise you, it's going to be the best thing you have done so far. Banker. He says okay. I can't even shout. So I have Miss Crystal Timberlake on here. And Crystal, you've been hearing Patty B and all. What is one thing you would say around the digital space you've set? And then Patty B will tell me one thing that people can go off and do right now. So you go ahead, Crystal.
Oh my gosh. First of all, I love the turning off the notifications. That is the main thing I always tell my clients when I'm trying to help them get into a quiet space where they can find their center of gravity and really rediscover who they are without all of the distractions. So I love that. I'm just going to say that is the number one thing, and people overlook it all the time. It is so important. So thank you for dropping those gems, girl. So good. So good.
Patty, what is one thing people can say? So Raw Talent is saying I've been off Facebook for 9 years. Mine too. I mean, I get concerned when people say I'm leaving, I'm coming, I'm going. I get concerned that is it a control? Does that really fix the issue if you go and come back and the things are the same? But of course, it's a personal decision where I'm like, there's a whole world. And if you're kind of called to the world out there, you can't really stay cooped up in your room. Just the same way you have internet at work, you can't choose not to do it. Right. So what is one tip you would give people? Go. I think I've asked you this, but go ahead again.
Yeah. So I think for me, the biggest takeaway, if you don't take anything from here, is that build your fence. So for raw talent, for example, she said she's not been on Facebook, but maybe WhatsApp for her. So you may have build an awesome fans on Facebook and shut Facebook out, but it may be Twitter for some other persons. It may be Instagram. It may be those Instagram, maybe gossip blogs, for example. Are they adding value to you? Are they adding any immediate value to you? Are they adding value in the long run, in the short run? So think about all the gist you had like last year. How have they helped you? How much money has been in your bank account? You know, if you know it has not helped you, look, I want to believe everybody watching is at least 25. If at 25 you haven't found purpose, your purpose keeps you busy, right? Your purpose
That hurt me deep.
Like my purpose can't 24 hours. I'm still pursuing it. 20 years, I'm still on one purpose. So if at 25 you haven't found purpose, then find it. And if at 25 you found purpose and you are having time to be on WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter, then oh my goodness.
Why though? Why? Thank you so much.
If it's not adding value to you, cut it off. Don't even just leave. Cut it off. If it's not adding value, it's taking away value, right? Drops mic.
Thank you so much. That's an absolute drops mic. And we'll share your link in bio. Please go ahead. Did I say link in bio? See Insta language. The only reason I joined Instagram was because of this purpose that she's talking about. I had no business. I had no interest. No. So find out what your motivations are. But we have an actual psychologist in our midst. She's going to be telling you not just how to, set some of these boundaries, but to go ahead and begin to, what am I doing? I'm removing, okay. To go ahead and maintain them, that thing, because you are so gingered right now, you're going to go and start to set boundaries. But if you wane, right, what would you have done more harm than good? So I'll announce Crystal here and she'll get started. Thank you, Crystal.
Crystal Timberlake is an inspirationalist, truth keeper, empathic and uniquely understanding character who delivers relevant messages of aspiration through real, raw and diverse discussions. With her bubbly personality and refreshing unbiased opinions, she is a leading voice in the life and relationship community. She has a keen outlook on the representation of women and community diversion. She advocates, inspires, uplifts, and encourages individuals to develop healthy relationships with themselves and others by using a 360 approach and while teaching others to set healthy boundaries. She believes that we all have the ability to create our desired lives as long as we lean into the why, worthy of healing you motto. Crystal is the CEO of Boundaries Over Brokenness LLC. She has a background and education in psychology with an emphasis on social and emotional development. She is the author of her title, Boundaries Over Brokenness, a memoir. Her book documents life's hardship that could have destroyed her, the journey to learning how to set healthy boundaries, and the courage she displayed to reclaim her life and succeed. In addition, Crystal's proudest accomplishments include being a mom and a wife to her beautiful son and husband of 9 years. Speaking on creating, setting, and maintaining boundaries. Welcome, Crystal Timberlake.
Yay! I want to meet that woman, the one that we just read about. I want to meet her. How are you, gorgeous Crystal?
Hello. I am so excited to be here. Can I just take a minute to say OMG? This whole summit has been dynamic.
It has.
So,
Aww.
Yes, I was watching and I'm like, oh my God, all these amazing
They're on
people.
fire. I know.
Yes.
I went on Clubhouse to find, I wanted to see who was talking about boundaries and people to align with. And Crystal was the only one that had a forum that I could identify with based on my values and my faith and just the kinds of things I wanted. And it's like, why aren't we talking enough about this? So Crystal, I'll give it to you to talk about and catch you on the other side.
Yes, awesome. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. We're going to be talking about setting creating and maintaining boundaries. And I really want to focus a lot on that maintaining the boundaries part. You guys can probably agree that we've talked a lot in this summit about really setting boundaries. Boundaries, everything. We've talked about it in every facet of life. And today I'm just super excited to just jump right on in, okay? We're going to be talking about how to navigate when somebody is constantly violating your boundaries. Anybody can relate to that? You ever have anybody trampling all over your boundaries, leaving you feeling some kind of way? Well, that's what we're going to talk about today. So first of all, we know that boundaries are limits that you set, that you determine, that basically tell you what you're willing to do, accept, or tolerate in your relationships and any phase of your life. This is what I like to call our hard no's, meaning the things that we just absolutely say we have no tolerance for. This is where we draw that imaginary line in the sand, and we really draw that line in the sand and really teach people what they can do in our space, because we are the infinite controllers of what it is we bring to the table and who we allow at our tables. Okay, so when it comes to setting boundaries, it's really good to understand what different areas boundaries can be set in. And it's everything, right? It's our personal space, it's our sexuality, it's our emotions, our thoughts, our possessions, so the stuff that we own, the things that are ours, right? Our time and our energy, our culture, religion, and ethics. And I'm huge on that, you guys. I'm huge. If anybody knows me, they know that my boundaries, it's in a hierarchy. It's my belief system, right? And my religion has a lot to do with that. And then understanding what my priorities are in life, and then understanding what is important to me. What is my purpose? What is my mission for life? And how does that play a part in who I am and how I show up in the world? And that's exactly what I want to talk to you guys about, okay? So let's get started with discussing what the benefits of boundaries are, okay? In order to really set boundaries and truly maintain boundaries, we have to understand why they're even important. What are we gaining from actually setting these boundaries? And one of the things that we gain is better self-esteem. A lot of people struggle with self-esteem because they are not totally confident with really showing up and being who they are authentically at the core of their being. So when you start to set those boundaries, it elevates that level of self-esteem. It elevates your ability to really put a stamp on who you are, what you will tolerate, and who you will tolerate to feed your mind, your body, your soul, your emotions, and all of the things, okay? Boundaries also allow you to conserve your energy. How many of you guys can attest to really being depleted of energy at any point in time in your life because you're constantly giving and giving and giving and giving, and you have nothing left for yourself? Well, when you start to set boundaries, you really start to find that space of really balancing that self-care and self-love, as well as your need to serve other people. Somebody said earlier on, we cannot give from an empty cup, and I cannot tell you how true that is. So when you start to set those healthy boundaries, you are able to conserve your energy, your emotional energy as well, okay? You get more independence. And when you start to get that independence, what do you get with that? You get that freedom to make choices and make decisions, and not have to second guess or look for outside validation when it comes to setting or making those choices. And you start to cultivate better relationships. We all know that as human beings, we cannot escape relationships. It is not something that we can escape. They are everywhere. We have children, we have families, we have work, we have businesses, we have all of the things. And what is most important about setting boundaries is that you start to, first of all, cultivate a intimate relationship with yourself. And this isn't something that's often talked about. And I always tell people, once you start to get an intimate relationship with yourself, then you can really figure out how outside people and outside sources fit into your world. But first, you have to know yourself. You have to understand what it is you need, understand what it is you want for life, from life and in life, and start to cultivate that relationship within you, learning to love you from the inside out and understanding your value that you bring to the table. And then you can understand how other people fit into that picture, okay? And then when you start to set those healthy boundaries, you guys, you cultivate a space for personal growth and vulnerability. This is huge because we all know that we don't want to be stuck in a place of stagnancy. That is not what we're here for. We're here to grow. And in order to grow, we have to allow ourselves to be vulnerable. This means that we have to be able able to open ourselves up to things, to learn lessons, to grow, to understand who we are, to understand who people are, and understand how they fit into our lives. So these are all some of the benefits. And I love to start with the benefits because that's where we get the buy-in, right? When we understand what we're benefiting from a thing, when we understand what we're gaining from a thing, then we start to get excited about it. So I need you guys to really get excited about setting these boundaries. I know we've talked about boundaries with children, boundaries in your marriage, boundaries in your business, boundaries with your time, boundaries with everything, right? But let's really start to hone in and focus on these boundaries with self and really how it benefits you to set these boundaries, okay? Understanding that the benefits help you to stand firm when you are placed in situations where boundaries are being tested or violated. When you really truly understand who you are, what you're called to do, and why these things are important to you, you can stand the test of time and you can stand up for yourself and understand that it is not taken away or diminishing anyone else for you to set a boundary for yourself. It's actually saying, I raise my hand and I choose me, and you should always choose you. I tell people all the time, every time you choose you, you will always win. But the moment you stop choosing you, you lose. So this is a hashtag I choose me journey. And that's what these boundaries are all about. Okay. So how do you know when someone is violating your boundaries? That's the biggest question that I always hear. How many of you guys know when someone is violating your boundaries? I have a couple of telltale signs that I'm going to go over with you guys. And a few of them are when you are always justifying someone's bad behavior. You're making excuses for their bad behavior. Maybe you're even blaming yourself for their bad behavior, or you're blaming yourself when things go wrong. This is a telltale sign that someone is trampling all over your boundaries. Maybe you're even laid the mat down and allowed them to be the place. Allowed yourself to be the place where they wipe their feet at because there's no boundaries in that relationship, which leaves you feeling shameful. It leaves you feeling like you lack purpose, you lack identity, you don't really know what role you serve in that person's life. So you start doubting your decisions. You start to question your worth. You start to question whether or not this is what you should be doing or not. But instead of really tapping into the questions that you have for yourself, you run towards that person and start to try to fix everything, try to meet all of their needs with the hopes that things will just get themselves better or resolve themselves. These are all sure signs that you probably are in a situation where someone is violating your boundaries. I love to tell people that whenever a person starts to complain about you setting boundaries, that is a true indication that they are benefiting from you not having boundaries. So understand that when you start to speak up for yourself, this isn't you trying to control someone else, but it's you putting a demand on your life, putting a demand on your value, and understanding that you are worth something when you come to the table. So when someone is starting to, when you're starting to feel off in a situation, I like to call that gut intuition or your gut reaction. When you start to feel that thing, you have to listen to it and stop running from it, because that is a sign that someone is probably violating the very boundary that you've set in place. Okay. And I like to tell you guys, when you're dealing with people like this, these people are called boundary busters. Point blank, period. You don't want to be around boundary busters. You want to be around people who love and understand your value and understand your worth. But there is a number one rule that I need you guys to understand. We cannot control people, but we can react to a situation in such a way where we are clearly stating when someone is violating our boundaries. That is our responsibility to make sure that it is known that we have a boundary here and that that person is trampling over it. And from that point forward, that person can agree to rectify the situation, or that is your opportunity to review, analyze, and determine whether or not this is a relationship that needs to continue to happen. Because anybody who isn't going to respect what it is that you bring to the table will not understand the value in which you're trying to set for them, because it's not a wall. It's really healthy for you to say, you know what, this doesn't feel good, and I would like it if you don't do that anymore. We're going to get into some streamlined things that you guys can say in the moments when you really need to tell somebody or reinforce that boundary. Okay, so really the best way to work through boundary violations is to understand and review the foundation in which they are created. This is huge. I could go right into telling you guys how you can navigate situations where when someone is violating your boundaries, but I would behoove you by not telling you all the steps that have to happen in between. First of all, you have to define your boundaries, okay? You have to start asking yourself, what are your rights, okay? And once you start to understand what your rights are, then those boundaries will fall into place. You have to learn how to follow your gut, follow your intuition, which is something that is oftentimes forsaken, especially in a situation where you've been used and abused or manipulated and untold that your boundaries were not good, or people are trampling all over them, making you question your judgment, okay? You also have to determine what your value is, because if you see yourself as worthless or valueless, then the next person is going to treat you accordingly. Understand that these boundaries are a thing that comes from the inside out. So you're treating people how to teach you when you set boundaries. But first you have to learn how to treat yourself, which is why we're going to take this journey together and really understand what we can do to really navigate those tough situations. But how can we solidify the foundation in which we are setting these boundaries, okay? Boundaries are a personal choice and they can vary from person to person. So I want you guys to keep that in your mind. We shape our boundaries throughout our lives, okay? And if you're wondering how your boundaries are shaped, there's a number of reasons. It's through heritage and culture. It could be the region in which you come from or you're raised in. It could be shaped based on you introverted or extroverted or somewhere in between. It can be your life experiences, your dynamics. All of these different things come into play when you are setting boundaries. A person who's been through a traumatic experience may have a boundary that is a hard, fast no, that may not be a hard, fast no for the next person, but because of that person's experience, it has shaped the way that they see the world around them, and they've created boundaries to protect themselves and teach other people how to treat them in the process, okay? So once you figured out how your boundaries are being shaped and what are those different things about you that make you who you are, then you can start to really define what your boundaries are. And I encourage you guys to investigate and define your boundaries through self-reflection. So like I said, start asking yourself, what are your rights? It's important to identify your basic human rights. Why? Because you have the right to say no without feeling guilty. You have the right to be treated with respect. You have the right to make your needs as important as other people's. And you also have the right to be accepting of your mistakes and your failures. You also have the right to not meet other people's unreasonable needs. So when you start to really think about and reflect on what your rights are, and you really start to let that sink in, because when you say those things out loud, it's very empowering to know. And that's where we need you guys to tap into, understanding that these things are rightfully within your willpower, rightfully within your wheelhouse to control. And once you start to do that, once you start to identify your rights and choose to believe in them, that's the key. You choosing to believe in them, you'll find yourself honoring them much easier. So when you honor your rights, you stop spending time and energy pacifying and pleasing people who dishonor you. That becomes a hard no, and ain't nobody got time for it anymore. So when you start to really define that and tap into what it is that is rightfully yours, you start to set things into alignment, and those boundaries become a second nature for you. So once you identify your rights and choose to believe in them, you'll find yourself honoring yourself and your boundaries easily. See, sometimes we get in situations where people are pushing back on our boundaries, so we revert, we retreat, we give in. But when you understand what your rights are, you find yourself able to stand firm and honor them. You guys following me on this journey here? Because this, I'm taking you somewhere, okay? And understand, when you start to lean into what your gut is saying, your instincts can determine when someone is violating your boundaries and when you need to set one up. So as you're doing this self-reflection, I need you guys to really tap into and start asking yourselves these deep questions, like, what is it that is triggering me? And why is it triggering me? As you start to check in with yourself or listen to your body's cues, you determine what you can handle and where you should set a boundary. So where does that line in the sand need to be drawn? Is this triggering me because I have a issue with this, or is this triggering me because it makes it uncomfortable? Or is there an area that I need to heal from? Because triggers either tell you two things. It tells you that you need to heal, or that you need to deal with someone with as regards to a boundary. So there's only two reasons why we're triggered. So you have to determine what that reason is, okay? So when you start to check in with yourself and notice what your body is doing, you may notice that your heart is racing, maybe you're sweating, maybe there's a tightness in your chest that you might identify as anxiety, or maybe you feel queasy in your stomach, or suddenly your mouth just went dry. All of these things are signs that someone may be violating your boundary, or someone is triggering you in a way, and you need to tap into that and really go down that exploratory lane and identify what it is that needs to happen in that moment. But you won't be able to do that if you suppress the feelings. I always tell people to lean in and feel feelings, because your feelings are going to be that pathway to take you where it is that you're trying to go. But as long as we are suppressing our innate feelings, our innate nature, then we will never be able to really tap into our internal GPS. Okay, our internal GPS, I like to call the God's positioning system. It's our intuition. It's that Holy Spirit within us. That is the very thing that is guiding us, and it's used to protect us as we go through life. Okay. And the next thing you need to do as you're identifying what your values are or identifying what your boundaries are, is to ask yourself, what are your values? Okay. Your boundaries are a sum total of your moral philosophy. So you need to identify what are the 10 most important things that you value in your life. And once you come up with that list of 10 things, I want you to then narrow it down to 3 or 5. Why? Because it's important that you really start with a smaller list. So you get a bigger list because you might have a whole bunch of things, but then you're going to narrow it down to the things that are most important to you, so that you can start to set boundaries around those things. And once you do that, you get to reflect on how often those 3 to 5 things are challenged in your life, tread upon, poked in ways that make you uncomfortable. Why? Because then that's will let you know if you have a strong and healthy boundary or not. If it's something that's being tread upon, poked on, agitated all the time, the indication that you may need to set a stronger boundary, or you need to reinforce that boundary with the person who may be violating. Okay, so now we're going to start talking about how we can create or reinforce those boundaries. There's really a couple of simple things that we can do. Number one is we have to be assertive, and I'm going to take a minute to speak to the women on here just for a minute, okay? Because being assertive seems to be something that we've strayed away from for a very long time. We've been told that we need to stay in our place. We've been told that we need to stop speaking out of turn. We've been told that our voice doesn't matter. We've been through so much trauma. We've been through so much abuse. We've been used and manipulated that we feel like our voice no longer matters. And I am here to remind you that your voice carries weight. Your voice carries value. Speak up. Whatever it is that you need, you have to be assertive in that thing. So when you're creating and you're enforcing the boundaries that someone may be violating, it is important that you are tapping into that assertive nature that is within you. It is your God-given identity to be assertive and ask for what you need in a very respectful way. And you have everything within your right is able to do that. Okay. Another thing that you guys have to learn how to do is learn how to say no. We are no longer anyone's yes man or yes woman. We are no longer just saying yes for the sake of feeling guilty. We are no longer just saying yes for the sake of saying yes. We are learning how to say no. If it is taking away time, if you have to sacrifice one area to say yes to another area, then the answer probably should have been no. So anytime you are getting ready to say yes and you're feeling uncomfortable about it, I want you guys to take a minute and ask yourself, what is it that I have to sacrifice for this yes? And is it within your means to sacrifice it? Okay. So learning to say no is really, really important. And I also want you guys to get into a state of mind and a practice of safeguarding your spaces. Earlier on, we talked about all of the things that boundaries protect: your energy, okay, your physical well-being, your emotional well-being, your spiritual well-being. All of these things are your responsibility to protect. So when you start to set those boundaries and enforce them, you have to learn how to safeguard them. It's more than just saying this is important to me, but it's enforcing the fact that it's important to you. Because you see, when you say something is important to you, but you allow people to constantly violate that thing that is important to you, or trample all over it, or steal away that time, costing you something. So you have to safeguard your spaces, whatever they are, tangible and intangible, okay, mental, emotional, physical, all of the things, and spiritual. And then you have to get around people who understand your value and appreciate worth. As long as you're around people who don't understand your value, what happens is they will continue to feed that negative energy into you, causing you to question your own worth, causing you to really question whether or not you have value. So once you start to surround yourself around people who can see you for where you're going and not for where you've been, then they will start to cultivate and build up that part of you that you are trying to build up. See, I tell people all the time, we want to hold on to these friends. We want to hold on to these family members because we family, and these friends because we've been friends for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. But all these people can see when they look at us is what we've been through, but they cannot see that what we've been through is actually the catalyst for where we're going. So you have to understand, you have to get around people who can see where you're going, because when you start to set boundaries, people respect them when they understand where you are going. But if they don't care about where you're going and they don't see you for where you're going, all they can see is the broke down version of you. They can't see the healed, whole, and happy version of you who's trying to set these boundaries to become the thing that you want to become. Then those are the people who are a part of your yesterday, and they need to be left in yesterday. Okay. So have you ever felt out of place or exhausted because of someone else? Okay, this is an indication that someone may have crossed your boundary without you even knowing. If anyone is making you uncomfortable, if you just feel like, oh my God, so and so is calling and I don't want to pick up the phone, or so and so is texting again and you're rolling your eyes every time you see the name cross your screen, or every time this person comes into your space, this is an indication that this person may be violating the boundary, or maybe there's something there where it's time to cut that person off. It's time to leave that person in the past, because this person is draining your energy. They're draining your emotional well-being. They're draining you. Okay. So here's how to draw that line when it comes to boundaries, and then do it with confidence. Okay. We talked about being assertive. So setting a boundary with assertiveness feels firm but kind to others. Okay. And assertive language is clear and non-negotiable. It's without blaming or threatening the recipient. Okay. So you can be assertive by using I statements. This is so powerful, you guys. I hope you got your pen and paper out, because I'm going to drop some gems here. When you are feeling like you need to be assertive, something you can do is say, I feel blank when blank because of blank. So you're making it about you. You're stating the facts and you're stating how it makes you feel. And in addition to that, once you finish saying that, I want you to say, what I need is blank. So what that blank part is the boundary. Insert the boundary that you need in that moment. Okay. So I feel agitated when you constantly do whatever. Okay, because of this. And what I need for you to do is stop doing XYZ. That is an appropriate and assertive way to say and state a boundary to a person. See, a lot of people get confused with boundaries because we don't go around just throwing out the word boundary. We don't say, this is a boundary for me. That's not what we do. What we do is we state what it is we feel. We state when we feel it that way, and we state why we feel it that way. And then we tell the person what we need from them in return. You cannot forfeit that last part. You have to state the need. Okay. Stating the need is what's going to make the difference in the way that person shows up and make the difference in that person understanding what it is that you need for them to do in exchange for you to feel safe, for you to feel not agitated or whatever the case may be for you. I statements show confidence, okay? Using those I statements and making it about you displays confidence and good boundary setting by expressing your thoughts, your feelings, and your opinions without worrying about what other people are thinking. So it is so important to use those I statements, all right? And you have to learn how to say no. So even though I know it can be daunting to say no, no is a complete sentence. It's not a no and an explanation, not a no, but, not a no, and not a no, comma. It is N-O, period. No. There is no need for you to explain anything further. A lot of times as women, we feel the need to give an explanation as to why we cannot do a thing or why we will not do a thing. And I want you guys to understand, wow, it's nice, but it's not necessary. It's nice, but it is not necessary. And as we are stepping in and tapping into being more assertive, we have to understand that no is a complete sentence. We don't owe anybody an explanation about our time, about our money, about our energy, about our emotional well-being. None of it. We don't owe anybody an explanation about our boundaries. We can simply say no and keep it moving, okay? Keep it moving. So you may be hesitant about saying no without offering more information, but it is not necessary. Sometimes assertiveness isn't needed for boundary setting as much as personal tolerance for being uncomfortable. Okay, let me repeat that. A lot of times we want to be assertive in setting the boundaries, but most of the time it's more about us being tolerable to our own uncomfortability. We have to understand that sometimes we got to get a little uncomfortable to get comfortable. We have to step outside of our normal way of being because we're changing things. We're shifting things in our life. We're setting boundaries that have never been set. So it's going to be uncomfortable. So sometimes it's not just about being assertive, but it's about you really being able to step over that uncomfortability and really tap into the need that is right at the forefront of a thing to try to shift the paradigm which is in front of you, okay? Because where there is a lack of boundaries, there's also a lack of respect. Where there is a lack of boundaries, there is also a lack of relationship. There's a lack of value. There's a lack of self-worth. There's a lack of all of these things. So it is important for you to get a little uncomfortable so that you can find your space of comfortability, okay? So you can say no without an explanation and without providing any emotional labor to the person you're saying it to, okay? An example would be if someone asks for your number or to dance with you and you absolutely just don't want to, you just say no and you walk away, okay? This is for my ladies who might be dating and you have people approaching you. It's okay to just say no. You don't owe these people any explanation. No is a complete sentence. Another example would be maybe you're on the job, right? And a coworker asks for you to cover their shift and you have something to do. Okay. It doesn't matter that you have something to do. You just say no. You don't have to tell them that you have something to do. You don't have to give them some sad, sappy story. You just say, no, I can't do it today. Period. That's it. Okay. That is what we're doing when it comes to being assertive and understanding that no is a complete sentence. The next thing, again, you guys, safeguarding your space. This is huge. You can, always set boundaries for your stuff, your physical and emotional spaces, and your time without necessarily announcing it, okay? When it comes to safeguarding your spaces, it's important that you understand that this means maybe putting a lock on your drawer or a lock on your diary, using password protective things on your cell phones or your laptops, okay? It means scheduling non-negotiable me time. It means using, it means setting a cutoff time. So those of you guys who may be entrepreneurs, those of you guys who may be working from home, it means setting a cutoff time, meaning if I say I'm going to be done at 5 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, I'm closing the laptop, I'm logging out of my email, I'm turning off my work phone, and I am cutting that time off. This is about safeguarding your space, okay? It's about sending those out of office notifications, or setting the out of office notification if you're going on vacation, because what you're doing is you're sending out a message that you are unavailable. It is important that when you say that you're going to do something for you, that you show up and do what you said you're going to do for you, because it's nothing worse than making a promise to yourself and breaking them. Let me repeat that. There's nothing worse than making a promise to yourself and breaking them. And that is where we find ourselves in this cycle of lacking boundaries, or this cycle of repetitive notions that are happening in our lives. Why? Because we say, oh, it's just for me, so I don't need to do that right now. Or, oh, maybe I can just put that to the side. I can do it later. You're always putting yourself on the back burner. But what we're doing with these boundaries is we're learning how to safeguard our space, safeguard our time, safeguard our energy, safeguard our possessions, and say that we are actually important. Even if the only thing that is at cost here is you. I want you to start looking yourself in the mirror and understanding that you are worth everything, okay? So stop putting yourself on a back burner for a couple of extra dollars of overtime, or to do something for your cousin or your aunt or even your parents. It's important that you understand that you have to take that time to take care of you. If you're not setting the boundaries around you, you cannot set boundaries for other people. If you're not setting the boundaries for you and holding them and maintaining them, you cannot uphold and maintain the boundaries that you are setting for other people. Okay, I want you guys to know that it's important for you to take time to tune out. And I know we just got done talking about how it is important that we turn off those notifications. It is so, so important that you take the time to really spend that quality time, that reflection time with yourself. When it comes to boundaries, you guys, if you are not taking time and have that self-reflection with yourself, you have no idea. You're not tapped into what is happening within you. And that's when you find yourself running yourself to the wit's end, and then you start to have physical body breakdowns because you're not taking care of yourself. I always tell people, when that physical illness pops up in your body, that's the last identifier that you weren't taking care of yourself, that you weren't setting boundaries. There's all kinds of small identifiers that pop up in between there, but it's important for you to take that time and set a boundary around your me time. Remember, we're on a hashtag I choose me journey. Choosing you is not selfish. Choosing you is not selfish, okay? And I want you guys to understand the importance of getting assistance and getting the support that you need on this journey, because defining in a certain boundaries can get tricky, especially if you have a history of trauma, abuse, mental illness, depression, anxiety, all of these things, right? It can get a little tricky. And as you are navigating these things, as I mentioned before, it's about rebuilding that self-worth and understanding what it is that makes you valuable, understanding what are your rights. Maybe you don't understand how important your rights are, and having someone who can support you on that journey is huge. And a lot of times we've come from these generations where what happens in the house stays in the house, or if don't tell nobody what's happening behind these closed doors. And we are timed out for that. That is the most unhealthy boundary that has ever been set, especially in our people. Okay, that is the most unhealthy boundary. It is time for you guys to understand that it is very healthy for you to reach out and say, I need help. That is the most powerful thing that you can do for yourself as you are going through a cycle of learning how to set boundaries and learning how to enforce boundaries. Don't get stuck on this pedestal or this hamster wheel of trying to do everything yourself. Because let me tell you, I was the DIY queen. I'm gonna do it myself, okay? Because what happens in the house stays in the house. But I stayed stuck and I stayed living my life on repeat because I refused to reach out and say, I need help. The reason why my business is called Boundaries Over Brokenness is because even after doing all the work to heal, I still kept going back to square one because I did not understand boundaries. So when I created Boundaries Over Brokenness, it became the motto. I am choosing to set healthy boundaries over being broken. So I want you guys to understand, you are choosing to set healthy boundaries over being broken. So now that you guys understand the concept of how to enforce and create your boundaries, I want you guys to really understand how important it is to recognize and honor others' boundaries, okay? Because we don't want to be the boundary busters. And I'm going to tell you that it's not always intentional, but when you don't understand boundaries, it's easy to become a boundary buster without even understanding or knowing that you are. So what some of the things you have to do is watch for the cues, okay? You have to understand behaviors and understand that, you know, there's people who aren't always gonna be the same, okay? And most importantly, one of the most important things you can do as you are learning how to honor other people's boundaries, because I'm going to tell you, when you start honoring other people's boundaries, you give them permission to honor yours as well. So it is a vice versa. It's a give and take. We're not going to have people holding people to an expectation where they have to honor our boundaries, but we're not honoring theirs. So let's talk about how we can honor other people's boundaries, or how we can understand when we might be crossing the line of really trampling on somebody's boundaries. Okay, I talked about watching those social cues. So when someone is avoiding making eye contact and they're turning away or they're turning sideways, they won't look you in the eye, that's usually an indication that maybe something is either hitting a nerve in them or violating their boundaries. Or when someone is backing away, you're having a conversation and they're constantly taking steps back, this is an indication that the boundaries may be violated, and they may not know how to express how you are violating their boundaries. This is why it's important for you to understand and know the signs when your boundaries or you're violating someone else's boundaries. So when people are limiting conversation in response, so they're giving you short answers, it's either something wrong with them or you're violating their boundaries, okay? If someone is going with the excessive nodding or the and they're not really engaging in that conversation, that is definitely an indication that maybe their boundaries are being violated. And remember, boundaries can be anything, okay? It could be anything. And understanding that we have different values and boundaries from other people, we may not know what may be innocent to us may not be innocent to the person we're talking to. So we have to be hyper aware. We have to be hypersensitive. And remember, as you do this for other people, you give them permission to do this for you as well. And when someone is being nervous or they're laughing a lot or maybe they're talking fast, they could just be nervous, or you could be violating their boundary, okay? So one of the most important things you can do when it comes to boundaries, and I want you guys to not only implement this when it comes to other people, but with yourself as well, is ask. Never underestimate the power of asking. You can inquire if a hug is okay, or ask if a personal question is okay, or ask or just say, if this is making you uncomfortable, let me know. Give that person permission to tell you that something is bothering you, because we all know that we live in a society where not everybody feels comfortable with speaking up. I mean, we've all been there, or some of us may be there right now. So asking that question goes a long way. Oh God. Okay, you guys. So as we kind of wrap this up, I want you guys to understand that boundaries are created to help you fortify your relationships with others. Okay, it's helping you to grow, okay, in those relationships. It is helping you to not build walls to keep people out. The most common things that happen is people create boundaries which become boulders or walls because of hurt, because of pain, because of trauma. And that is not healthy boundaries. Healthy boundaries are flexible. Healthy boundaries are constantly being reevaluated. Healthy boundaries are something that we are creating to protect our space, but we're also protecting the other person in the process. It's not about me, even though we're choosing me, we're understanding that we're not the only person who has needs. So when you start to build boulders that are hurting people because of the trauma that you have, or the toxic experience that you've experienced, you have to understand that that's not a healthy boundary. So we have to learn how to differentiate between walls and boundaries. Okay, we're creating boundaries, not walls. All right, so good boundaries identify the things that are important to us, which is why we talked about identifying your values, identifying your rights, and really understanding what it is that is worthy to you. These things are important. Okay. So boundaries can clue you in to behavior that may be harmful to you or others. So think about a front door, for instance, okay? When someone breaks into your front door of your house, you know that that is a problem, because what does that door serve? It serves as a protection mechanism between you and the outside world. Now, if someone comes and kicks that front door in, you automatically know that there is a problem. So when you talk about boundaries, think about boundaries as that door that someone can knock on and get permission to enter into, or a person can kick down and violate you and make you feel unsafe. So boundaries are the clue into behavior, okay? Whether it be good or bad, it is important that you tune into that intuition or that intuitive guide that is within you, so that you understand when someone is violating you or when you're in a harmful situation, because that's what boundaries are created for. Sometimes we push our instincts to the side, and because we are convinced that they are unreasonable, or we've been taught not to trust them. But if something feels consistently uncomfortable or unsafe, it is a red flag that boundary may be weak. That boundary may need some evaluation, or that someone is constantly trampling over a boundary that you have created. So lean into that uncomfortable feeling. Don't run away from it. Don't try to skirt around it. Don't try to skip past go to the next scene. Lean into it, because it's going to tell you whether or not you need to strengthen that boundary. It's going to tell you whether or not someone is violating this boundary consistently, intentionally, and you haven't done anything about it. Or maybe you don't even have a boundary there at all, so no boundary exists. So understanding that your intuitive guide, your gut instinct, is there to teach you these things about you and about other people. So avoid being the person, again, that's doing the boundary busting. But in order to do that, the best way to know it is to practice it in your own life, okay? You have to practice it in your own life. So that is what I have for you guys. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Wow, that was like, you guys, are your notes full? Look, you need to go get that book, because if you get that book, at least you can get the whole framework, all the steps. I will be sharing that in the bio soon here shortly. But Ejiro, please help me just check Amazon now, Boundaries Over Brokenness, and let's put it in the chat, please. This is super important. This question is here for you, because I know you have to be leaving soon here too. What would you say to parents who find it difficult to hear their child say no?
Okay, so this is okay. This is a good question. Thank you for asking this question, because what happens is, a lot of times as parents, we forget that our children are their own beings, okay? And one of the things that I'm practicing in my own house with my husband and I, because we have a 5-year-old, almost 6-year-old, is understanding that sometimes we have to evaluate whether their no or their opinion is a threat to their life, a threat to their safety, or a threat to their well-being. And if not, sometimes we have to allow that child to have their own opinion, because we're teaching that child how to have a safety net around themselves and have that confidence about really being able to be assertive about what it is they need. So sometimes we have to take a step back outside of ourselves, because we take the no as disrespect. And that's a trigger, right? We talked about triggers earlier on, about some things are triggering you because there's an area that needs to be healed, or some things are triggering you because there needs to be a boundary in place. But sometimes we need to understand, is this no a trigger because of there's something unresolved in us, or is this a true opportunity for you to really hear your child out? So I would say, ask yourself the question, is it an endangerment to their well-being, or is it an opportunity for you to really hear your child speak? Because the last thing we want to do is shut our child off from being able to express who they are and what it is they want in life. Because again, not having those boundaries as a child, they won't have those boundaries as an adult as well.
Wow. So it's almost like you're teaching them, you're giving them that chance. It's like if you're in a school, right? You're teaching people to be chefs, you're teaching them to be craftsmen. You have to give them work to do, right? Banker is coming up with us here shortly. Banker is our last speaker. We'll be talking about boundaries on remote work. Banker, will you say what is one thing you've learned from Crystal Timberlake today? Something that resonates with you. I think you're on mute. Yeah,
Okay, hi, Lisa.
we can hear you now.
Thank you so much, so much. I love the part where you mentioned that you cannot control people. It's your responsibility to communicate your boundaries and to make sure that it's not being violated. Like, that was so powerful. I had to write it down. I really loved that.
I think the sound is a little low, but if you can increase it a bit, I don't know if you're using your earphones or not without, but so I'm getting some feedback. This is gold. Thank you. New me buffering loading. You want to follow Crystal? Crystal, would you talk a little bit about how they can reach you?
Yes, you guys can reach me on Instagram at Crystal J Timberlake, or you can follow me on Facebook, and it's just simply at Crystal Timberlake, or Boundaries Over Brokenness is my business page as well. I'm often active most on Facebook. I do a lot of free trainings over there, so you guys don't want to miss out. I am on Instagram as well, so you want to follow me in both places, but that's where you can find me, you guys.
Yeah, you guys, this is more than for Crystal and I. This is more than it's not even a business. Like if you're paying, you're just paying for the logistics. It's not even a business per se. It is a true passion because Crystal has a story which you should read about in the book, but it is real. And if we as adults, and if you're a person of faith, Christian adults, we don't get this part right, Crystal, what would happen?
You know what? I just want to take a minute. I'm going to make this quick because a lot of times as people of faith, as Christians, we have been taught that we come to church, we love God, and then we go serve. Okay. And the main problem with that is that we are not taught how we need to love ourselves first before we go serve other people. I tell people all the time that we have to become the leaders of our own life before we can go out and lead other people. So when you get into these churches, and a lot of times they're talking, okay, how can we restore, heal? All right, you're healed, go and serve the world. But we haven't done that internal work within ourselves to learn how to set boundaries, to learn how to love ourselves, to learn how to understand what our worth is and what our value is. We're only told that our worth is in serving. Our worth is in doing for other people, which is the exact opposite of what we are trying to get people to understand when it comes to setting boundaries. You have to understand that your temple first is what you should be serving, because that is the thing that we present to God. Okay. And if you're not taking care of you, it doesn't matter about whatever everything else you're doing or whoever else you're serving, because you're serving out of an empty cup. And when we serve out of an empty cup, that's how we find ourselves in these toxic cycles and these toxic relationships, because we are serving with the hopes of someone feeling that void within us instead of filling the void ourselves. So that's what I have to say about that.
All right, that's more than enough. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you need that, go back, replay it, because that thing is gold. I just don't want to sit into it because of time, but that thing is gold. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Crystal. Glad to have you on here, and we will continue this. You'll probably see us doing some other things together on Instagram, on Facebook again, because it's a word, it's an assignment, and we'll do it. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great day.
Yeah. So I'm bringing out our final speaker. Can you believe? If you don't want this day to end, put it in the chat. I don't want this to end. No,
we don't want it to end.
I don't want it to end. You know, this is, I told you guys I was going to be telling you about an offer that I'll have for you. And I'll just throw it in there real quick because it's 8 p.m. I'll be sharing my screen. Those of you who've been here, I've told you about Boundaries Bootcamp. Someone said they're sponsoring 5 of my books. You know, the best-selling blockbuster book, which I'll show you. So if you want to win it, if you want to be one of the 5, stay here till the end. That's what I'll tell you. And just maybe I might gift one person a Boundaries Bootcamp membership. That's like the ultimate prize. Whew. Banker is judging me as I said it now. So stay till the end. Stay till the end. This is the link for you to go while you listen. I will. Which screen? Okay. Let me just show you about the Boundaries Bootcamp. That Banker is the number one. I said it. You can take me anywhere you like. Digital tech platform expert in Nigeria right now. She is a mom, she's a wife, and she does magic with tech. I don't know how she does it. If you guys can see my screen, who is super excited about the Boundaries Bootcamp? Put it in the chat, please, because I can't even shout. Put it in the chat, because I'm feeling myself. You know when you're feeling yourself right now? I'm feeling myself. For what we were able to put together for you, man, I feel myself. I feel myself 150%. Like what?
You should.
My goodness. We will be offering this up and you can check it online. We're going to be talking about your relationships. Where are you? And the link is in the bio. You can pick it up and look at it. Link in bio. Okay, I'll have this show. This is where you can go for a ridiculous offer, for a ridiculous pricing. This is what you'll get. Your 10-step boundary span, your personal action plan, role play. We're going to do some role play so that you can practice, right? You have a 12-module teaching series. I want to attend this program. Like I want to attend it 5 years ago. That's the thing. You're going to have workbooks for introspection and insights, action plans for your key relationships. Many of you, when we talked about children yesterday, you were all in. We talked about marriage, you were all in. We talked about your personal life, you were all in. We talked about your business. Banker is about to talk, Ijoma talked about workplace. Banker is about to talk about remote work. I need you to be all in. Look at all the things you get. With the bonuses, you're going to get a free identity masterclass from Tomra. If you were excited about hearing her today, jump on this. We're going to have a free to focus productivity webinar because part of what this is that people have never really learned how to be productive. Banker will be sharing a lot of that in her last talk here now. And you're going to get the book. The book alone is $7,500. I was going to say $7,500. $7,500. This is what you can get it for. $40. $40. Look, let me tell you, this is grossly underpriced, but I'm fine with it because I need as many of you to get it, to buy it for your friends. There's some things I go for. I think it was when I did the Firebrand course with Pastor Debola Dejikurumi. That was the first time I was buying any course of her, but I bought for 9 people. It was 10,000 naira. So I spent 100,000 and I paid for a total of 10 people. That's including myself. I don't think I've mentioned that before publicly, but I want you to know that whenever something is about to transform me, believe me, the core people in my life, they have to be a part of it because I can't come and go through that alone. Then your whole community is not elevated. What will happen? They will do crab syndrome. It'll draw you down. So that's something for you to know. So all of these will be over $500. If we were to itemize it, it's actually well more over. If you add this summit, that one, we are not even counting. All right. But for a limited time, you can invest in yourself, in your relationships. Even if you don't want to show up for yourself, show up for your relationships. What are we doing here? So 20,000 naira is what it'll cost. But if you take action in the next 24 hours or 48, I don't know. If it comes out at 24, it's not my fault. Take it. If you take that action, you get 10% off. And that code is BB10 for you to take 10% off. This code will not work after. Banker, can you help me put it in the chat? This code will not work after then. Take full advantage of it. If you're going to be there, I tell a little bit about my story. If you're going to be there, please put it in the chat. I really do want to see you there. I have a lot of frequently asked questions. Don't worry, I'll talk about it more on my page. But I like to be that person that takes advantage. Then later I go find out more because I already know. I'm already sold. I didn't speak these last 3 days for a reason. I've been speaking about this and I know I'm going to talk a lot more in the Boundaries Bootcamp. But believe me, you guys, you didn't hear yet. from the boundaries babe. You haven't heard from the boundaries body. I've just been interviewing other people, showing you things, but you haven't heard from me. So come hear from me in the boot camp, okay? Talk to me in my DM if you have any questions, and we will open the floor to Banke right now. Banke, how excited about this course are you, please?
I am excited. I'm super excited about it. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, we can. Now it's so clear.
Okay, great. So, hi, Melody.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, definitely take advantage of this course. We'll spend a lot of time. Money. The truth is,
Yes.
Banker, is this about money? If it were about money, how much would this be?
I don't know. How much did I charge you?
How much did you advise me to
I
charge?
told you it was too cheap. I told you should do 50K or
At least, like, Banker was like, no. Hey, Liz Tech, thank you, Symbiat. I completely agree with you. I'm giving you the floor right now. The link is in the bio. In the chat, I've already put it, but don't worry, I'll go ahead and put it again, and I'll keep posting it for you guys. At the end, if you haven't registered for this, please still go back and register. The link is still in my bio so that you can get all the emails following. If you're not on it, subscribe to anything in my link in bio and on Instagram, and you'll get on my list, okay? Thank you, Temitope Falade. Temitope is sharing it, and you can take advantage. All right, get right on it, and I will see you in 30 minutes when Banke finishes telling us about remote work, which all of us have seen. We can see how helpful it can be and how debilitating it can be. And I'm so looking forward to this talk. I know I promised you guys 8 p.m., but hang in there with me. We'll be quick. It'll be about 30 minutes, but it'll be impactful. And Banke is an authority in this. Go ahead, please, Banke.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother, for having me. I'm super excited to be here. I have been on fire. I felt like I was in church. I had goosebumps all over with people dropping gems here and there. I don't know if you're all feeling the same way. So thank you again. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Banke, and I am a course launch strategist, a virtual assistant coach and mentor, and I work remotely. And I have worked remotely for the last 4 years. And funny enough, a lot of people came to join we remote workers, after the pandemic hit and COVID made everybody realize the power, of working remotely, of, staying home and still impacting lives and still being able to do the things that you need to do. And the truth is that there's something about remote work. It's two extremes, right? It is either you do not do enough or you do too much. So finding, striking a healthy balance is super, super important. And the only way to do that is to actually set boundaries. So it's either you overwork or you underwork, right? And we are here to put boundaries to that. So 3 boundaries that you need to set, as far as I'm concerned. Number 1, boundaries on your work expenses. Now, you'll be so surprised that I'm starting from there, but the truth is that you need to set boundaries on your work expenses. I remember when I started my virtual assistant business, I started because I was ill, actually. I was homebound. I was recovering from 2 C-sections. I had ulcer flares all the time. My interior design business came to a screeching halt. I couldn't do anything anymore. And I was in a very, very dark spot. And I needed to do something to get me out of the point that I found myself. And so I discovered virtual assistants. I realized that I was able to offer services to people all over the world, right? As long as I had internet, I could leverage on it. And then that's how I started my VA business. And I have been a VA for the last 4 years. But in the process, I learned a few things about boundaries, right? Because I stumbled on it. I learned it from the place of necessity. And one of those boundaries is putting a boundary on my work expenses. So of course I didn't have free cash to throw around, right? But if you work remotely, you know how important your tools and your software is to your delivery. But you tend to, the temptation is there to get out of hand, looking for the next software that will save me time, that will help me be productive, that will help me do this, help me do that, right? I had to learn the hard way to seek out the best tools and software, right? That will help me without me spending too much money. So I'm not asking you to be cheap, but the truth is that the most expensive software or the most expensive tool is not necessarily the best. So I had to learn to conserve my resources, right? And look for effective ways to, carry out my services productively, but using systems and software that were affordable to me at that point. When I started out, Canva didn't have a mobile app at that time, but Canva was so good. I loved it. I enjoyed it. But to use Canva, I needed to have constant internet access, right, to be able to use it on my laptop. I didn't have that luxury. So what did I do? I looked for alternative applications that could deliver the same effect, deliver the same product, deliver the same service, right? But they had options that were for people like me that were on a budget. So I used Designer. The day that Canva had, what's it called? When they launched their new mobile app, I was one of the first people to migrate, right? Because I could afford it. And then I was able to move on to using laptops and all that. So when I see people fixate on, the next tools, I don't have the money to use these tools, I don't have money to buy this software, that's why I'm not doing. I'm like, crap, there is something within your budget that will deliver, okay, the kind of productivity or the kind of service that you want to offer. So the first boundary is, first of all, on your work expenses, because I have discovered that it is very easy for you to go overboard, and then you're signing up for all these different software and you cannot afford it. Right? That's number one. Secondly, the second boundary you need to set is the boundaries on your time. The boundaries on your time. Now you have to create a work schedule. That's the first thing. When you let yourself freestyle, you just wake up and you just go, okay, what am I going to do? By the end of the day, if you take stock of your activities, you discover that you have done nothing. You have basically wasted the whole day. So you need to create a schedule and stick to it. What do you want to do? When do you want to do it? What do you have to do? What is compulsory for you to do? What can you leave till tomorrow? Create a schedule and stick to it. Right? Create a schedule and I use to-do list. I actually have two different ways of creating to-dos. I have an app on my mobile device, and I have my notepad. So if that activity does not make it to my to-do list, then it means that it's not supposed to be done. It doesn't deserve my attention at that point in time. And so every day I sit down in the morning, go through the previous to-do list that I had, see the ones that I crossed off, right? And then the ones that are left over, I start with that, especially if they are like important activities that I have to do. Right? So you have to create a schedule and then use your to-do list to make sure that you keep to your schedule. Now, I love a particular to-do list. It used to be called Wonder List, but they call it Microsoft To Do now. Why I love it is because I can create multiple lists. I can share this list with people. So if you work with a team, create a list and share it with your team, and everybody knows what to do, when to do it, and exactly how to do it. That's the way to be productive and to use your time in the best way possible. And then it's important that you prioritize productivity every single time. Make sure that the time that you have scheduled is productive. If you're not doing what needs to be done when it should be done, then you're not being productive. So you have to, prioritize your productivity. And this is how I prioritize my productivity. I love Google so much because it has so many tools and a lot of people like undermine Google apps and the rest, but it works well. For instance, the calendar allows me to be able to create simple blocks of time on my calendar. So I know what my schedule is. Every Monday morning, I want to post on a Facebook group. Every Tuesday morning, I want to post to Pinterest. Every day, I want to do this. This, I have to do this. I have client tasks blocked out in specific time. Now, what do? I go to my calendar and pre-schedule all this time for the whole year. It's easy to do. Just create an event and make sure that it occurs every year, and that's it. So every Monday, this is what's supposed to what this was supposed to happen at this particular time, and I'm going to stick to it. Why? Because I am prioritizing my productivity. Now I took a step forward and created notifications, alarms. So if I was gisting with you now and my alarm goes off and tells me it is time to post on Facebook, I'm going to pause our discussion and go and post on Facebook. Why? Because if I do not set that boundaries, posts aren't going on Facebook. So I got to prioritize my productivity. If it is time to work on client tasks, no matter what I'm doing, when the alarm goes off that it is time to work on client tasks, I'm going to drop everything and go work on whatever tasks that I have for my clients at that particular point in time. So creating these boundaries on my time is one of the best ways to remain productive. I also noticed that I am super productive when I wake up in the morning and take my bath, get dressed, and sit at my desk. How many of you are like that? That is what I learned. I've tried everything in the last 4 years. And please don't let, if you look for images about remote work and working for yourself from home or being a virtual assistant, blah, blah, blah. If you look for images that represent these things, you'll probably find a lady in loungewear or in pajamas, lying on the bed, with a cup of coffee, working on her computer. Trust me, that's not productive. If you are not bedridden, get up and go sit down, put yourself in the right headspace, because if you're going to be productive, you're not going to do it lying on your tummy, sipping a cup of tea. Trust me, sometimes when you're the most productive, your tea gets cold or your cold water gets lukewarm. How many of you have been there before? So you need to get up, get dressed, as if you're going to work, because you are going to work. The difference is your work is just at home. You're not stepping out of your house. That doesn't mean you should not prepare. You need to put yourself in the right, frame of mind to be productive. Which brings me to the next thing. It's time to create a workstation for yourself. You need to create a workstation for yourself. Trust me, a kitchen counter works, or even your dining table. When I was just starting, nobody was able to eat on dining in my room, in my house. Why? Because it was housing my computer, and I didn't want, it was half of the table, but I didn't allow anybody to use any other part because I didn't want spills of water, tea, and the rest. So people, they stayed up. That's creating boundaries. I basically told them that, see, this table is no longer a dining table. At this point in time, it is banker's office, and it has to remain banker's office. And I created that workstation for myself because it allows me to sit down. And so when I'm sitting down here, it's time to work. It does something to your mind, right? But it also tells the people around you that when mommy is sitting down here, it means mommy's time. It's time for mommy to work. It's time for mommy to work. So you could choose a place of solitude. If you go to Pinterest right now and you look for examples of workstations, you'll be surprised that over 50% of the options that they will give you are closet, closet workstations. Go and check. I dare you to check and say I'm lying about it. Why? Because a lot of people have decided, they understand the need to have a workstation, and so they go beyond. You don't have the space, but there's a closet that's empty. How about I put a table in that closet and facing that closet, as long as I find a place to work, right? So for me as a person, usually when I'm working, I like to listen to
soft rock. It's usually blasting on the sound system. So I don't need any kind of solitude to work. I'm okay with the noise around me. I'm fine. And it's okay, with all the kids running around. I'm okay. I'm good. But for some people, you need to have silence of some sort. Then you create that silence. But whatever you do, you need to ensure that you create a workstation. However, when I have meetings, I have sat down with my family, with my husband, with my children, and I tell them that from time to time, I have what I call discovery calls. So if somebody is looking to work with me, I try to get on a call with them, to just kind of get a feel of who they are, what they do, and then see if we're a good fit before I continue to work with them. And in situations like this, when your people are home, you don't want them coming in and interrupting and making noise and all that. And we have reached that agreement in my house because my husband also, has, shoots videos from home. So we all take turns. When it is his turn, it is my duty to keep the kids busy, and they even know. So when it is time for meeting, I say, I have a meeting in 30 minutes. You see them gathering snacks, food, water, everything. They are going inside because they know that they are not allowed to come out because mommy has a meeting. That's setting boundaries because that's what's going to help me be productive, even as a work from home mom. So I understand that sometimes your children may pop in and people say, it's okay. It comes with the territory. But the truth is that if you are going to really, really put up a professional front, it doesn't matter whether I'm working from home or I have a dedicated office. I have to put up a professional front at all times, right? So if I was working from an office with my child before photobombing, no. So create that boundary and let them know, especially if you have a workstation that is in a general area like mine, then you want to, talk to your children and your family about that. And trust me, they will help you create a system that works so that everybody is happy. Now, you also need to create blocks of time to work on your business. When I first started my virtual assistant business, I didn't post on my personal page for almost 6 months. I basically just let it lie fallow because I was so busy. I was so tired. I couldn't find the time to work on my business. And that is wrong. So because you are a service provider offering services, service providers run the risk of serving their clients at the expense of their own businesses. You shouldn't sacrifice one on the altar of the other. So I should not be after promoting my client services, making sure that they are happy, their posts go out when it ought to go out, right? Do the things I need to do for them. But I'm not doing anything for myself. I'm my own business. It's my money maker. If I had not paid attention to that business in the first place, those people would not be with me. So in order to keep my business going, I need to continuously work on my business. So in order to be able to do that, you have to create blocks of time to work for yourself, right? And your clients. And this is where it comes, where you need to now use automation tools. So a lot of you don't post on social media at all because, well, there's no time. There are schedulers for that. When you create a block of time for yourself, sit down, create all your posts and schedule them. What those schedulers do for you is they help you show up without you showing up. So I could be in a meeting, my data could be down, my battery could be down, something could be going on. I could be at the hospital taking care of my kids, right? But my post is going up when I need it to go up. Automation tools. People want to get on a call with you. Give them an opportunity to get on a call with you. I was listening to Coach Padebi and she was talking about people sending you emails in the middle of the night. It happens all the time. People want to get on a call with you. Why not create a system that allows them to get on a call with you, without actually talking to you? So they're able to book a call. You don't have to. If you go to my Instagram now, you can click the link and schedule a call with Banker. Once you schedule that call, you get the Zoom link, you get a confirmation email, and that's it. Banker hasn't done anything. She was probably sleeping. So in order to be able to work effectively on your business, you need to use automation and use tools. I also remember somebody was talking about out of office emails. Yes, If you're not going to work on Saturdays, you can have an autoresponder responding to people who send you an email that we're out of the office today. We will not be back until Monday at 9 a.m. We will respond to your email as soon as we resume. And trust me, nobody's going to raise their eyebrows at that. And that's what I've discovered. They're like, "Ah, how can I tell people who are, asking about my business that I'm not available?" You cannot be everybody's cup of tea. So you need to schedule your life. If they are your people, if they are your clients, if they are your customers, they will abide by the boundaries that you set. Okay, so you need to use automations and use tools and all that. Finally, boundaries on work schedule. Now you need to focus on the important things in your life. Trust me, if you're working from home, you have one of the best jobs ever, because it allows you to be in your family. It allows you to be active, right? It allows you to be there. You're there, you're home. So why not use it well? I remember the first time my daughter told me, "Mommy, you're always at home, but you don't play with me anymore." I felt very, very bad. I actually felt like she slapped me. Why? Because suddenly it occurred to me that I was married to my computer. And she was kicking against it. So if I'm seeing this woman, but she doesn't have my time, so what's the essence of her being home, right? So if your focus, if family time is important to you, then prioritize it. Your business, your business as a work from home person, right, can be scheduled around your family time. Your family time should not be scheduled around your work time, because you can do it. So basically, one of the things I do when I go to pick my kids in school, I don't talk to anybody. There's no, even if you want to schedule a time on my calendar, you'd never see a time that's available between 2 and 7. It's not possible. Why? Because I have school runs, I have dinner, and I have to prioritize. Anything after 7, then we come back to work. So you have to prioritize the things that are important in your life. I prioritize fixing dinner and fixing breakfasts and making lunch. I had the option of saying, okay, lunch, let's pay them in school, for them to eat. But no, packing lunch is an act of love for me, for my kids. So I prioritize it. But there was a time that in order to make that lunch, the school bus people who come to pick them in the morning would be waiting. And I felt bad about it, because it was inconsiderate, to do that, to keep them waiting, to keep the kids waiting, the kids in the bus, to keep them waiting, to keep the driver waiting, was inconsiderate. And so I sat down and I decided, what's the problem? Why am I so late? Then I discovered that when I wake up in the morning, before I do anything else, I'm always on my phone trying to see what emails I missed, what these I can quickly, and then the time goes and I'm running. So what do? Right now, I would not respond to any message, because I won't even read it. I don't see until the kids are in school. Why? Because I have prioritized that aspect of my life. So when you're creating your schedule, you consider the priorities that you have. Priorities of family, priorities of vacations, how to pick your kids. In fact, I remember one particular year when I was still a social media manager, I think probably a year after I started, and I told this client that, see, when I was growing up, my mom still gave us the best Christmas ever. Like, I am so happy about Christmas that you think I'm a child. When it's Christmas time, forget, from December 1st, I'm in Christmas mood. And I also want to pass that tradition to my children. So I'm going on vacation. Do you know, this client told me, so what is going to go up on my post on Christmas Day? Who's going to be posting? And I was like, ma, I'm going on vacation. I'm closing on so day. I'm resuming on so day. I gave her the option of leaving. So all I did was to schedule Happy Christmas post and Happy New Year post for her. Why? I have prioritized what was important to me at that time. So if vacation is important to you, prioritize it and create a schedule that makes it work. If you need to automate systems to get it done, get it done. Now, finally, you also need to be flexible and open to change. You may try one system and it will not work, right? Try another system. You are not a crayfish. If you bend, you won't break. You are flexible, be willing to change. When I started having more clients in the US, well, not in the US per se, overseas that were on different time zones, my system changed entirely. So right now, what I do is I work into the night, but when my kids are off in school, I sleep till about 12. I've gotten myself. That's my own schedule. So somebody calls me at 9 o'clock and says, Ghana, are you sleeping? Yes, I'm sleeping. I'll say it proudly. I'm sleeping. I've not woken up. Because while you were sleeping, I was working. This is the schedule that works for me. Okay, so be willing to unbend. If you try a system and you see that it doesn't work, try another system until you find the perfect fit for you. Now, you also need to have a resumption and closing time. 9 to 5 people, they have resumption, they have closing time. But we, they leave their work at home. But we will sleep, romance, play with, eat with our work, and you can blur the boundaries, right? So make sure that you have closing and resumption time. Before I round up, I need to speak about services and client expectations, because this is one place where the lines are blurred. Now, you need to first of all know yourself and know your values to be able to enforce some of these things. You're thinking, my client sent me a message, I have to respond. No, you don't have to respond. But you need to tell them beforehand that you do not respond at this particular time of the day. You need to tell them. So when you're starting up with a new client, sign a contract, no matter who and no matter what. Make sure that you sign a contract. Tell them in the contract, these are my work hours. These are my work days. I take a vacation off on so day. These are my fees. These are my rates, non-negotiable. If that person is willing to work with me, fine. If somebody doesn't want to work with you, let them go. You are not Nigerian jollof rice. Ghanaians don't like you. You cannot please everybody. So you need to have limits, especially when working with your clients. And number 2 is to respect yourself enough to upgrade your skills so that you can attract better clients. In my experience, I have realized that when you begin to experience client relationships that are unsavory, client relationships that don't work, when you're trying to set boundaries, create a schedule, and you're finding somebody saying, are you not a VA? I should be at my back. And no. Let that person go. You do not have the same values. Be willing to let that person go. Respect yourself enough to look for people who will respect you in return. I've worked with a client before that didn't show me any lick of respect. Whenever she was calling me, my heart would be beating. Hey. Suddenly it just dawned on me, and I was like, wait, banker, you are your own boss. You run this show. This business is yours. You cannot allow somebody to steal your peace. Let her go. The day I let her go was a day of freedom for me, right? So you need to respect and love yourself enough to decide on the things that you want for yourself, to strike a healthy work-life balance and request for the same thing from your clients. Okay, Bralade, how many minutes more do I have? Oh, she said 1 minute more. Oh, wow, okay. 1 minute more, really? Okay, so I think I can still proceed, right? So automate as many processes in your business as possible. Automate what you need to automate. The way to get the things going out is to automate them. Automate your autoresponders. Automate your funnels, right? Automate your lead generation. Automate as many things as will help you be productive as a work from home person. Balade, over to you.
Wow. Woo! Please tell me, how has this been for you? Even me, that I work, for a company, I'm taking notes. Even though you don't work for yourself, these are some skills you still need for yourself going forward, because you can't just be everywhere. Look at right now, I'm upstairs in the guest room, which is where my office is. I'm standing right now. I actually bought a stand-up table because I find that I work faster when I stand. I have a high chair that's like a bar stool chair, so that when I'm tired of sitting down, I stand back up. When I'm tired of standing back up, I sit back down. It helps me focus. I also have a smaller table in the room, which is one of the places where I wrote my book on paper because it had to be done. I wasn't on my bed. Don't be thinking all these things you see, like you said, on Google, they are not real. Somebody is just on their bed and they're doing like this and they're writing in their journal. It's not real. It's not real. Laptop, I know they said it's a laptop should sit on your leg. I don't do that lap thing, no, except you're taking a meeting. But if you want to do deep work, and that's another thing, knowing when you can do deep work and stuff. I mean, look at all these things together. The emails that I've gotten to you, the websites, everything you're using. That's what Miss Banker does. She has children, she has a husband. She's never come and said, oh, today I overslept. I overslept, I over this. Banker, let me ask you, what was it? Because it has to be something deeper than I just want to be organized. What is it that doesn't let you give excuses?
I think that when you give excuses, it just shows a lack of organization on your part. It just shows that you are not serious about your business. It means you're putting up a front that's not professional, an unprofessional front. And that has been very, very important to me from day one. At the time in my life, I was in and out of the hospital every week, but I was serving my clients. And so it became a joke. When I got to the hospital, now that I'm slim, I'm plus size, but I also have tiny veins.
Please.
So they need to use this tiny baby cannulas, to be able to find my vein. And they will do everything possible to get it on my left hand, so that when I am a little bit more calm from the medications and the ulcer flare has gone down, or the pain rather has gone down, it frees up my right hand to use the mouse. Because I couldn't just fathom calling my clients. I called her last week, I'm sick. Then I call her this week, I'm sick. Next week I call you.
What happened?
What is wrong with you, woman? So it became important for me to do my job, no matter what issue I had. Yeah, so I don't think that I'm going to give any kind of excuse.
So, Banker, let me ask you now. What do you think the matter is? Right now, we hear so many people saying, I'm unemployed, looking for a job. We have many people, even in universities, they have a lot of skills, but they're there pressing phone. Some are even busy, but with just other things. And they don't think that they can actually earn money, do a business, have that discipline, as well as have time for their school. I was just telling someone, I said, Harvard will not admit you if all you have is your certificate. If all you have is your if you like, be the number one in your country with that result. If that's all you have, they won't admit you because you have to have shown leadership in other capacities. Please, how can a student, and maybe you know some because I know that you coach a lot, how can a student manage both their academics in Nigeria as well as, anywhere in the world really, as well as run a business like yours?
Right.
And how can boundaries help them do it?
Yes, I was going to say it's with boundaries. It's creating a schedule and finding somebody who is willing to work with your schedule. So if you know that you have classes every Mondays through Thursdays at so time, you're looking for somebody, or when you begin to work with someone, let them know when you're available. My current executive assistant is a student. She'll wake up on Monday and say, this is my schedule. I'm going to lecture so time to so time. So within that time, I'm not reaching out to her. But I'm also letting her know in advance when I need jobs done. Yeah. So it starts with, first and foremost, creating a schedule and communicating it to whoever you're working with. So they know that this is when you're available at this time, you'll be working at this time. It's as simple as that. There's nothing else. It's just creating a schedule.
So they can do it.
They can do it. Yes, my current executive assistant is in Owerri. I'm in Lagos, and she's a student. And we are good. We are vibing.
And she's not even near you. Not like she has to come to your house by 7 a.m. every morning.
No, that's the beauty of remote work. I've never seen her. We've not even had a video conversation. We just had emails and a Zoom call. And when we were vibing, I said, let's go now. That's it.
Let's be going. I love it. I love it, Ms. Banker. Oh, my word. So, I know that you have a book coming out, right? There's someone who's here. She probably doesn't have any hope. She's like, Banker, you have money now. You were talking about interior decor business. You have this now. And I love the boundary you started with. How can someone decide to rise from nowhere I don't have any money. My husband doesn't give me any money, or we're both broke. No one has a
There's no
job.
spare.
How can someone rise from there? Using all those personal leadership things that DDK, John Obidi, all these people spoke about. How can someone decide today? Just give a little inspiration to someone and steps they can take today to make it somewhere.
Okay, so thank you. You mentioned the book. In the book, it's called Delicate Wings and Steel Spine. So if you know me personally, you think I'm actually very fragile or frail, so to speak. But I have a steel spine because I have allowed everything that I have gone through in the past to kind of impact my life for good.
Wow.
So I do not take, nothing goes without me picking something from it. I have to pick something from it. So it's either that I'm learning to be strong, or I'm learning to, do certain things, or I'm getting, I'm creating new skills because I have to tackle a particular pain point that I'm faced with. Even this interior design that you mentioned is because when my husband when we're going to get married now, the house that I could afford was more or less a share.
Yes.
And as a
Yes.
posh chick now, I was like, I have dreams, oh, I cannot be living here. But I didn't argue with the guy because he said, that's what I have. I said, okay.
This is what I have. Oh.
The exterior might be terrible, but the interior, when you enter, you enter a house. And that's how I started.
Wow.
So I go to work, making sure I had a beautiful home. And before I knew it, people were like, come and make my own for me. Come and make my own for me. I could have said, I don't want to marry you in this kind of place, and then postpone the marriage to further notice, right? But I got, I gained skills from it and monetized it. So what I'm going to tell you is this. When I started, I was broke. I had been pregnant for like 2 years because I had 2 C-sections in 11 months. And as if that was not enough, I started having ulcer flare. So I probably hadn't been working for 2.5 years or thereabout. So there was no spare money anywhere. And I was dependent on my husband and my mom for. But one day I was like, no, I can't do this thing.
Wake up!
You have to get to the point that you are just.
You said no, this is not who I am. Wow.
So I set up a beautiful pity party for myself. I cried. Oh God, what did I do? What did I do? Then when I finished and I sat down, I looked at my situation. This is my situation. I cannot help this, but I can help this.
Wow.
I cannot help the fact that I'm sick. I cannot help the fact that I am not, my wounds aren't healing quickly. I can't help the fact that my daughter is prem, right? So she needs extra care. But there has to be a way to make money. My brain is intact. My mind is intact. Woo! I should be able to break the walls of my location and get money. And that was it. So I put myself out there. Virtual assistants, that's the way to go, Abi. That's the only thing that I can do. People are willing to pay Oyibo. If they can pay somebody, if somebody has ever been paid without being
I can
sick,
get paid.
I can be paid. And that was it.
And you didn't have money to register for a million naira virtual assistant course.
These are the graduates of the School of Google.
No, tell them. What did you do? How did you learn?
I didn't buy any course. That's why I also have my courses broken down, because I understand where women come from sometimes, where you don't have the spare change. If somebody has been taking care of you, you can't go back and tell him that I want to buy 10,000 naira course. He's not going to listen to you, because at that point in time, it is a luxury. But I needed to sit down, right, and go through Instagram. I did a lot of trials and a lot of errors to be able to get the information that I needed, which is the one reason why I coach today. So very few people come to me and say, I want to buy your course, I don't have money. It doesn't happen. We'll find a way to get one course to you, because I understand where you're coming from.
So please follow her at Banke Adebayo on Instagram. You really, yes. Banke, you have such a passion for women, especially. If you're a woman, you're listening to this, you feel like there's no hope. You even studied a great course, there's no job, or it doesn't work with your family schedule. Give this thing a chance. What we're talking about here is not, you're being rude to your mother-in-law, being rude to your child, being rude. No, it's not all those levels. It's about you owning yourself, having personal leadership, empowered, so that when you speak and you're being assertive, there's something backing you now. Do you understand? So thank you so much, Banke, for stopping by. Why should somebody attend the Boundaries Bootcamp, Banke?
Oh, wow. Okay, so you need to attend the Boundaries Bootcamp because Brother is a convener. Like, there's no other person to talk to about boundaries but Brother, and it's super loaded. Trust me, I saw I was like, no, 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 you are underpricing this course. And she was like, no, I want people to be able to afford it. So for that reason alone, somebody who is willing to give you so much value at that price point is very rare. So you need to take advantage of it.
And people like Banker will talk to you. Woo! Thank you so much, Banker, for stopping by. We appreciate you. And what have we come to? What have we come to? Tell me, guys. This is that my chair I was telling you about. What have we come to? What time is this? 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 Wow. It's time to pull the curtains. It's time to pull the curtains on Boundary Summit 2021. It is the first Boundary Summit. Before I leave, I had shared with you guys a free ebook. How many of you got it? Let me see it in the chat. I had sent it to you guys, a free ebook on boundaries, 10 steps to setting boundaries. That essentially is the framework of the course, as well as other things I will talk about. On this ebook, you see it in so many pages. You see it's how to set boundaries in marriage, but it's leverageable across many things. Someone said the beginning. I love it. It's the beginning. It's the absolute beginning of something new in your life. You guys said, I can't believe, is it really over? It is. But guess what? The experience will still be here for you. It'll be here for a limited time. I don't know how limited that time is, but I don't want to find out. If I were you, I would go through everything. I would set time out starting from tonight, tomorrow, take 2 hours every night, take notes, cogent notes. In your notes, as you're writing your notes here, the quotes and everything, have another page where you're putting action items, where you're parking instructions so that you can come back to it and use it. If you use these things, I know that it'll answer so many questions for you. But I know that those are not the only questions that you might have. So more questions will come. The more you learn, the more you would want to know. Rosalind is telling me, I say we have come to the beginning. While I am revolutionized, I want you to drop something in the chat, because later when I read these comments, I want to see that there was a purpose for which this was done and it is fulfilled. And even if you're on the replay, you're watching this now, put in the chat for me one thing that you're going to take away and go do now. Don't just say my life has changed, my mind has changed, whatever. No, it's not enough. Go ahead and put one thing. Let us be your accountability partner even now. Go ahead and put one thing in there as I show you the ebook that I sent it to you, to you guys. So if you haven't gotten that ebook, I would encourage you, go get it right this minute. So that go register for this summit so that you can get my emails coming on after now. You can get other things that I'm doing. So this is the page, the page view. And this is what I essentially talked about, right? How to set boundaries, the 10 steps. I went further and further. How does it go wrong? Many times what we're talking about is your relationship with others, right? That's how it manifests, even though I went ahead to talk about personal leadership and things like this. I show that boundaries are property lines that signify ownership. And I hope this is the one thing you've gotten from the start, that you are the owner of yourself. Yes, I know God created us, but I mean on this part of the earth, even God cannot intervene in your life without your permission. Because he said it. He said, behold, I set before you life and death. Right? Choose life that you might live. He can't choose for you. If you're a person of faith, God can't choose for you. Yes, at some point in your life, other people may have chosen for you, but ultimately today, we're going back into the conscious mind to take back into our conscious mind to say, hey, guys, we are responsible for Call Your Name. We are responsible for Wendy. We're responsible for Symbiont. When you and someone get together, boundaries are not about controlling someone else. You can only control you. So I care about you. All that is within you, all that's going on in your mind, as well as you in your relationship with others. Those are the things I care about. I went on to say why, because maybe you guys don't understand yet why. It is necessary to set standards for your life. First of all, for your life. I remember the personal leadership. Remember what he spoke about. Your life, what are your standards? Because your standards are your limits as well. If you even say as high as the sky, you can go all the way there. And the people you allow in it. DDK said that look for the community that you are aspiring to, for the destination where you're going, not for where you currently are or where you're coming from. Okay? So I went ahead to share about how you should start out educating yourself. Tomra spoke a little bit about this. All of these ones, you see, it is just the one page. This will be a 1-hour module in the boundaries course because I know that you need to sit into it. What are you educating yourself? Don't assume. You need to educate yourself and your spouse and your business partner and your boss and your subordinate on your values and your boundaries. If not, you haven't started. Now, this thing I'm showing you is in your inbox if you're registered for this course. If you're registered for this summit, rather. You want to begin to identify what do boundaries violations for me look like. Coach Eden spoke a lot about this. Make sure you go check out what she shared again in today, day 3. How do you identify so that you can know, this thing I feel, anytime somebody says this thing, this is how I feel. You start to realize that, that's bitterness, that's resentment, so that you can start to fix it. Okay? So become aware, review, and identify things that hurt you. Anything that hurts you is an indicator of a boundary violation, a possible boundary violation. Number 3, acknowledge. Look, you didn't know before. Many of you are saying, we have woken up, we have done this, we have done that. Maybe you didn't know before. So in the time that you didn't know is normal. I see Olukemi saying that boundaries are my new norm. Things cannot remain the same for me. Hashtag the boundaries movement. I want you to share. Today, when I go back to Instagram, I want to see all your acts. And don't worry, I don't know how long I spent on Instagram today because it's been a pretty laden week, right? But hashtag me, the boundaries movement, hashtag, or at Umbrella there on Instagram, okay? Acknowledge that I didn't know before. That's why I let all those things fly. I didn't know. If I knew, I would do better. Acknowledge your own part in the thing, okay? So be honest with yourself and acknowledge your part in it. If there's any part that stood out to you in today, you can even take a picture or a video and you can post it, repost it on social media. Number 4, you want to review. You want to review your action plan and consequences. And if you come on the boundaries course, boundaries bootcamp, we will make an action plan together with the consequences that you are going to be setting. Okay? So have an action plan for when boundaries are violated. Not when the person violated, you say, oh, you guys go to bed at 9 p.m., 10 p.m., they are still awake and you don't know what to do. That's what makes you overly reactive. You start hitting people when you shouldn't have. You start shouting when you shouldn't have because you never had a plan. You never had a plan, okay? So the 5th one is confront. You want to confront your boundaries violator. Now, all steps 1 to 4, you were still doing all of it in your mind. This is where you start going out and having a conversation with the person. These are difficult conversations, but they're very crucial. Your relationships need them, okay? And as I'm going through, you'll find some that you haven't quite gotten right. Put it in the chat. I would love to see it, okay? So have those crucial conversations for absolute certain. Have them. And then you also have consequences. You want to set consequences. You want to set consequences. Okay, my people, set consequences. A boundary that does not have consequences is not happening. So decide on a consequence that is within your control. Don't say, if you do this thing, I'm going to kill you. You're not killing anybody. Who are you deceiving? It's not happening. So pick a consequence that's within your control. Okay? Don't say I will make your life miserable. That's not a consequence. That's just ill will. Number 7, give grace. You see, somebody said forgive minor infractions. I'm trying to remember who that was. Chinda. Forgive minor infractions. Even Chaka spoke a little bit about it. Forgive minor infractions. Give grace. Because sometimes you might find out that the reason they violated your boundaries was because they didn't hear you clearly, or they just got back home by 9:10, so there's no way they could have slept by 9 p.m. You understand? So assume positive intent and give grace. You want to be able to still keep talking. I'm not seeing you in the chat. Go ahead in the chat and let me know. Let me know which one is standing out, okay? The 8th one is keep consequences. You want to keep your consequences. Don't be that yo-yo person. Today you say if you're late again, I'm going to leave the venue. Yet you are still there every day. It's a problem. They won't take you serious. So when we fail to set boundaries and hold people accountable, we feel used and mistreated. You know? So hold yourself and whoever you're in a relationship with accountable. Hold yourselves accountable. 9 is maintain your boundaries. Maintain it. And Crystal Timberlake taught us how to do that. Have the courage to engage instead of keeping it in and being bitter. Have that courage, okay? Resist the temptation to rescue people. If somebody's always angry, they're throwing you adult tantrums. The Bible says in Proverbs 19:19, a man or woman of great wrath will pay the penalty. For if you deliver him or her, you will only have to do it again. You would only have to do it again. So let them sometimes face it. You might be asking, right there, so what kind of things should I rescue? Shouldn't I rescue? Come to Boundaries Bootcamp, because we can't get into every single situation right here and right now. Temitope Falade, if you remember the link, please put it in the chat as well. Thank you so much for being here, sis. And the last one is beyond boundaries. People, that's where I am. I'm living a life beyond boundaries. And when I say life beyond boundaries, it means that I'm no longer actively trying to set. Because if you do that work, I think a lot of people mentioned the work. Okay, Eden mentioned the work specifically. It's like shutting down a road so that you can finish construction. If you do that work on your most important relationships that matter to you, you won't be setting every day because you guys already have a hang of things. Now, if like Kochiaka said, the season changes, guess what? I go back, talk with my husband. Hey, look at the season. Look at me. I've been available for the last 3 days. How do you think it's possible? I have a whole community around me. My awesome cousin Yinke, she's currently watching the kids right now. She's been online as well. If not, you would have seen them. They would have been on this table jumping. All right. My husband knows, so he just texted me. He said, I'm home, but he's downstairs. I haven't seen him. It's because he knows this is important to me. I communicated it beforehand. That's what living a life beyond boundaries does for you. It helps the people in your life respect you, respect your goals, and work with you to make it happen. So be intentional about your tribe. At this point, it's about your tribe. Because guess what? If you did the hard work, that means all the people that were not a part of the story, they're gone. They're gone. So do you find yourself being all these things? Being unable to say no? Not being able to stay true to your values, not being able to pursue your own goals and your passions, not taking responsibility for your happiness, not having to rescue others from the consequences of their own behavior. If you find yourself at those places, you find yourself feeling unsafe to disagree. You can't say, Dad, I don't agree with that. And you're a 35-year-old man. You can't disagree with your dad. Even if you're speaking politely, it's a problem. You want to attend the Boundaries Bootcamp. If you find yourself saying yes, just because you want to people please, it's a problem. Okay? So come back here and get in on this. You are worthy of love. That's what I want to leave you with. Thank you so much, Temitope. I see that in the chat. You are absolutely worthy. Okay? So be there. It's available for only another 24 hours. BB10, don't buy for just yourself. Get with your friends. Do it together. And you guys will go far. You would go places. I just want to say I love you. I feel like you're my family now. We are #boundaries buddies because we're all in this together. Say a big thank you to all of our speakers. Why don't you go ahead and put it in the chat right there? Say a big thank you to all of our speakers, all the way from day 1 to day 2. to day 3. I want to call every single person's name because they have been phenomenal. What do you think? What do you think of our speakers? Haven't they been awesome? They have been absolutely phenomenal. So our guests all the way from day 1, I'm looking for one of my slides so that when I just say it, I can call it all together, because when I was thinking of getting together 18 people for you, I wasn't playing, because I was like, 360 of your life, it's going to happen by power or by might. It must happen. Okay? So we have with us Amaka Chikambonu, DDK Debola Deji Kurumi, John Obidi, the awesome John Obidi. And okay, I'll stop sharing now. Eden Onwuka, how did you guys love that? Crystal Timberlake, who shut this place up. Chiaka Chuku, awesome marriage coach and counselor. Bumi Odua, relationship expert. Edirin Edewo, the VC of the Open University. If you don't know Edirin, go find her. And I think we're going to put all, if you follow me on Instagram, you'll see all their pages. Follow all of them. Follow all of them. You'll see all their handles on my page. Ehi Ademabo, who basically reversed our whole mindset. Uche Lotana Najemba, who spoke about projects and your work as a business leader. Abba Ketoanda, our resident therapist who took us to church. Woo! That was awesome. Thank you, Inke. Banke Adebayo, who just talked to us on remote working boundaries. Tomra Woswagu, who arranged our identity and told us what is important. Ijoma Nwakuche talked to us career professionals about boundaries to set in the workplace. Chinda. Woo! Real men have consequences. That was so great. Ebiere Bolu, who spoke about boundaries in parenting, as well as Padebi Ojomo, who spoke about boundaries in social media, in the digital space, and we all know how important that is. The one person who couldn't join us, but she promised to leave a video which we would upload here because of very family circumstances, so she couldn't make it here, was Laju Iran, but we do love her. Send her some hearts. We love her. And she's going to still drop us boundaries in dating intelligently with boundaries. So she'll talk about that. And if you subscribe to my page, you'll definitely see it when it drops. So be there. Choma Gogo, thank you so much for being here. Who are my 5 people? Just put up your hands if you are one of my 5 people that are receiving your book today. Put up your hand. Let me take note of it. Put up your hand if you're one of the people receiving my book so that I can take notes. When somebody takes number 1, the next one should take number 2, and the next one should take number 3, and so on and so forth. All right, I know you're coming because we have a time lag with these 2, but I want to announce those people so that I'll close the meeting. I honor you. I appreciate you. Thank you to the team. My team is powered by Elizabeth Oyok, who worked on the emails, my executive admin. She's absolutely awesome. Ejiro Sakede, our able MC. Hey, she too much. So Rosalind is our number 1. I'm taking notes. Temi Tokwe is my number 2. Onyinyechi. I have 2 more spots. Yeah, better be fast. But I'll keep acknowledging my people. Miss Banka Adebayo for being an awesome tech queen and setting up these tech platforms. I couldn't have done the work I do as an engineering leader, as well as design website, as well as set up bootcamp. It can be difficult. And that's why if you've been called to purpose and make an impact, you have to set some boundaries around what you can do. Because if I did all of that, it'll be a full-time job. It'll be a full-time job. You don't want that. Okay? Chinamso, okay, Canis is 1. Awesome. Y'all outside here. Okay, Chinamso, are you number 5? You better take it now. Better take it now. And if you want to be one of, we're giving out 2 scholarships. Raw Talent is giving out 1. I'm giving out 1. go. And if you want to sponsor a scholarship, you can reach out to me as well, because I know there's some people who still might not be able to afford this. And there's some people who have told me, brother, that this course should be like 100 grand. If you feel so, you can pay for other people. Okay. You can give to other people. All right, Chinom, so if it's yours, let me know. Or Symbiat, was it you? Symbiat or Chinom, so the next person who says it's you, then you get it. Okay? So let me know. The first person who says it will get the book. All right, so wait, let me show you the book you'll be getting. This is your book you'll be getting, so it'll be sent to you. Just DM me your address. Oh, Jenny took it before you guys came out. Okay. Awesome. So we have Rosalind, Temitokpa, Onyinyechi, Canis, and Jenny. This is awesome. Thank you all so very much. If you want to be one of the scholarship recipients, or if you want to give a scholarship, reach out to me in my inbox. I am grateful. I think I mentioned everybody who helped me. I have Atom who helped me cut some videos. I have some people who wanted to volunteer with me, like Olayemi, Temilolua, Temitayo. And I appreciate all of you from the bottom of my heart. Look at Temitayo here became basically, Temitokwa here became one of my scribes. Jenny has been busy spreading the word. So many of you shared these videos. So many of you did so many things to make this happen. I couldn't call all of you, even if I tried. I want to say thank you. And watch out for your email, because tomorrow I'll be having a bonus sessions with the Sisterhood of Significance. We'll be talking all things this book, because we didn't even get into it. The stories in the book, as well as boundaries and friendship. Who missed boundaries and friendship? How many of you want to see those friends that you're like, hey, I'm not even playing here? If you want that, be here by 9 p.m. on YouTube tomorrow. If you're in Nigeria, 3 p.m. If you're in Texas, for example, where I am. And thank you all. It's a wrap. It's an absolute wrap. Onyechi said, thank you, Coach. I'm your boundaries buddies. I'm here. Grateful. I'm grateful as well. I love y'all so much. And I don't remember Coach Eden's affirmation, but if you remember it, please let me know. I definitely would love to take that again. But she said, I honor my boundaries. Yeah, that was so good. I honor my boundaries. That was one that she had said. So that's something that you guys, I think you should go ahead and do beyond here. Take those affirmations. They are important. Okay, take those affirmations. And you're 3, awesome. All right, I honor my boundaries. I respect my covenants. If you remember it, share it with us. It was a packed session. Thank you, Bufuro. You can tell that I'll miss you. That's why I'm still hanging around here a little bit. But it's okay. Let me come and go, Abby. Love you all so much. Talk to you later. Bless your hearts. It's a wrap. See you next year. And we'll continue the conversation at the Boundaries Bootcamp. Okay, we'll be back here tomorrow. It'll be a bonus session. So be here. Subscribe so that you can see. Before I know. And it costs money. It's not like it was free for me, Sefo. It costs money, but it's a labor of love. And if you do want to pay me back, please go and put these principles to work in your life. That'll be the biggest payment. And if you truly feel like you should have paid, pay for someone or pay for yourself to attend the Boundaries Bootcamp. Okay? Affirmations. Okay, let's take it together as a way to leave here, okay? I honor my boundaries. She says, stand with your right hand. I am not all things to all men or women. I am focused on my assignment. I am conscious of the covenant that I carry. Praise Jesus. Isn't that awesome? All right, have a wonderful rest of your year. And hit me up. Put these insights using the hashtag the boundaries movement and put it on social media. Tag me at I am Brala there. I will find you. Okay? I will find you. All right, go ahead to the page. Whether or not you feel like you have the money right now, go check it out. Even if you know that you'll do it, but you'll do it later. Just go read what it's about. More about the Boundaries Bootcamp here. And I'll see you later. Bye for now. I know that I would have forgotten some people I thanked. Just know that I have you in my heart. God bless you. Thank you to my coach, DDK, and Fela Durotoye, people who are just the wind beneath my wings. My awesome family. My family has been there for me like a rock. Adi Baba. Ah, my gosh. There are many. My darling husband. If you see my husband there, if you know my husband, you know that I'm so blessed. And my cousin. Okay, I get silly sometimes. You guys beg me so that I can go. Okay. God bless you. I will see you on social media.